"Husband, not there, please." A tearful cry begging for mercy dragged me out of the darkness. I opened my eyes. A young woman knelt on the floor with her back to me, so thin it looked like a gust of wind could knock her over, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. She turned her head. Her face was covered in tears, her eyes full of fear. Her top had slipped down to her waist, and her whole snow-white back was covered in whip marks. Streaks of red and purple crossed over one another, and a few of them were still oozing blood. My head buzzed. Where was I? Wasn't I still overseas on a peacekeeping mission? The whip in my hand hit the floor with a crack. The girl flinched in terror and hurriedly turned to the side, her voice trembling so hard it barely came out. "Husband, please just use the whip on Rower. Don't use the stick. Rower really will be beaten to death. This time Rower will obey. I'll go to my parents' house to borrow rice and help you pay off your gambling debts." Not caring about her disheveled clothes, she threw herself forward and clung to my leg, terrified beyond words. At that moment, a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into my mind. I had crossed over. I had landed in the body of a good-for-nothing thug with the same name as me, in Xiahe village on the border of the Great Zhou. The world in these memories was a total mess. Beyond the borders, barbarians were invading, burning, killing, and looting. Inside, famine dragged on year after year. Officials embezzled the disaster relief grain. Common people had no way to survive, and bandits were everywhere. A new emperor had just taken the throne, and the court ministers immediately formed factions and took sides. Taxes grew heavier by the day. Qingzhou had suffered less from the disaster, so it had ironically become a key area for military conscription. The regional governor, devoted to protecting the throne, went into the countryside to force men into the army and used tax hikes to force marriages and childbirth. Every household had to produce one able-bodied man. Girls had to marry before the age of 14, and if a couple didn't have a child within a year of marriage, the bride's family had to send one more person to the battlefield. The body's former owner had been a lone bachelor with no family, so the government didn't conscript him. That was how he'd slipped through. But Lin Ruoro was different. Her family had once been wealthy in the county, but because she had stayed unmarried for so long, the famine year wiped them out overnight. With her own father about to be dragged off to war, she'd had no choice but to grit her teeth and marry this penniless scoundrel. And the result? Within 3 months of her moving in, the former owner had beaten and cursed her, gambled away every bit of her dowry, and squandered even the newlywed grain the government had handed out. The house hadn't had a fire lit for cooking in 2 days. A girl raised in comfort, beaten and cursed every day, tormented endlessly, and yet she hadn't left and hadn't complained once. My brow furrowed tighter and tighter. My stomach was aching with hunger, and my heart sank even harder. This was not a place I could stay. The war had already burned to within 100 miles of Qingzhou, and barbarian scouts had started showing up inside the region. The Great Zhou's losing streak couldn't be held back. It was only a matter of time before the barbarians broke through. I had just crossed over and couldn't even fill my belly. If Qingzhou fell, dying along with it would be the quick way out. In my past life, I had at least been a peacekeeping special forces soldier. I couldn't just die pathetically the moment I landed. Then a thought flipped a switch in me. If I really had silver, then with my skills, I could farm land and stockpile grain, recruit soldiers and buy horses, and pull off my own version of a peasant uprising. It wasn't impossible, but all of that was too far off. The most important thing right now was to survive first. Wilderness survival was my specialty, and I made up my mind on the spot. Head up the mountain and hunt. You don't need to go borrow rice. Wait at home. I turned around, picked up her clothes, and draped them over her, keeping my tone as calm as I could. But she panicked instantly. "Husband, no. Rower knows she was wrong. Rower will obey from now on. I'm willing to be your servant, your slave. Beat me however you want. Just please don't sell me to that kind of place." I froze. Then I realized what she was afraid of. Yesterday, the gambling den had come collecting debts and had mentioned selling her to a brothel to cover what he owed. The former owner had agreed without even blinking. No wonder. I raised my hand and gently patted her shoulder. "Don't be afraid. I'm just going out to find some food." The words had barely left my mouth when the corner of my eye caught her half-wrapped clothing, her body faintly visible beneath. I quickly turned my head away and cleared my throat. This girl, no makeup, dressed in rags, and yet she had a naturally beautiful figure. Slim waist, long legs, skin so pale it was dazzling. Even short on food and clothes, she didn't look gone at all. If anything, it added a cool, alluring quality to her. And that face, delicate brows and eyes, soft pink lips, eyes still brimming with fear and grievance. Anyone who saw her would go soft. In my past life, I'd been cooped up overseas for over 2 years. Suddenly running into a scene like this, my heart jumped and something stirred in me. I nearly cursed myself as a beast. But then I thought about it again. Wait, isn't this my lawfully wedded wife? What did I have to feel guilty about? Once I thought of it that way, the fire in me was even harder to hold down. Digging deeper into the memories, I almost couldn't keep it together. The original owner had been afraid that getting her pregnant would get him conscripted, and on top of hanging around the gambling den and never coming home, he had actually left her untouched even 3 months after the wedding. Impressive. A thing like that even deserved to be called a man? Just as I came back to my senses, Lin Ruro's face was full of shock. Husband, what did you say? It was the first time he had ever spoken to her in that tone, and she could hardly believe it. But in the next instant her heart clenched again. Given how vicious he usually was, this sudden gentleness probably meant he was coaxing her first, then selling her off. A low rumble sounded. Her face flushed bright red, and she quickly lowered her head. Yes, husband must be hungry too. Rower will go dig up some wild vegetables in the mountains and make you a soup. She started to get up, but the moment she moved, the wounds on her back seared with pain. She gasped, and tears spilled out on the spot. No matter how much it hurt, no matter how wrong she felt, all she could do was clench her teeth and bear it. I said stay home. I pushed her back down into the chair, my tone as hard as an order. I'm going out to find food. When I get back, let me taste your cooking. First wash yourself clean, change into fresh clothes, and wait for me. She went weak with fear. I knew I'd scared her again, but I couldn't be bothered to explain. After so many years as a soldier, the habit of giving orders wasn't something I could drop right away. Whether a person was good or bad would show over time. If she knew her place, she could stay. If not, there was no need to keep her. There were plenty of unwed women in the Great Zhou, and I was a man meant for great things. All I needed was one who obeyed. Once I'd said my piece, I grabbed the only small knife in the house, picked up 2 burlap sacks that had once held mixed grain, and headed out the door. I didn't look back, so I didn't see it. The moment I left, Lin Ruro collapsed to the floor and burst into tears. In her eyes, telling her to wash herself clean and then taking 2 sacks away meant one thing. He was going to sell her for grain. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. However he beat her or cursed her, she accepted it. But her chastity was the one thing she couldn't bear to lose. She rose to her feet in a daze, found a length of hemp rope, and gripped it tightly in her hand. Slowly she looked up at the crooked crossbeam of the thatched hut. In that moment, she had already made up her mind. Following the former owner's memories, I walked all the way to the little river at the edge of the village. Upstream, a few villagers had rolled up their pant legs and were groping around blindly in the water. These people had no idea how to catch fish. Whether they caught anything at all was pure luck. I glanced over and gave a small smile. In a famine year, who didn't know to catch fish? The fish in the river had already been scooped out to near extinction. But there weren't many who actually dared to go up the mountain to hunt. The reasons were simple. First, hunting required skill. Second, gear these days was terrible, and one careless step in the mountains could mean injury at best, death at worst. Besides, fish alone wouldn't sustain a person. People needed meat, especially fatty meat. Only meat could fill the belly, restore strength, and keep a person alive. It was autumn now, and the wild animals in the mountains were all fattening up. Going into the mountains now was the best time to get meat. In my past life, I hadn't just been good at wilderness survival. I'd turned my love of the bow into an archery championship. Give me a hunting bow, and no wild boar or fox could get away. Rig up a crossbow or a firearm, and even tigers and leopards would lie down and behave. But right now time was tight, and I had no gear, so I could only set some traps first, catch a few pheasants and rabbits, and build up a foundation before anything else. The moment I entered the mountains, I saw several pheasants with glossy feathers pecking at food in the grass. The instant they spotted a person, they beat their wings and flew off. I wasn't worried. I couldn't catch them yet, and that crowd in the village had even less of a chance. Once I made a slingshot and a bow, these things would end up in the pot sooner or later. I had just finished setting a few rabbit snares when I heard a low grunt in the distance. A half-grown wild boar pushed through the bushes and wandered into view a dozen meters away. Luckily, I was standing downwind, so it hadn't caught my scent. I immediately darted behind a tree. On my way up the mountain, I'd carved a wooden staff for protection and hardened the point over a fire. I hadn't expected it to actually come in handy right now. The piglet had come for the berries and wild greens in the traps, and before long it had wrecked several of my snares. As it ate, it seemed to sense something was off. It suddenly stopped, raised its head, and looked around. I gripped the wooden spear tightly, one thought in my mind. A little closer. A little closer. In the end, it couldn't resist the temptation of the food. Wary but hungry, it kept rooting forward. As it got closer and closer, and no adult boar showed up nearby, I stopped waiting. I burst out from behind the tree, swung my arm in a full arc, and hurled the wooden spear with everything I had. The spear whipped through the air. The piglet heard the noise and spun to flee. Too late. The spear buried itself in its hind leg. It let out a shriek and bolted forward like it had gone mad. I caught up in an instant. This body was in solid shape, faster than even I expected. I pulled out the small knife, threw myself on top of it, and pinned it down, driving the blade in several times before slicing its throat open. The piglet thrashed wildly in my arms a few times, then went completely still. I caught my breath, then quickly got up, bound it tight with tree vines, hoisted it onto my back, and rushed down the mountain. That shriek a moment ago might well have drawn adult boars. If I lured a big beast over, that would be real trouble. I sprinted the whole way with it on my back, and the more I calculated, the brighter my mood got. This one piglet was a big haul. The meat and hide could be sold, and the boar's sinew was excellent material for making a bow. As evening drew near, I followed the riverbank down the mountain. I had barely reached the village entrance when a few village women washing clothes by the river spotted me dead on. These were all widows in the village who gathered together every day, and hardly a proper word came out of their mouths. They were either bragging about whose lover was more capable or making crude jokes about men, each one with a sharper tongue than the last, and when they argued, none of them would back down. Isn't that Qin Shi, the gambling degenerate from the west end of the village? What's that on his back? Looks like a little wild boar. Must be a good few dozen pounds. Several pairs of eyes went straight, fixed on that glistening fatty meat, swallowing hungrily. After a quick huddle, they all dropped what they were doing and rushed over to block my way. Old Sheen, where'd you get this boar? So fat. There's only 2 of you at home. You'll never finish it. It'll go bad if it sits too long. Might as well share some with us families. We're all from the same village. A big man like you wouldn't be so stingy over a little meat, would you? Brother Sheen, give me some meat, and I'll do anything you want. Chattering all at once, they reached out to grab at it, acting as if the meat had been theirs all along. Get lost. My face darkened and I roared, startling them all into silence. Want meat? Send your own men up the mountain to hunt for it. There's plenty running, flying, and swimming up there. If you don't have the skill, don't come eyeing mine. The women were stunned into silence and didn't dare block me anymore. They could only shrink back and grumble. This Qin fellow eat the gall of a leopard or something. Usually quiet as a clam, and today he actually dares to yell at me. Sue, isn't your lover Huang San pretty close with him? He's raking in a windfall like this. Why don't you go find Huang San and have him get some meat off him? Right? Qin Shi's always been terrified of Huang San. Go on, hurry. How many years has it been since any of us tasted meat? Look who's talking. Don't you eat your 2 ounces of meat every night? Hee hee hee. The whole group broke into laughter. Hitsue only got angrier the more she listened. She gritted her teeth. Fine. He dares to act tough in front of us. I'll let him see what my man is made of. With that she turned and ran off, storming away to find Huang San, her face full of fury. I filed that piece of trouble away for later. For now, there was another matter waiting for me to deal with. I rushed home with the boar on my back. There was no oil lamp or candle in the house, so I had to butcher the boar before dark. But the moment I stepped through the door, I froze. A stool lay knocked over to one side. Lin Roro had collapsed on the floor, unconscious. The crooked crossbeam overhead had split down the middle, and a broken length of hemp rope still hung from her body. My face went pale. Hanging herself? She'd been so despairing she tried to hang herself? I dropped the boar in the sacks, spun around to scoop a ladle of cold water from the yard, came back, and splashed it right in her face. With a fit of violent coughing, she shot upright. She looked up and saw me standing before her holding the ladle, my expression frighteningly cold. Husband die. She had barely started when I cut her off with a cold word. Who gave you permission to die? Since you walked through the door of my Qin household, you belong to me. Your life is mine too. Without my permission, you dare to try dying? Those words stabbed into her heart like knives. A chill ran through her whole body, and her heart sank to the bottom. Just as she'd thought, he still wanted to sell her. At that moment, I stepped aside. See for yourself. Before the tears in her eyes could even fall, she was stunned by the thing at the doorway. On the floor lay a half-grown wild boar. She was dumbfounded. Since marrying into this house, she'd hardly had a single full meal. She would dig up some wild vegetables in the mountains, and in the end could only drink the leftover vegetable broth I didn't finish. The little bit of mixed grain in the house, cooked into porridge, all went into the former owner's belly. She never got a decent bite and could only drink the water used to rinse the pot. Once, driven mad by hunger, she'd secretly gone up the mountain to pick berries to stave off starvation and nearly died up there. And when she came back, she'd been dragged out and beaten. As for meat, she hadn't seen so much as a speck of grease in a very, very long time. The next second, the tears became impossible to stop. So he hadn't meant to sell her after all. All right, let me deal with this boar first and cut some meat for you to eat. I paused. The rest I'll take to the county town tomorrow morning and sell for some silver. As I spoke, I looked down at her and only then remembered. She didn't even own a decent set of clothes. The clothes she'd brought as a bride had long been pawned off by the former owner. Right now, all she wore was an old, tattered gown, with a pair of shorts underneath barely covering her exposed legs all bruised black and blue. Next time I went into town, I'd have to get her some cloth for clothes. Whatever else she was still my woman. Bring a basin over to catch this. I didn't bother explaining much. Given what a wretch the former owner had been, she couldn't bring herself to trust me at all right now. No wonder. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been pushed to the point of hanging herself. Once I actually brought the cloth home tomorrow, she'd understand on her own. She stood where she was, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. There's no basin left at home, husband. Have you forgotten? No basin left. I paused, caught off guard. She hurried to explain in fright. Last time when husband was beating Rower, you accidentally knocked Rower over and the basin broke. It wasn't your fault, husband. It was Rower's own fault for not standing steady. Hearing that left a heavy feeling in my chest, and my own face couldn't quite hold up. I'd been planning to use the fresh boar blood to make a blood sausage while it was still warm. But when I stood up and scanned the room, there was nothing beside the earthen stove but 3 chipped porcelain bowls. This life, truly poured down to the bone. Forget it, we'll make do. Draining the blood, skinning it, opening the belly, removing the organs, cracking open the boar's head for the brain, deboning and portioning the meat. I did the whole thing cleanly and efficiently. I worked for a full hour, while Lynn Ruro circled around me anxiously like a headless fly. She wanted to help but didn't know where to start, and in the end she got so frantic that tears came out. Boo-hoo. Husband, do you think Rower is useless? Do you not want Rower anymore? I put on a helpless expression, raised my hand to point at the sun about to set behind the mountains, and deliberately scared her. Where's the meat I told you to cook? Still crying? Cry anymore, and I really won't want you. That scare made Lynn Ruro choke the tears right back down. But she still couldn't help sobbing in little hiccups, and the sight of her like a pear blossom in the rain only made her more endearing the longer I looked. I silently gritted my teeth. A little wife this delicate, and the former owner had actually held back from touching her. Truly one of a kind. But I was not a man who would shortchange himself. She was my lawfully wedded wife. Tonight, one way or another, I was going to find an excuse to break through that last thin layer. Sometimes with a woman, reasoning didn't work. Coax her into submission, feed her full, and that beat everything. Of course, she had no idea what plan I was cooking up in my head. She just hurried, flustered, to start the fire. The moment she crouched down, her already short gown pulled tighter, and a broad expanse of snow white flashed in a way that scattered my thoughts. I nearly couldn't hold back, and quickly moved my eyes away. It was in that moment that I truly understood just how brutal those 2 years overseas on the peacekeeping mission had really been. I quickly and deftly finished dealing with the hide and meat, deliberately cutting off a few pieces along with the offal to keep it home for a better meal, then strung the rest up on hemp rope and hung it from the beam to sell tomorrow. When I got back to the yard, Lynn Ruro was already waiting obediently by the stove. The little table had been wiped spotless by her, not a trace of blood left. The largest porcelain bowl was piled high with big chunks of pork belly, but the pot was empty. Husband, please eat. She held out the chopsticks with both hands, her voice soft and meek. This was a rule left behind by the former owner. When he ate, she could only stand. Only after he finished could she eat the leftovers. When there was any meat, she never got a single piece, and at most she could lick the bottom of the bowl. Seeing me take the bowl and chopsticks, she immediately turned to go back to the room and wait as usual. She had taken only 2 steps when I called out to stop her. Hold it. Dinner's served. Where do you think you're going? Come here and eat together. She froze on the spot and turned back in disbelief, raising a hand to point at herself. Talk to her. She could sit at the table too. Was she worthy? My face darkened, and she was so frightened she didn't dare move a muscle, afraid that one wrong step would earn her another vicious beating. I deliberately kept a stern face. This meal was hard-earned by your husband. Shouldn't you thank your husband properly first? On the surface, I was serious, but in my heart, I knew exactly what I was doing. Some things couldn't be rushed. The more you rushed, the more you scared her. You always had to start with an appetizer first. Like a bike that hadn't been ridden in a long time. Pedal too hard all at once, and the chain slips. Grease it up a little, and it runs smooth. I raised my hand and tapped my own cheek. She froze, not understanding, and quickly bowed her head. Thank you, husband. Then she looked at me blankly again. Whatever else husband wants Rower to do, just say the word. Give me a kiss. The moment I said it, her face flushed a deep red. 3 months since she'd moved in, and I hadn't just avoided touching her. I'd rarely even come home at night. She'd toiled like a servant in this house, but between husband and wife there was nothing at all. What are you standing there for? You don't know how to give a kiss. I deliberately hardened my face. Her heart lurched, afraid of displeasing me, so she could only shuffle forward in tiny steps, lower her head, and lightly touch her lips to me. Then she went rigid on the spot, too embarrassed to even lift her head. After the kiss, she didn't dare flee. She just stood there on edge, waiting for my next command. Turn around, bend over. She didn't understand, but she still obediently did as told. Slap. A crisp smack landed. I told you to go cook, and you didn't listen. This is your punishment. Do it again, and it won't be just 1 or 2. Slap. The second one made her legs go weak, and she nearly dropped to her knees. And another thing. Today you tried to kill yourself and made me unhappy. Don't ever do it again. Slap. The third came down, and her body swayed. She hurriedly clenched her thighs together and gritted her teeth to hold herself up. But what threw her into a panic was that she didn't feel much pain at all. Instead, a strange feeling she couldn't put into words welled up in her. What was wrong with her? Embarrassed and flustered, she clenched her fists, only to realize her heart was already pounding so fast it trembled, and she'd gone red to the tips of her ears. The next moment, as if throwing caution to the wind, she turned and dropped to her knees, threw her arms around my leg, almost in tears. Husband, Rower can suffer hardship with you, can be your servant and slave, and asks for nothing. But Rower has one small request. Please, husband, promise you'll agree to it. She probably still thought I was just in a good mood today, acting on a whim. The chance was rare, and she wanted to seize the moment while the warmth lasted to voice the wish buried in her heart. Even if saying it got her sent to a brothel, she'd accept it. What request? I set down my chopsticks. She raised her head, eyes brimming with tears, her voice trembling. Please, husband, don't go to the gambling den tonight. Stay and consummate the marriage with Rower. I sat there with my mouth open, stunned for a long while, unable to react. This little thing was even more eager than me. Then my mind turned, and I understood at once. The former owner was a rotten gambler. The mixed grain the government handed out and her dowry could all end up pawned. Now that I'd brought back a wild boar, everyone would assume I'd charge into the gambling den for a big session. But if the marriage went unconsummated and no child came, in the end the blame would fall back on the Lin family. That was what she feared most. I got it. I raised my hand and slapped the table. Consummate it. Tonight we consummate it. Lin Roro hadn't expected me to agree so readily, and was even a little happy, which in turn threw her into a fluster. Watching her act like a timid, obedient little wife made me feel oddly pleased. I picked up my chopsticks and tapped the bowl. Grab a bowl, sit down and eat. She quickly brought over a bowl and chopsticks. When she saw me ladle her some meat broth and add a few chunks of meat, her heart gave a violent tremble. Husband, there's no need. I can't eat this much. Eat. Whatever's left, you finish it too. Startled, she immediately cupped the bowl and ate in small bites with her head down, secretly glancing up at my expression as she ate, terrified of doing something wrong, ready to put down her chopsticks at any moment. I kept a calm expression, wolfed down a few mouthfuls, set the bowl aside, and turned to walk out of the yard, not giving her any chance to hold back. She had to finish this meal with a steady stomach. Otherwise her body would never hold up tonight. Under the big tree at the yard gate, I caught my breath, found a flat patch of ground, and started training. It was a habit built over years. This body was in decent shape, solid enough. As long as I ate well and trained well, within 3 months I could get back to at least half of my old condition. After warming up, I ran through the military combat routine 5 times. Once my whole body was loose and limber, just as I was about to push for more, a burst of hurried footsteps came from down the slope. Well now, a full belly really does make a difference. Enough energy to practice fighting. Got all this strength, and you're not putting it to use on your own woman? Don't tell me. Are you not up to it? If you really can't get it up and you want a son, us brothers can help you out. Huang San came swaggering up with his arms crossed, a lewd grin all over his face. He'd had his eye on Lin Ruoro for a while. Sweet voice, soft figure, pale skin, and that meek, submissive look that made a man itch even more. My face went cold in an instant. I slowly turned my head, a flash of killing intent in my eyes. What did you just say? If you've got the guts, say it again. This Huang San was a notorious bully in Xiao Village. It was he who'd first led the former owner into the gambling den, and then teamed up with the den's boss Zhang to cheat with loaded games, swindling away quite a bit of silver. I hadn't even gone to settle accounts with him yet, and here he was delivering himself to my door. Still playing dumb with me? I've got the whole story. You brought back a wild boar today. If you know what's good for you, hand it over. Us brothers haven't had a bite of meat in months. That first part. Say it again. I cut him off coldly, my voice seeming to rise from underground. Huang Sen paused, only now noticing something was off about my expression, and flew into a rage from embarrassment. You scrape together a little meat and forget your own name? You dare put on a face for me? Are you handing it over or not? If not, I'll beat you to death today, then let you watch with your own eyes as us brothers take turns on your woman. The two thugs behind him pressed forward too, cracking their knuckles, faces full of menace. Very good. I nodded, a cold glint in my eyes, and I had already lunged forward. One punch drove straight into Huang San's throat. He clutched his neck and had barely staggered back a step when I rammed my knee viciously into his gut. He doubled over in pain. I clamped both hands around his head and gave it a sharp twist. Crack. His neck snapped on the spot, his head lolling to one side, and he crashed to the ground like a dead dog, without so much as a whimper. The two thugs just stood there dumbstruck. They'd never seen killing so brutal, so fast. At that moment, I stamped Huang San's head down into the mud, as vicious as a soul-reaping king of hell. Ah! The two of them screamed and turned to run. I gave them no chance at all. Two crisp snaps, and both pitched headfirst to the ground, their necks twisted at grotesque angles, dead where they fell. Behind the yard gate, Lin Ruoro had been peeking the whole time. The scene left her shaking all over. The bowl in her hand hit the ground with a smash and shattered to pieces. Hearing the noise, I walked over, bent down, and picked up the shards one by one, a hint of regret on my face. These were the only bowls left in the house. She was already frozen stiff in place, unable to move. She'd often been beaten before, but she'd never seen me kill. So she saw it after all. I shook my head. I'd meant to keep it quiet. A frail woman seeing something like this would surely be frightened, and in the end I'd have to go through the trouble of coaxing her. But just as I stepped in front of her, she spoke first, her voice trembling. Husband. Rower heard everything from inside. Husband killed those wicked men to protect Rower. Rower isn't afraid. I was a little surprised. I hadn't expected this little wife to be so understanding. After all, she was half a young lady herself. Before marrying, and she'd studied books, knew music, understood chess and painting. That cleverness of hers was nothing a coarse country woman could match. Good girl. Do as you're told. I'll protect you for the rest of your life. I lowered my voice, forcibly pressing down the panic in her heart, and pulled her whole body into my arms. That embrace was warm, that chest steady. She, who'd been shaking so hard a moment ago, suddenly felt at ease. Really, her voice trembled. She looked up and met my cold, hard, yet resolute gaze. In that instant, something inside her melted completely away. What? Weren't you just clamoring to consummate the marriage? I gave her backside a light pinch. Hurry up and go wash yourself clean. Then wait for your husband in bed. Once I've tossed these lowlifes up the mountain to feed the cats, I'll come back and love you properly. Her face blazed red, and she ran off covering it. I watched her flee in a panic and gave a small laugh. But the moment I turned around, my expression went cold, and I strode out of the yard. I dumped the three bodies up on the mountain, planted my hands on my hips, and spoke to the green peaks. That little boar today didn't eat your fill for nothing. I've paid you back 300 pounds. The account's settled, and you still owe me over 200 more. I'm a reasonable man. The rest, I'll come collect another day. With that, I sprinted the whole way down the mountain, and before long, I was back at my own door. I couldn't wait any longer. With a creak, the yard gate pushed open. The person inside gave a clear little shiver. In the pitch-black dark came a husband. It's me. What happened that night will be left unspoken. I'll only say it was her first time going through such a thing, and she was as flustered as a startled little sparrow. The next morning, I woke first. I looked down at Lin Roro still sleeping in the crook of my arm, and a rare tenderness came into my eyes. Usually she woke first. Last night had been rough, so today I'd let her sleep a little longer. Luckily, I'd shown some restraint in the end. Otherwise, this delicate little thing really wouldn't have been able to take it. Someone like her was meant to be cherished and protected. Just then she woke with a start, suddenly realizing she'd slept the whole night in my arms, her heart both sweet and flustered. Husband, you worked hard yesterday. As long as you don't cast Rower aside, Rower is yours for this whole life. Whenever husband wants, anytime, Rower is willing. She quietly bowed her head and buried her face against my chest. I felt a sudden warmth spread through my chest. Husband, rest a while longer. Rower will get up later and wait on you. The second half was as faint as a mosquito's hum. The words had barely left her mouth when, ignoring whether I tried to stop her, she endured the soreness all over her body and got out of bed to boil hot water. Today I was going into the county town, and everything for my morning wash and grooming she had to prepare. But crouched before the stove, listening to the firewood crackle, those few slaps from the day before seemed to echo in her ears again, and she blushed a deep red once more. Once things were in order, I went outside first to find a whetstone and sharpened the dagger again, keeping it on me for protection. Before leaving, I reminded her to lock the door tight, then shouldered the remaining boar meat and set out. A whole side of boar meat like this was worth quite a lot in times like these, enough to trade for a pile of badly needed things. A bow was beyond my means for now, but food, clothing, and daily necessities all had to be stocked up fast. It was already late autumn, the weather turning colder by the day, and that broken thatched hut of ours could never survive the winter. 10-some miles northeast of Shaoa Village was Onkong County, also Lin Roro's family home. But this time I had no time to go see my father-in-law. Once in the city, I first went to a few taverns to sell meat. Taverns usually had fixed butcher shops supplying them, but a rare game catch like this the kitchens would take just the same, and at a better price than selling to a butcher. Those 37.5 pounds of tender meat, rounding off the odd bit, sold for 2,600 coppers in all, plus some scrap bones thrown in. As for the big leg bones, the proprietor would only offer 10 coppers, so I didn't sell them on the spot. In troubled times, the most valuable thing was fat and grease. Crack open the leg bones, and they're full of marrow, which both fills the belly and nourishes the body. Bringing them home beat selling them cheap. Different countries in this world had different styles of copper coins, but silver was universal. 1,000 coppers made one string, also called one guan, roughly one tael of silver. I exchanged the money for 2.5 taels of loose silver plus 100 copper coins, tucked it away close to my body, and went on browsing the market. First to the blacksmiths. Iron goods weren't exactly rare in the Great Zhou, and the prices weren't high, but the craftsmanship was mediocre, most of it coarse or scrap iron. On top of that, iron ore, weapons, and armor were all tightly controlled by the court, so folk couldn't smelt on any large scale, and skills were hard to improve. So I hadn't held out any hope in this regard. After picking through everything, I bought a hatchet for chopping trees, took 20 iron arrowheads left over from a hunter's custom order, and added a kitchen knife, scissors, and odds and ends the house lacked, spending over 300 coppers in all. Before leaving, I also paid a deposit and had the blacksmith forge me a spearhead from good iron to pick up next time. After that, I went to the cloth shop and bought 2 bolts of patterned cloth and 10 pounds of cotton. At the market, I also added lamp oil, bowls and chopsticks, wine, and other odds and ends, and in a blink half a tael of silver was gone. The more I bought, the more there was, and I couldn't carry it all alone, so I simply hired an ox cart. I've always believed in saving where you should and spending where you should, never letting myself go without. So I spent another 10 coppers to hire an errand boy to lead the way and headed straight for the rice shop. The Great Zhou was in the middle of war, and rice prices had soared. The mixed grain poor folk usually ate now cost over 20 coppers a peck, and white rice had climbed to 85 coppers a peck. Mixed grain was coarse and scratched the throat, and I really couldn't stomach it, so I just bought 10 pecks of mixed grain and 2 pecks of white rice, and added a bit of white flour. Before leaving, I also stopped at the apothecary to get some medicine for bruises and injuries, to treat Lin Roro's wounds. She still had wounds on her body, and all the things I'd planned for last night, not a single one had happened. My chest was smoldering with frustration. What kind of situation was this? Like eating noodles without the garlic, missing half the flavor. I couldn't stand it. I truly couldn't. Just as I stepped out of the apothecary, an errand boy who'd been trailing me the whole way suddenly darted out from an alley, eyeing the bulging money pouch at my waist with a shifty, rat-like look, wiped his nose, and turned to bolt for the gambling den. I'd spotted him long ago. This one was a hand at the gambling den. I'd crossed paths with him there a few times before. The former owner had been addicted to gambling for years and had long owed the den several dozen taels of silver, even losing the land deeds and fields to fill the hole. This hand had probably seen I had money on me and gone to tip them off. I didn't take it to heart at all. Just a few thugs. If they really dared come to my door, I'd dare to hit back hard. Besides, that was a debt the former owner owed. What did it have to do with me, Chinchi? Lin Roro, this wife, I'd accepted. The gambling debt, they could forget it. Once everything was settled, the cart driver drove the ox cart, and soon we were back in Xiao village. The moment I entered the village, I became the center of everyone's attention. The ox cart was packed full, and the villagers' eyes went red with envy. Word of the boar hunt had spread long ago. Yesterday, Hitsuetsue and her band of village women had come begging for meat and gotten none. Today, seeing me sitting on the cart with a dark face, no one dared come right up to me. They only dared trail along at a distance, following all the way to my door. Oh my little Ro, you're truly blessed. Your man brought back so much food, you won't have to worry all winter this year. That's right, not like our house. The pot's about to run out of rice. Little Ro, we're all neighbors here. You've got to help us out. Miss Ro, come out and look. Your man really did well for himself. That band of village women who'd cursed the former owner behind his back plenty of times had now put on a whole different face, running faster than the ox cart, blocking the yard gate a step ahead and hollering at the top of their lungs. Lin Ruro's tattered clothes from the night before had long been torn apart by me. Right now she wore my hemp gown, sleeves rolled up, crouched inside sorting a basket of wild vegetables. Hearing the chaos outside, before she could even react, a few of the aunties dragged her out into the yard, one on each side. She looked up and saw the ox cart piled with grain, cloth, and odds and ends, dazzling her eyes. Her ears were filled with pleas for rice and demands for cloth, a chattering flood surging in on her from all sides. She'd never seen a scene like this. Her head buzzed and her vision started to go dark. At that moment, thunk, a thrown hatchet split into the wooden post of the yard gate, rattling the whole gate. I leapt down from the ox cart, expression cold, reached up and pulled out the hatchet and slid it back into my belt. Want to eat my family's rice? Then don't think about getting it for free. Before winter, I'm rebuilding the house. Have your men go up the mountain and chop trees. 1 tree for 1 pound of rice. However much you bring, I'll take. And another thing, stay away from my roar. I find you filthy. She doesn't call the shots in this house. From now on, if there's anything, you come ask me. A few sentences hammered down, and the villagers who'd been making a scene a moment ago instantly lost their bravado and slunk away. Lin Ruro quickly ducked behind me, gripping my arm tightly, nodding hard. Having sent them off, I paid the cart fare. She hurried forward to unload the cart, but I caught her hand and simply scooped up the 2 bolts of patterned cloth and pressed them into her arms. Pick whichever you like and make yourself a couple of outfits. Pad in plenty of cotton so you won't be cold this winter. With what's left, make a thick quilt. She looked down and went completely still. 1 bolt was indigo with white flowers, the other a bright red, colors vivid and festive, and it was fine-spun quality cotton cloth, soft and thick, far better than the coarse hemp she used to wear. Her heart grew flustered. Material like this, how much rice and flour could it be traded for? How was she worthy of wearing it? Husband, Rower doesn't want new clothes. Rower isn't afraid of the cold. Husband toils outside every day. This material should go to making clothes for husband. Rower is fine. Even though they'd become true husband and wife the night before, her heart still wasn't at ease. She always feared that once she was well-dressed and dolled up, she'd be like something laid out on the chopping block for others to pick over. Only in coarse clothes and thin meals did she feel safe. I touched her hand. It was ice cold. My expression immediately darkened. The 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Do you understand the 3 obediences? She answered softly. Before marriage, obey the father. After marriage, obey the husband. After the husband's death, obey the son. Since you know that after marriage you obey the husband, then listen to me. Her face flushed and she obediently lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth quietly curved up, her heart nudged gently by something sweet and warm. Right? I also bought you medicine for your wounds. After we eat, go into the room and take off your clothes. I'll treat them properly for you. With that, I gave her a light push on the back. Clutching the cloth, she stepped into the yard in tiny steps, unable to help glancing back at me every few steps. her eyes full of testing and surprise, like a little sparrow that had just landed, both fearful and delighted, confirming over and over whether I was really being good to her. But I turned right around to haul in the rice, flour, and odds and ends, busying myself back and forth, without ordering her to do a single thing. The more she watched, the more her heart stirred. Had husband really changed? No, she couldn't let herself relax just like that. She had to make husband see she wasn't a useless person. She put the cloth away in the room, then immediately ran back out to see to the cooking. Today, Sister Tsue took Rower up the mountain to pick wild vegetables and mushrooms. Rower will cook the white rice now and make husband's lunch. Husband treats Rower so well, and Rower has no way to repay it. From now on, even as your servant and slave, waiting on husband for a lifetime, Rower will never waver in her heart. Heaven and earth as witness. Basket in hand, her gaze was especially resolute. The great Zhou now was in dire straits, the common folk unable to make a living, and even a full meal was hard to come by. In times like these, once a woman married, beatings and curses were routine. Plenty ended up unable to eat their fill or stay warm, and finally sold into a brothel to have the last bit of use squeezed out of them. But now she had rice and meat, and winter clothes to add besides. That was a blessing beyond measure. So she was all the more certain that she would follow me for the rest of her life. Sister Tsue? Who? He Tsue. My heart sank hard, and my expression went cold in an instant. She, who had been so full of sweetness a moment ago, was in the next instant startled stiff as I snatched the vegetable basket from her, at a total loss. I pushed aside the wild vegetables on top. Sure enough, hidden underneath were several bright red poisonous mushrooms. That venomous woman, Tsue, had actually resorted to such an underhanded trick. You didn't know these mushrooms are poisonous? Seeing my face darken, Lin Roro's legs went weak and she collapsed straight to the ground, clutching desperately at the hem of my trousers, her voice trembling with a sob. Rower truly didn't know? Husband has been so good to Rower these past days. Rower can hardly repay it. How could I ever harm husband? Husband, beat Rower then. Rower deserves to die. Rower deserves the beating. I gave her a cold glance, said nothing, only picked out those few mushrooms and dropped them into a bowl. Boil them. Trembling all over, she took the bowl and walked to the stove like a soul that had lost its way, the fear in her eyes slowly turning to a stretch of dead ash. She thought I meant to force her to her death. Fair enough. Murdering one's own husband was a grave crime, at the least paraded through the streets and beheaded, at the worst cut to pieces by 1,000 slices. For husband, to only make her take the poison was already showing her mercy. She could only blame her own carelessness for bringing down such a disaster. The water boiled, and the mushrooms went into the pot. Suddenly she turned around. Husband, let Rower wait on you one last time. Eyes brimming with tears, she reached out to undo her clothing. I looked at her, both angry and helpless. Who said it was cooked for you to eat? She froze at once. But the top of her gown was already undone to the chest, more than half of her snowy skin exposed. I stepped forward, scooped her up sideways, and turned to carry her into the room. With a few tugs, I pulled open the clothing on her upper body, took the medicinal wine and poured it into my palm, rubbed it warm, and gently applied it to her fair, clean back. The man I killed that day was called Huang San. He was precisely Hitsuetsue's lover. You rarely go out, and you're a newlywed bride besides, so it's only natural you didn't know of this connection. How could it count as you poisoning me on purpose? My scalding palm pressed against her back. The medicinal wine kneaded bit by bit into her flesh. My technique was practiced, and after I'd rubbed a while, she was already crying, her whole face wet with tears. So husband understood everything. She had misjudged him. Not only had he not blamed her, he'd applied the medicine to her himself. Her heart ached, and the tears fell harder. She only felt husband was too good to her. As the emotions surged up, she suddenly turned and threw herself into my arms, kissing me fiercely, both cheeks flushed crimson, her whole body gone soft, as if boneless. At that very moment, only one thought filled her mind: to give herself to me, completely and wholly. What followed was, once again, a scene left unspoken. In the afternoon, a drowsiness set in. After the two of us had eaten lunch, we packed the boiled mushroom soup into an earthen jar, and I had Lin Roro scrub the pot and bowls over and over before we slowly set out. I hadn't wanted to bring her, but her stance was firm. In her view, anyone who dared poison her husband could never be let off. This bowl of soup, she was determined to feed to Hitsuetsue with her own hands. Something stirred faintly in my heart. I knew that the confidence I'd given her was turning into a hardness with which she could stand against malice. So I didn't stop her again. The road ahead of me was destined to be far from peaceful. The woman at my side couldn't afford a soft heart either. Too much kindness would only get her killed. Hitsuetsue's house was right at the east end of the village, and we arrived before long. When the yard gate pushed open, Hitsuetsue, in the middle of tidying up, first froze. Once she made out who had come, uncontrollable terror surged into her eyes in an instant. The night Huang-san came to my door. She had in fact been following at a distance the whole time. She knew all too well what sort of scum Huang-san was, and feared he'd truly take advantage and leave her no share. But she never could have imagined she'd watch from afar as I dealt with all three of them like a living king of hell, then flung the bodies into the wilds. She'd been frightened half to death on the spot, and hadn't dared close her eyes all last night. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of reporting to the authorities, but setting aside whether the officials would even bother, those few corpses had most likely long been dragged off by wild dogs, dead with no evidence to prove anything, which would only bring trouble down on herself. So early this morning she'd hatched a wicked plan, hoping to use Lin Roro's hand to poison me, the death god king of hell. But now, here I stood before her, perfectly fine. You venomous woman. I couldn't be bothered to hold a grudge against a woman like you, and I could have turned a blind eye to that business with Huang-san. But you came after me again and again, and now you tried to poison me to death. Today, I will not let you live. I spoke coldly and stepped forward, closing in. Only then did Hitsuetsue come to her senses. She turned to run, in her panic knocking over tables, chairs, and basins, leaving the yard in a shambles. The next instant I seized her, yanked hard, and slammed her viciously to the ground. Then, slap, slap, two heavy blows came down across her face. Her cheeks were beaten red and swollen on the spot, her mouth full of blood, her head spinning. She wanted to beg for mercy, but I gave a cold laugh, reached out and twisted, crack, dislocating her jaw outright. Her mouth could no longer close, and she could only let out muffled whimpers of pain from her throat. Watching such a bloody scene with her own eyes, Lin Roro, who had steeled herself the whole way there, was still frightened into trembling all over, clutching the earthen jar for dear life, her legs like nails driven into the ground. Give it to me. I raised my hand. Food has to be eaten one bite at a time, and a person has to be taught slowly. That she was willing to come along this time already earned her a higher regard from me, and I had no intention of pushing her to the edge. No, Rower will do it herself. She clenched her teeth, cupping the earthen jar tightly in both hands, and raised it up trembling. Husband is a man doing great things. Rower doesn't want to be a burden all her life. Rower wants to be someone husband can rely on too. She shouted out all the words in her heart in one breath, as if to steel her own nerve. The next second she hardened her heart and tipped the jar sharply, pouring the whole bowl of soup into Hitsuetsue's mouth and nose. I reacted quickly and had let go a step ahead. No sooner had I stepped back than I heard her cry out with her eyes shut. Go and die. Thunk. The earthen jar smashed down hard. Hitsuetsue couldn't dodge at all. Struck on the spot. The bridge of her nose caved in, her whole face covered in blood. Having done all this, Lin Roro seemed drained of all strength and slumped limply into my arms, nearly fainting. Hitsuetsue, already gravely wounded and now poisoned besides, struggled and writhed on the ground for not even half a minute before her breath cut off completely, beyond saving by anyone. The matter settled, I helped Lin Roro home and let her rest a while first. I myself set to work on the fascia I'd scraped from the wild boar. After drying it overnight, I roasted it a bit more, then soaked it in water, drew out the fibers, and twisted them bit by bit into a bowstring. That's right, I was preparing to make a bow. There wasn't much fascia on this little boar, and for now it was barely enough for a short bow. Once I took it up the mountain to hunt a few larger beasts and gathered enough material, I'd be able to make a foot-drawn crossbow with far greater power. By then, lions and tigers, wouldn't I be able to handle them all the same? The fastest way to money right now was still hunting. I didn't dare waste a moment. More than an hour passed quickly. Just as the bowstring was nearly done, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Earlier, Lin Roro had drunk a bit of hot rice broth and gone to rest in bed. After the ordeal at noon and the fright she'd taken, a frail woman needed to properly recover. I'd thought it was her getting up, but listening carefully, the sound came from beyond the yard. Instantly on guard, I grabbed the hatchet and peered through the crack of the door and was struck dumb at once. Down at the slope below my house, 3 bare-chested strong men, each shouldering a pine log as thick as a waist, were laboriously inching this way. No way, someone actually went and chopped trees? I hurried to open the door and went out to meet them, staring at the three men in astonishment. You've come to trade for rice? The one in the lead, Gung Air, walked up to me, set down the pine log with a thud, and grinned. I figured I'd give it a try too. My wife told me to come and ask, Brother Chin, do you really trade grain for wood? I heard you want to fix up your house, so I found you some pine, branches all trimmed clean, ready to use right away. The two men behind him, one called Hey Go and one called Deshawn, were even worse with words than Gung Air, only able to stand behind and grin foolishly. All right, wait a moment. I took the rice sacks from their belts, packed each with 2 pounds of mixed grain, and cut off a chunk of boar meat about the size of an egg. These three looked honest and dutiful at a glance. Giving a bit extra wouldn't be a loss. With people like this, a little sweetness and they'll follow you faithfully from then on. By the way, take another look up the mountain for some decent mulberry wood, about arm thick will do. Bring me back a piece. Same price as before, and I'll add meat. Gung Air took the rice sack and weighed it in his hand, and finding the weight off, there was actually meat inside too. His face went red at once. Brother Chin, this isn't the price we agreed on. I can't just take it like this. The three of them stammered the moment they got nervous, plainly not daring to take advantage. I could see it too. These three were honest, simple farmers, willing to lose out themselves rather than take even a bit extra from another. It's fine. From now on I'll take it at this price. However much you can gather, I'll take. As long as you're willing to stick with me and work hard, I'll see to it you eat and drink your fill. The three looked at one another, still not daring to take it. In the end, I had to deliberately put on a stern face and drive them off before the matter was settled. I'd set 1 pound of rice for one tree deliberately to lowball, meaning to cut off the crooked schemes of those in the village. I'd never expected anyone would actually come to trade. In the Great Zhou, a peck of rice was only 6 pounds. Now 1 peck traded for 3 pine trees. This deal was a huge profit for me. Fine mountain pine like this, hauled to the county town, would fetch at least several dozen coppers. But the problem lay in this age of turmoil and famine. Everyone was starving. So who had the strength to shoulder a great tree 10-some miles to the county to sell? So chopping trees to trade for grain was, for these people, actually a way to survive. I stared at those 3 pine logs, dazed for a long while, then suddenly smacked my forehead. It hit me all at once. I'd been so fixed on making money by hunting that I'd forgotten a far greater path. Giving those men extra mixed grain and meat had at first only been because they seemed honest, a casual way to win people over. But one man working himself to the bone. How could that compare to a whole crowd working themselves to the bone for you? I could absolutely lead the whole village to do it together. Calling it leading everyone to a better life, but really borrowing the strength of the whole village to make money for myself. This was far faster than going into the mountains to hunt alone, and far steadier too. Once the idea was set, I immediately moved the 3 pine logs into the yard and stood there calculating. My house was a broken thatch shed to begin with, and the main crossbeam had been snapped when Lin Ruro hanged herself, still unrepaired to this day, useless to keep. With winter fast approaching, relying on nothing but a tattered cotton coat to tough it out, the most I could manage was not freezing to death. So I simply made up my mind. Forget this broken hut, just build a new one outright. Build an earthen brick house, lay a fire-heated kong, make one in the kitchen connected to the inner room, and open up a hall at the other. Not a large place, only about 40-odd square meters. By rough reckoning, it would take close to 10,000 earthen bricks at least. But I'd already been all through the market in Ankang County, and no one at all sold such a thing. To build a house, I could only fire them myself. And as it happened, winter would set in within another month. Relying on myself alone to set up a kiln and fire bricks. Forget 10,000. Even firing until spring might not be enough. For this, I had to pull the whole village in. But the moment I thought this far, my scalp went numb. In the end, it still came down to money. Everything needed money. Such a large sum. Where was I to scrape it together on short notice? I gave a wry laugh, turned back into the room, and hauled out the several jars of wine I'd bought from the county a few days ago, meaning to distill the liquor first. After more than half an hour of work, Gung Air's voice finally came from beyond the yard, along with the heavy panting of an old ox. Brother Chin, take a look. Will this mulberry wood do? Gung Air strode into the yard shouldering a length of mulberry. The wood was straight, arm thick, a good 3 meters long or more, exactly to my liking. Excellent, you really found it. Hold on a moment. I gave him grain as payment, shouldered the mulberry into the yard, and set to work on the spot. First, I chopped off the thin, tapered end with the hatchet, trimmed both ends over and over, and soon shaped a bow stave. Mulberry was sturdy, full of resilience, and elastic besides, a fine material for a bow to begin with. Once the stave had dried a little over the fire, I boiled some white flour into a paste and wound the fine hemp cord I'd bought around it round after round, tight. The bow's strength shot right up. This work carried on until dusk, when Lynn Roro came out. One look at the length of mulberry and 5 pine logs laid out in the yard left her covering her mouth in shock. She'd thought my talk of building a house was just an offhand remark. After all, building was too costly and laborious, impossible without a good many helpers, let alone with winter setting in at once and no time to spare. But now the timber had all been hauled home. Only then did she understand that I hadn't just been talking, that I truly meant to do it. So she asked nothing and turned to make dinner. 3 or 5 days ago, she wouldn't have believed it even if beaten to death, that her own household could eat this much rice, flour, and meat. Still less that the man who used to beat her at the slightest thing would become what he was now. But even such things had changed, so what was one more room? She turned back to look at me, adjusting the bow and fitting the string over and over. The man's expression was focused, his movements careful. A gentle light slowly filled her eyes. She suddenly felt that this man before her truly was someone she could lean on for a lifetime, and the finest husband in all the world. After dinner, I turned out another 20 arrows. By the dim lamplight, Lynn Roro sat quietly in the yard sewing a cotton quilt, head bowed, her brows and eyes gentle. When she noticed I'd been watching her the whole time, her face reddened bit by bit, until even the tips of her ears burned hot. Starlight, moonlight, lamplight, all falling upon her. So beautiful it was hard to look away. What's most alluring has never been the seductive, but this kind of bashfulness that can't be hidden. The next instant, a startled cry rang out in the yard. I'd swept her up into my arms and carried her inside. The door slammed shut with a bang, and the rest was, once again, a scene left unspoken. Before dawn had even broken, I got up, took the bow and arrows I'd finished making the night before, and went into the mountains alone. Last night hadn't been enough to satisfy me, and I cursed the whole way there. Whoever said there are only oxen worked to death, never fields plowed to ruin? Pure nonsense, and harmful nonsense at that. It had only been a few days, not even 20 times in all, and Lynn Roro already couldn't hold up, obediently conceding defeat, her mouth full of pleas to hurry and take a concubine for me to share the load. Her body was still too frail. I had to get up the mountain quickly and get her some old ginseng, deer antler velvet, and the like to build her up. On this trip up the mountain, I made a point of circling around to look at the place I'd dumped the bodies before. As expected, Huang San and his lot hadn't even a bone left. Judging by the droppings and claw marks at the scene, they'd most likely been dragged off and eaten by a tiger. I sharpened up at once. Even having been a special forces soldier, without a gun in hand, I wouldn't idly go provoking a tiger. Not that I couldn't win, but that it wasn't worth it. If I really took a wound, under the medicine of this age, it would be no different from waiting to die. That was why, even before, when I'd only run into a half-grown boar, I'd stayed especially careful throughout. After examining the surrounding droppings, scent, and claw marks carefully once more, I confirmed that tiger had been gone for at least half a day, and only then did I level my hunting bow and continue deeper in. I pressed on for another half hour. The trees around grew ever denser. I'd reached the edge of the deep mountains. Looking up, the sky had finally brightened. Early morning and dusk are precisely when large beasts come out to forage, and precisely when a hunter is most likely to succeed. I climbed on foot up the ridge, swept my eyes left and right, and soon spotted a nimble shadow flash by several hundred meters off. Deer. Deer, truly. A jolt ran through me. I immediately lowered my body and gave chase along the ridge. Deer always move in herds. Wherever they appear, there are at least 3 to 5. If there was a grown stag among them, this trip would be a huge windfall. Antler velvet, deer blood, deer bone, every part worth money. I crept forward a few steps carefully and soon closed to within a few dozen meters of the herd. Several deer, red-hided with white spots, milled about in the woods like a heap of silver on the run. I parted the leaves and soon locked onto that stag, 3 or 4 years old, with 3-tined antlers, sturdily built, and very wary. Whoosh. Draw the bow, knock the arrow, aim, loose, all in one smooth motion. The iron arrow pierced through the stag's flank into its lung in an instant. The herd burst apart at once, scattering for their lives. The one struck let out a mournful cry and fled limping toward the deep mountains. I pricked up my ears and knew it wouldn't last long. Blood had already poured into its lung, and even its breathing had turned thick and wet. I burst out from behind the tree, running faster than the deer, chasing while deliberately roaring to startle it, driving it to run more and more wildly and lose blood faster, while I waited for the chance to loose another arrow. Mid-sprint, my eyes lit up. I suddenly knocked another arrow, kicked off a fallen ancient tree underfoot, and launched myself into the air, drawing the bow to full like an eagle and loosing hard. The dark arrow split the air, piercing through the stag's throat in an instant and thudding into a tree trunk behind. Its throat torn open, blood spurted wildly. The stag staggered a few bounds, its legs gave out, and it crashed to its knees, twitched a few times, and breathed its last. I rushed forward, looked at the deer, blood spilled all over the ground, and my expression soured at once. This deer still had to be dragged back to the village. Bleeding out like this, there'd hardly be any blood or flesh left by the time I got home. In the end, it still came down to my inexperience, not enough know-how. Next time I loosed a shot, I couldn't make this kind of mistake again. I had no time to dwell on the regret, though. I immediately took out the small hatchet I carried, cut some saplings and vines, and in a few strokes made a crude drag frame, flipped the stag onto it, and turned to head back. By the time I returned to the village, the morning mist had just lifted. Village head Chow Kong was leading his wife and a few hired hands out to the fields, and ran right into me as I dragged the deer back. Chow Kong took one look, and his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. It was a great fat deer of some 200 pounds. Only yesterday had he heard I'd hunted a boar and sold it for a fair bit of silver, and he'd even scolded his wife over the matter, thumping his chest and swearing that if this brat really had such ability, he'd write his own surname Chow backwards. And now, just one night later, his face had been slapped resoundingly by reality. Madame Chow stared at that pair of antlers, her eyes glinting, and leaned her swaying hips against Chow Kong. "Husband, look at those two pairs of antlers. Aren't they just lovely? My mother says this sort of thing, soaked in wine, is the best tonic for you, for that department of yours." The moment the words came out, Chow Kang's face darkened at once. He was only in his early 30s, which should have been his most vigorous years. But that first wife he'd taken had shown no sign of a child in her belly after several years of marriage, and in a fit of rage he'd divorced her outright. Later, bewitched by some spell, he'd married the top girl of Chunhua House in the county town. At first he'd shown off his prowess night after night, but within a couple of years he'd clearly gone soft, unable even to lift his head before his wife. This was already his sore spot, and now it had been torn open in public. Chow Kong, both furious and agitated, could only steel himself and step forward. "Chin Dagon, these antlers are just bone. Take them to the county town, and they won't fetch a decent price. Don't wear yourself out over it. I'll take a loss and buy them for 2 mace of silver. Call it doing you a favor. We're all from the same village, and I feel for you. What does a coarse fellow like you know? I'm the village head. Listen to me, and you can't go wrong." That nickname, Dagon, was one given to humiliate me back when I'd worked as a day laborer at Chow Kang's house. Chow Kong had no idea what was buried in the name, and just called it out because it rolled off the tongue easily. I dragged the deer all the way back from the mountains and was already gasping from exhaustion, so I took the chance to stop, pulled off my shirt, and wiped the sweat. But after hearing him spin such barefaced lies, I was so angry I actually laughed. "Village head Chow, living pretty comfortably, are you? Been eating your fill of mutton lately?" Chow Kong paused. "No, I haven't. In these times every household was short on food and clothing. Even as a well-off man in the village, he barely ate his fill. How would he ever bring himself to touch mutton?" I grinned coldly. "You haven't eaten mutton, so what are you having a fit of the goat staggers about here?" A pun, the word for epilepsy, sheep madness, plays on mutton/goat. Get lost. The smile on my face froze in an instant. I grabbed my shirt and slung it over my shoulder, turned, and started hauling the cart away. In these times a village head was hardly any kind of official, just a well-off local filling the role, running errands for the county office and managing a few odds and ends like roll call. When I'd married Lin Roro before, Chow Kong had indeed helped out. But that was before. To think he could now trade 2 mace of silver for the antlers was simply a dream. Chow Kong was left standing there, scolded dumb, his face flashing green then white. What he didn't see was that behind him, Madame Chow was staring at my sturdy back. The look in her eyes changed. Old Chow was useless, yet dreamed daily of holding a son. If he really couldn't do it, borrowing a seed from Chin Dagon didn't seem entirely out of the question. Once that thought sprouted, she couldn't suppress it. The more she looked, the more her whole body grew hot. She couldn't even be bothered with what Chao Kong thought. Her mind was already made up. Before long, I returned home. The moment Lin Roro saw me dragging back another great deer, she first froze, then hurriedly set down her work and quickly came out to meet me. Clumsy though her hands and feet were, she still helped for all she was worth. Seeing her so devoted, I said nothing more. I tossed the deer into the yard, then turned and went off to the physician in neighboring Day village and brought back some realgar. On the way back, I spotted from a distance Chao Kong beating his wife out on the field ridge. From the look of his furious frenzy, I only shook my head. How well-behaved could a woman out of Chunhua House be? Most likely Chao Kong had caught her at something shameful to have been driven into such a rage. Once home, I took out the wine I'd bought from the county earlier, mixed in the deer blood and realgar, gave it a casual stir, dipped a finger in, and tasted it. That sharp, fiery kick shot straight to the top of my skull. Potent enough. Wine of this era was murky and weak to begin with, and couldn't fetch much of a price. I'd long planned to distill it into strong liquor to make money, which was why I'd brought quite a bit back from the county a couple of days before. Now, with the deer blood and realgar added, the price of this wine could shoot up several times over. Wasn't this yet another path to riches? The rest of the deer I processed as usual, skinned it for the meat, stripped the bones, and drew out the sinews. The hide, sinews, and organs I kept for household use, cut out 30 pounds of venison, and set the rest aside to haul to the county to sell. On the way back, a rabbit had gotten caught in one of my traps too, so I'd brought it along, and right now I had Lin Ruro roasting it. Once everything was tidied up, lunch was ready too. Gnawing on rabbit meat and drinking thick congee, I looked at the yard full of venison, antler velvet, deer bone, and several great jars of deer blood realgar wine, and was suddenly stumped. All these things together came to at least 300 pounds. On my own, there was no way to get them to the county. To transport it all, I could only borrow an ox cart. But in all of Shaohe village, only village head Chao Kang's household had an ox cart. And it just so happened that this very morning I'd cursed Chao Kong up one side and down the other. Wanting to borrow the cart now, I'd surely be fleeced hard by that old miser. After all, Chao Kong was famously stingy in the village. When his long-term and day laborers worked, he had to personally keep watch, terrified someone would slack off. The single largest sum he'd spent in his whole life was the 20 taels of silver to buy Madame Chao out of Chunhua House. On the wedding night, Chao Kang's face had turned green. But stingy as he was, he had one virtue. As long as you were willing to pay, the thing got done. I tucked 100 copper coins into my pocket and turned to head out. Chao Kang's house was right at the village entrance, and stepping inside, the little courtyard of blue brick and white tile revealed the family fortune the Chaos had built up over several generations. In a Shaohe village of broken walls and cracked tiles, where even earthen bricks were a rarity, a courtyard like this was one of a kind. Anyone who saw it turned green with envy. Just as I reached the gate, I saw someone crouched against the side wall, peering in through a small hole, giving off lewd chuckles as he watched, his right hand moving ceaselessly inside his trousers. I recognized him at a glance. That man was none other than Chao Kang's own younger brother, Chao Tai. My brow furrowed at once. This Chao family, how is it that each one was more twisted than the last? I ignored him, walked to the front door, and knocked. The one who answered was the old steward, who, seeing it was me, drew me into conversation. Hearing I'd come to borrow the ox cart, the old steward's face immediately fell. Dagon, you know the master's temperament. Borrow the ox cart and he'll charge you for fodder, for wear on the wheels, for the ox's sweat, for wear on the ox's hooves. On and on with no end. I'd guessed as much. Without a word, I pulled out 20 copper coins. The old steward paused, but still shook his head with a bitter smile. But the master's not home. He's out in the fields. I can't make this decision. You can't make the decision, but I can. A woman's voice suddenly came from inside the door. The next moment the door pushed open, and Madame Chao, in a fresh change of clothes, her hair still wet, came out slowly. Seeing it really was me, she instinctively tugged at her sleeve to cover the bruises on her arm. Madame Chao, my eyes lit up, and I hurriedly rose. Chao Kong doted on this woman most of all, and as long as it didn't involve spending big money, whatever she asked for mostly worked. Madame Chao pressed her lips together, her gaze sweeping over my chest, her eyes burning, then crooked a finger at me. Come inside and we'll talk. No sooner had I stepped inside than she reached back and shut the door, leaning her whole body against the panel, raising a hand to press against her collar and slowly pull it down. Dagon, We're all from the same village, and I don't want to stand on ceremony with you. The ox cart, I can lend it to you, and the money, I can wave too." She stared at me, her voice pressed low, soft and suggestive. "But I have one condition. If you agree, everything's easy to talk about." Seeing her like this, my heart sank hard. "What condition?" She pressed a step closer. "I want to borrow a seed." As she drew near, the pungent stink of rouge and powder shot straight up my nose, so choking I nearly gagged. Madame Chow had originally been the top girl of Chunhua House in the county, and by who knows what tricks she'd bewitched that gullible fool Chow Kong so thoroughly that he'd willingly paid 20 taels to buy out her freedom. But over these few years, she'd long lost the glory of her prime, and even the thickest rouge couldn't cover the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Judging by looks and figure alone, she couldn't be called much of a standout. And besides, I was no Chow. I hadn't the slightest interest in this sort of thing. "Come on, just do a girl a favor." She put on a coy act, and I only felt sick. I hurriedly dodged to the side and happened to catch sight of an inconspicuous little hole in the corner of the wall. Something clicked in my mind, and I had my plan at once. "Don't be hasty, madam. Wait a moment. I've got a bit of a peculiar quirk. Before doing the deed, I have to bathe first, then blindfold with red cloth, and cover my head with a quilt on top of that." Madame Chow, having come out of Chunhua House, could hardly fail to understand. Her face flushed at once, and she gave me a light punch. "You wicked thing, you really do know how to carry on. Fine, then I'll wait for you in the inner room." Seeing her let down the curtain and go into the inner chamber, the corner of my mouth curled up. I turned and went out, running right into a thoroughly frustrated Chow Tai. I pulled him aside and murmured a few words. Hearing them, Chow Tai's eyes lit up, and he gave me a big thumbs up. "Dagon, from this day on, you're my true brother." I hurriedly clapped a hand over his mouth and dragged him inside. "Madam, don't look up. It's me, Dagon." "You wicked thing, what took you so long? Hurry and come in." Hearing this, Chow Tai was overjoyed and rushed in a frantic frenzy. Seeing my scheme succeed, I gave a cold laugh, turned, and went to fetch the ox cart. Whatever ruckus broke out afterward, I couldn't be bothered to care. Even if Madame Chow discovered it partway through, she could only swallow the grievance herself. Either way, they were both Chows. The one taking the loss would still be the Chow family. I rode the ox cart home, got everything packed up, urged Lin Ruoro to hurry and finish the clothes, and then set out again. Once in the county town, I moved with practiced ease. Venison delivered to the taverns, deer bone and antlers sold to the apothecary, all trading for over 30 taels of silver. As for the several jars of deer blood wine left, the apothecary wouldn't take them, but a few wealthy merchants in the shop took a fancy to them and bought them all at 5 taels a jar. By the time I left the apothecary, I already held over 50 taels of silver in my hand. I couldn't help a jolt in my heart. A single deer could actually sell for this much money. This silver was already enough to buy a small courtyard in the county town. I put the money away, first went to the rice shop and bought 50 pecks of mixed grain, then went to the blacksmith to pick up the spearhead, and while I was at it bought a saw, a chisel, iron nails, and other tools, tossing them all onto the ox cart. Just as I was about to head to the market, a commotion suddenly broke out at the county gate. A troop of discharged soldiers came marching in, every one of them either wounded or crippled, their expressions numb, lifeless, and dead. By the law of the Great Zhou, the fallen were compensated with 5 taels of silver, while the wounded and disabled were given a bit of silver and grain according to the severity of their injuries. The first thing these men did upon returning home was go to the county office to collect their compensation. Standing in the crowd, I spotted Lin Ruoro's own brother at a glance, Lin Hao. His face was pale as a corpse, his right leg gone, so he could only lean on a crutch, and one eye was blind too. The whole man was already utterly ruined. Yet he'd been on the battlefield less than half a year. Even having been a special forces soldier, having seen my fill of the horrors of life and death, seeing the scene before me still made my heart clench hard. Rise or fall of dynasties. It's always the common people who suffer most. Now the fighting at the front was growing ever more pressing. The flames of war would sooner or later spread to this area, and I had to make plans early. I felt for the money pouch at my waist and turned to head for the market. After buying coarse salt and some odds and ends, I made straight for the livestock market outside the city. The livestock market dealt exclusively in the buying and selling of domestic animals. Oxen in the Great Zhou could be traded freely, but to prevent people from wantonly slaughtering plow oxen, the court had fixed the price of beef at 20 coppers a pound. Over the years, the livestock market had also kept buying up old and weak animals to slaughter and sell as meat to keep the market stable. This time, I'd come to buy an ox and some chickens. With the famine of these years, domestic animals were in dire shortage. An adult water buffalo thin enough to see its bones was going for 15 taels of silver. I didn't so much as furrow my brow. I bought one outright, picked out the finest ox cart while I was at it, grabbed 10 chicks and tossed them into the cart, and only then settled the bill with satisfaction. The livestock market proprietor, seeing such a decisive customer for the first time, was so delighted he couldn't close his mouth, and even threw in a few bundles of fodder for free. Back home, the moment Lin Roro saw the ox and the chicks, she was so excited she couldn't even speak. She threw herself onto me, hugged me, and kissed me several times, then turned and rolled up her sleeves to go cut grass for the ox. For this household, these two things were the very foundation of survival. Having unloaded everything, and seeing that village head Chow Kong still hadn't left, I hurried over to the Chow house to return the ox cart. The moment I stepped in, Madame Chow shot me a fierce glare, her face full of shame and anger. Clearly the matter could no longer be hidden. I didn't care in the least. I returned the cart and hurried home. Seeing that I'd actually bought an ox cart of my own too, Lin Roro was even more astonished. She bustled about, feeding the ox first, then the chickens, and only when done did she obediently sit down beside me to keep me company. By the way, I went into the county town today and saw your brother. My brother? Lin Roro had two brothers. The elder, Lin Feng, served at the county office, though only as a lowest-ranking constable. The second, Lin Hao, was a cripple. Seeing her face full of confusion, I didn't quite know how to broach it, afraid that speaking too bluntly would upset her, so I could only scratch my head. Once you've finished the clothes, I'll take you back to your family home by ox cart for a visit. It's been over 3 months. It's about time you went back. Lin Roro was clever to begin with, and hearing this, she immediately sensed something was wrong. She jumped to her feet, tears welling up all at once. At her family home, she'd always been the most cherished little sister, held in the palms of both her brother's hands from childhood. If not for fear of dragging the family down, she'd never have hardened her heart and married a rotten gambler like me. Now, hearing that something might have happened to her brother, how could she not panic? Husband, is my brother all right? He's all right. Don't be afraid. Aren't I here? Seeing the rims of her eyes go red, I set down the hatchet, rose, and slowly gathered her into my arms. Rest easy. That's your family home, which is half my home too. They're all my kin. Since you've married me, I won't treat them poorly. Husband, thank you. She held me, choking back a few sobs, then turned to work on the new clothes. She wanted to return to her family home looking proper and respectable, to set her family's hearts at ease, and to let her brothers see that she'd married a good man. 2 days later, just as the sky brightened, I got up, harnessed the ox, and readied the ox cart. I brought along a small jar of deer blood wine, 5 pecks of rice, some coarse salt, along with some venison and 3 wild rabbits and pheasants, then helped Lin Roro onto the cart, and the two of us set out. The whole way, she kept clenching her hands, her heart both anxious and afraid. I turned back and tucked a money pouch into her arms. Take this to your family home later. It's not much silver, 2 mace of loose silver. Call it a token of my heart. She looked at the red blood streaks in my eyes, then lowered her head and touched the thick, handsome new cotton coat on her body. Her hand trembled as she gripped the money pouch tight, and she suddenly looked up in earnest. Husband, I want to bear you children. I broke into a grin. How many? 8. When? Right now. The mountain road was remote, not a soul around. I hadn't expected her to be so bold today. After a bout of intimacy, by the time the ox cart returned to the main road, the fluster on Lin Roro's face had mostly cleared, and she was much more settled, able to laugh and chat with me along the way. Before long, the two of us entered the county town. Her family home was in the east of the city, a fairly tidy little courtyard of adobe. Her father, Lin Yuan, had once been a well-known physician in the county, but after his health broke down, he'd had to pawn off the apothecary and recuperate at home, scraping by day to day on selling some medicinal herbs. These past years the family had fallen on hard times, and on top of that came that penalty tax over Lin Roro. The old couple had long been drained of their family fortune. The fields were all sold off, and even the bluestone tiled house 2 generations had lived in was sold to a butcher named Gung in the city. With no other choice, the family could only move into this little courtyard of earthen walls and tiled roof. In the several months since Lin Roro had married out, the 2 elders' lives had been especially hard. If not for the frequent help from the eldest brother Lin Feng, they'd likely have long been unable to hold on. The brand new ox cart stopped at the courtyard gate. Hearing the commotion inside, a handsome woman of 40-odd came hurrying out, and one glance was enough to bring tears to her eyes. By the custom of Qingzhou, a new bride was to return to her family home 3 months after marriage. Late though it was, at least the girl had finally come back. Mother! Lin Ruo's nose stung, the rims of her eyes reddening in an instant. She leapt down from the ox cart at once and threw herself into her mother's arms. Mother and daughter held each other tight. I got down from the cart, tied up the ox, called out a greeting, and only then walked into the courtyard. The eldest brother, Lin Feng, was away on duty and not home. The second brother, Lin Hao, was lying on a bamboo rocking chair in the yard, while an old man who looked like an old scholar crouched beside him, changing the dressing on his wounded leg. The old man's temples were graying, and he wore a long gown and a black cap. With the family so rarely reunited, I didn't go over to disturb them, but turned and strolled about the yard a bit. This little courtyard was very plain. Apart from the heaps of medicinal herbs drying, there was almost nothing else. My father-in-law Lin Yuan had long known what sort I'd been before. So when Lin Ruo married out, he'd converted everything of value in the household into her dowry, hoping only that these things might keep his daughter safe for a time. Even now, with the family fallen on such hard times, the old couple wouldn't let Lin Feng tell Lin Ruo, terrified of becoming a burden to her. Worthy son-in-law, there's no room to stand out in the yard, come inside and sit. Their mother, pour the tea. Over there the dressing had just been changed. The ever-stern-faced Lin Yuan clapped his hands and came over to greet me of his own accord. Son-in-law and father-in-law we were called, but all told the two of us had met only once, on the wedding day. If not for saving face and not wanting to sour the relationship too badly, Lin Yuan might not have been willing to pay me any mind at all. Father, mother, don't trouble yourselves for now. Bringing Ruo back this time, I've also brought quite a few things for the family. I smiled at my father-in-law, turned and went out, and unloaded the rice, flour, oil, salt, meat, and bones from the ox cart one by one. As the things in the yard piled higher and higher, Lin Yuan's ever-serious, rigid face actually changed color, a trace of alarm showing in his eyes. When the couple had come in earlier, he'd been busy applying medicine to Lin Hao and hadn't had the chance to look carefully at their expressions. On top of that, he knew all too well that I'd been a ruffian and a scoundrel before, so at the sight of this display, he immediately assumed the worst. He thought that, displeased that Lin Ruo still hadn't conceived, I'd come today to annul the marriage and cast her off. These days, annulling a marriage and casting off a wife was a matter grave enough to tear a hole in the sky. Once a woman was sent back, not only would she find it hard ever to marry again, she'd also be pointed at behind her back, her spine jabbed at for the rest of her life, unable to hold her head up before the neighbors ever again. Worthy son-in-law, what are you doing? If you're short of anything, just tell me. As long as you're willing to live properly with my daughter, whatever you want, these old bones of mine will risk their life to get it for you. I was left staring, dumbfounded. All I'd done was bring some gifts. Why was my father-in-law getting so worked up? Lin Ruo had been talking with her second brother Lin Hao. But hearing the commotion over here, she suddenly caught on and hurriedly pulled out those 2 mace of loose silver from her bosom. Father, all these things are my husband's filial gifts to you 2 elders. These past few days my husband's been hunting up in the mountains and earned quite a bit of silver. Seeing that the weather's about to turn cold, he thought of you and mother, so he specially bought these, hoping you can have a good new year. And here's 2 taels of silver. My husband said food alone isn't enough, you need to keep a little silver on hand too. That way, if some emergency comes up, your hearts can be at ease. I glanced at her and couldn't help smiling. This little lass really knew how to talk, taking those few plain words of mine and rounding them out so warmly. So he thought I'd come to annul the marriage. Well then, that's good, that's good. Wait, you're saying all these things are filial gifts for us? My father-in-law was stunned, first staring at me in disbelief, then looking at Lin Ruo's expression. Seeing the young couple looking natural, with no signs of a quarrel, he finally let out a breath of relief. But he'd been high-minded his whole life. Practicing as a physician, saving and healing people, he'd never readily take advantage of anyone. On the spot, he waved his hand in refusal. No, this won't do. You've only just married. Your household needs the money right now. Father, Lin Ruo deliberately stamped her foot, pointing at Lin Hao as she spoke. You've got to think of second brother too. He's wounded now. This is exactly when he should eat something good to nourish his body. Besides, my husband's capable. Our family isn't short of a little something like this. Look, That ox cart outside is one my husband just bought, and we've got several chicks at home too. An ox cart? Yours? My father-in-law's expression changed, and he hurriedly went tottering to the courtyard gate. When he saw that brand-new ox cart, the whole man froze, his gaunt frame trembling. In these times, for any household to own an ox cart was a big deal, enough to make villages for miles around green with envy. My father-in-law whipped his head back around, light suddenly in his eyes. Incredible, truly incredible. Fine son-in-law, you've got a real future. I misjudged you before. As he spoke, he strode back over and clapped me hard on the shoulder. Their mother, bring out the daughter's red wine I've been hiding away. Today I'm going to have a proper drink with my son-in-law, I said with a smile. Father, this time I brought you a jar of dear blood Realgar wine specially. Drink this first. But this wine has quite a kick, so you'd best go slow. How strong could it be? Don't you look down on me, boy. My father-in-law immediately glared and dragged me toward the seat of honor. Lin Roro brought the wine over and poured each of us a big bowl. Before I could stop him, my father-in-law had already tipped his head back and downed it in one gulp. The next instant, the burning shot straight up his throat. His face went red from his neck all the way to the top of his head, followed at once by a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough. How is this wine so fierce? Cough, cough. Water. Hurry, bring me water. Watching him choke so hard he nearly jumped up, I could only laugh helplessly at his side. I'd warned you long ago, and you just wouldn't believe me. Wine of this era mostly had little strength to it. But the dear blood Realgar wine I'd brought had been distilled, fierce enough to frighten. How could an ordinary person hold it down? My father-in-law caught his breath, but his eyes only grew brighter. Good wine. Truly good wine. Worthy son-in-law, where did you get wine this strong? He gulped down several mouthfuls of water before his color eased, then immediately pressed the question. Father, I brewed this myself. This wine isn't just for drinking. It can serve as medicine too, used to cleanse wounds and ward off vile poisons. Ward off vile poisons. I scratched my head and switched to a more understandable phrasing. It promotes blood flow and reduces swelling, staunches bleeding, and helps flesh mend, and can also dispel the poisonous vapors on the surface of the skin. My father-in-law, being a physician, listened, and the more he thought about it, the more he sensed there was something to it, and grew all the more astonished. You know medicine too? A little. I smiled and offered a casual, modest word. But my father-in-law's tipsiness was rising now, and he was in high spirits, so he didn't bother pressing the details. He slapped his thigh and laughed aloud. Good, good, good. At last there's someone to inherit this old man's whole store of skill. Come, worthy son-in-law, keep drinking. After several rounds of wine and a few dishes finished, the two elders steered the conversation back to grandsons. Lin Roro, blushing, agreed to it too, coaxing the two elders into smiles so wide they couldn't close their mouths. As we talked, I asked Lin how about the war situation. The northern barbarians have already pressed to the border of Qingzhou, and quite a few scouts have already slipped in. If we get past winter and the flames of war still can't be held back, brother-in-law, I'm afraid we'll have no choice but to borrow your ox cart and flee south. Lin Hao's expression turned grim. He'd been on the battlefield and knew the barbarians' ferocity best. Hearing this, my own face darkened along with his. After buying the ox, I had only 20-odd taels of silver left in hand. With just that little, getting through a winter and then turning our lives around would be terribly hard. Could it really come to fleeing for our lives with the whole family, old and young? No, this matter was too big. I had to work it out clearly first. After the meal, the young couple took their leave of the two elders and headed home. As we left, my father-in-law, warm all over from the wine, no sooner had he seen us off than he grabbed the old lady and hurried back into their room. The two of them exchanged a glance, both holding back laughter and saying nothing. On the road back to the village, Lin Roro's cheeks had gone red from the wine too. As the dear blood wine's after effects rose, she pressed a hand to her lower belly while softly begging me to hurry and make a baby with her. I didn't take up the topic, only smiled, cracked the ox whip faster, and drove the cart hurrying toward the village. Who'd have known that just as we entered the village, I heard the eastern end thrown into chaos. Several fellows were rushing that way with wooden clubs in hand. What's happened? I hurriedly got down from the cart and stopped one of them. Wild boar have come down from the mountain. They've already ruined several acres of field and gored several people. Wait, is that you, old Sheen? Aren't you the best at killing wild boar? Hurry, come help. The village head's about to go mad with panic. Wild boar have come down. At first I was startled, but the next second my eyes lit up. This was no calamity. This was clearly meat delivered right to my door. After parting from the crowd, I immediately drove the ox cart racing home. Back home, I first grabbed the iron-headed long spear I'd made ahead of time, along with my bow, arrows, and quiver. Lin Roro, afraid something would happen to me going alone, insisted on coming no matter what. I couldn't stop her, so I could only bring her along. Now that the Great Zhou was gripped by famine, there wasn't much arable land in Xiao village. Only that dozen or so acres by the little river, convenient for drawing water. And those dozen-odd acres happened to be the lifeblood of Chao Kong, the village head and landlord both. The wild boar rooting up his fields now had both vented my anger and seemed to be sending me silver. The two of us hurried to the east of the village, and from a distance we could see over 20 long-term laborers gathered on the field ridge. In the fields, a boar king led several wild boar, brazenly chomping the crops and ravaging the vegetable plots, with no one able to stop them at all. It was now late autumn, and the wild fruit in the mountains had all fallen. On top of that came the famine year. The villagers had picked clean everything pickable, leaving few mountain mushrooms or wild greens either. With nothing to eat in the mountains, this pack of boar had no choice but to come down in a group to forage. Go at them, all of you. Kill these boar, and everyone shares the meat. I, Chao Kong, am a man of my word. I won't take a single extra mouthful. Chao Kong stood far off, hopping with anxiety, his throat nearly gone hoarse from shouting. But no one was a fool. Among those boar was a king as sturdy as a small bear and terrifyingly fierce. Even 20-odd laborers charging together might not be able to pin it down. Not to mention that the Chao family's laborers had just charged in earlier, and in the blink of an eye 3 had been wounded, each carried off dripping with blood. At this point, who would still dare risk his life going forward? Old Chin's here. I don't know who shouted first, but everyone turned their heads in unison, their eyes suddenly lighting up. Even the village women watching the spectacle from afar stood up, eyeing me while murmuring among themselves, faces full of theater-going grins. The other day I'd hunted a wild boar and shot down a great deer, and word of it had long spread through the village. Everyone present at the time had seen it clearly. That single arrow of mine had burst the old deer's throat outright. Passed from mouth to mouth, I had by now become the hunting god everyone in Xiaohe village praised, with archery so divine it defied belief. Qindagan, you still have the nerve to show up. Look at the disaster you've caused. It must be you who killed the piglets, and they've come down the mountain for revenge. My fields are ruined, and you're going to pay for all of it. Chao Kong came pouncing at me, all bared fangs and brandished claws. I turned sideways and delivered a kick, sending him toppling straight into the field. Talking out your ass. Don't go pinning your shit pot on my head. If you want me to lift a hand, then show me the manner of someone begging for help. Otherwise I'll just stand here and watch, and wait till they've chewed the fields clean. I gave a cold laugh, raised my hand and drove the long spear hard into the ground, folded my arms across my chest, and stood there with an overbearing gaze, my aura so pressing that no one dared look at me for long. Chao Kong was so furious his face went red and his neck bulged. Covered in mud, he scrambled up. He looked back at that dozen-odd acres of crops on the verge of being devoured to nothing, and his face went livid. Good man, hero, I beg you, do a good deed and rid us of these pests. Isn't it just an attitude you want? I've bowed my head and begged you. What more do you want? Seeing me only give a cold laugh, Chao Kong panicked at once, his voice rising, both angry and flustered, stamping his feet in his urgency, nearly dropping to his knees before me for real. Stout fellow, grandfather. I'll even call you grandfather. Will that do? Qindagan, stop toying with me. Whatever your conditions are, hurry up and say them. Fine. Anyone who helps me later gets 20 coppers in wages per man. If someone gets hurt, add 10 more. Chao Kang's face twitched, and he did a swift calculation in his head. If all these men went in, that would be a whole tael of silver. Making an iron rooster like him cough up a tael of silver for these dirt-legged peasants was more painful than slicing off his own flesh. Fine, fine, fine. You black-hearted lot. Every one of you eyeing my Chao family's money. You don't dare go in, so I'll go in myself. Not a single copper of my Chao family's money will any of you get. Chao Kong yanked up his sleeves, grabbed a wooden club from beside him, and steeled himself to walk toward the Boar King. That Boar King was occupying a patch of field, chomping away alone with gusto. Seeing Chao Kong approach, it immediately glared, eyes round. That one glare alone was enough to turn Chao Kang's legs to jelly. But he'd already made his boast, and had no face left to back down. He could only let out a bellow, swing the club up, and smash it down toward the Boar King's head. Crack! The club broke in two on the spot. The Boar King was completely unharmed. Instead, its eyes went red, and it suddenly charged straight at Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn was so frightened he turned and ran, but how could he ever outrun that Boar King barreling wildly along? The next moment he was tossed flying with one heave, a bloody gash torn open from his backside all the way down his thigh, and he crashed down with barely half his life left. If that toss hadn't knocked him out of the Boar King's line of sight, and if the beast hadn't been reluctant to leave the greens in the field, he'd have been dead by now. Shao Kahn clutched his backside, his face white as paper, and finally, after great effort, crawled up onto the field ridge, on the verge of tears. That one blow had knocked the truth into him. Money mattered, but not more than one's life. When it was time to knuckle under, one had best knuckle under. It's just money, isn't it? Fine, I'll pay. Shao Kahn shouted at the top of his lungs. Watching his grimy, wretched state, I gave a laugh, and only then pulled out my long spear, leapt up onto the high field ridge, and swept my hand up. Fellow villagers, you all heard what the village head just said. Anyone willing to help gets paid. But let me lay the ugly words out first. However we fight this later, you all follow my arrangements. Once the boar are killed, good or bad, they're all mine. But I, Qin Shi, won't shortchange anyone. Whoever puts in the effort gets a share of meat. If anyone's unhappy, then don't get involved now. Those willing to take my command, come stand before me. Those laborers and village men exchanged a few glances, and more than half actually came over to my side. The few remaining, seeing which way the wind blew, hurried to crowd over too. The wages I offered weren't high, and I spoke harshly, but in the eyes of the villagers it was, any way you looked at it, more solid than the pie in the sky Shao Kahn painted. These past days, Gung Air, Black Dog, and Big Mountain had been felling trees for me. A single tree could be traded for a sack of grain and a chunk of meat, and their lives had been going better than words could say. All three households ate meat every day, their mouths glistening with grease, which had turned the whole village green with envy. Many had long wanted to imitate them, but every time they came to ask, I was away, and only Lin Roro would appear. Afraid there wasn't enough grain and meat at home, and saying the head of the household hadn't nodded, she didn't dare casually accept others' timber. This had driven the villagers into a frenzy, every one of them itching with the urge. So now everyone had decided that I was reliable in my dealings, that I didn't cheat people, and even threw in extra now and then. Who wouldn't want to work under me? Before, they'd had no way in. Now the opportunity was laid right before their eyes, so who wouldn't scramble to jump on it? In truth, my refusal to accept others' timber wasn't stinginess. It was that those people weren't honest. Right now, with Gung Air, Black Dog, and Big Mountain all here, I simply split the men into 3 groups and had the 3 of them take the lead. Listen up, all of you. Dealing with wild boar can't be a head-on brawl. Out in the open you can't outrun them, but in the woods there's a way to survive. You can climb trees. In a moment, you 3 groups will each lure 1 or 2 boar into the woods, pockets loaded with sharp stones. Split up and provoke them. Whoever the boar chases, that man climbs a tree and forces it to ram the trunk. The men nearby then hammer its head hard, taking turns, covering for one another, wear them down first. Once they've run out of strength, I'll step in and finish them off. Understood. Understood. Having given my instructions, I immediately scattered everyone from the field ridge and sent them to the riverside to gather cobblestones. Once their pockets were full, they split into groups and took up positions at the edge of the woods. Right after, I stepped up onto the field ridge, drew my bow and nocked an arrow, and set my sights straight on the sturdiest one in the herd, the Boar King. At a distance of 10 or 20 meters, for a bow fitted with an iron arrowhead, it was more than enough to pierce bone with a single shot. Thwack! The bowstring cracked. The iron arrow tore through the air and struck the Boar King square between the brows. The watching crowd in the distance erupted in cheers at once. The Boar King shrieked madly in pain and charged straight at me, arrow and all, its 2 tusks long and white, ferocious enough to terrify. But its skull had already been pierced through by that single arrow. After charging only a few meters, it collapsed with a thud, its body slamming into the field ridge as it fell, blood spraying from its mouth, dead on the spot. At that very moment, the other boar were pelted by an overwhelming barrage of stones. The whole herd went instantly berserk, exploding apart at once and charging fiercely at the 3 separate groups of men. Having just slaughtered the Boar King, my whole body was flushed with battle lust, and my touch came surging up. I immediately drew the bow, and under the villagers' cover, took down one boar per arrow. In no time at all, I'd finished off every last one of the remaining boar. The crowd promptly burst into cheers. The villagers dragged the boar together and were crowding around me singing my praises, when suddenly a hand furtively landed on my shoulder. Dagon, you and I are brothers who share the blessings and share the hardships. These boar today, you've got to give me half of them, no matter what, don't you? The one who'd come was none other than Chow Tai, a shameless grin plastered on his face. Relying on his brother being the village head, this man normally threw his weight around the village, idling about and doing every kind of low, rotten thing. In terms of scoundrelry, even Chow Kong couldn't match him. After all, a man who'd dare lay hands on his own sister-in-law had no shame left to speak of. So his saying something like this didn't surprise me in the least. Take your hand off. You and I aren't that close. I furrowed my brow, my gaze turning cold in an instant. Earlier when we were fighting the boar, Chow Tai had hidden farther away than anyone. Now that the danger was gone, he came running out to grab the credit and opened his mouth demanding half. His hide was thicker than the city wall. Chow Tai's face darkened, and he suddenly seized my arm, threatening through gritted teeth. Dagon, don't you forget, I've got your handle in my grip. Don't force me to turn on you, or none of us will have a good time. You're threatening me? I turned my head and looked at him, my gaze sharp as a blade, my killing intent bursting out all at once, so that Chow Tai's hand loosened in fright. A handle on me? Simply laughable. The one who slept with Madame Chow was you. What the hell has that got to do with me? If this fool really dared to expose the matter, the first to die would be himself. Seeing my cold sneer, Chow Tai grew uneasy inside, but still refused to knuckle under with his mouth. Dagon, quit trying to scare me. I know you're a fine hunter, but I'm a man, not a beast. You dare touch me, give it a try? The words had barely left his mouth when he steeled himself, raised his hand, and swung at my face. I lifted my left hand, instantly clamped down on his wrist, and gave it a light twist. With a crack, the bone snapped on the spot. Chow Tai had just dropped to his knees screaming when my right hand had already chopped down hard, with a smack, dislocating his shoulder outright. Ark! Chow Tai let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, frightening everyone present into a change of expression. Even his own brother Chow Kong was left frozen where he stood, taking a long while to react. Before all those watching eyes, I walked expressionlessly to the pile of boar, yanked out my long spear, and hurled it up into the air with a sweep of my arm. The spear spun rapidly in midair. The next second, I abruptly flipped my body and delivered a whip kick that slammed hard against the spear's butt. In that instant, the long spear tore through the air, whistling like a dragon. The sharp spear tip flashed cold, and with a thunk, it drove hard into the ground between Chow Tai's legs. A little more off, and that thing of his would have been gone. Chow Tai was frightened out of his wits on the spot. With a freakish cry, his body pitched backward, and he rolled straight down off the field ridge. Before me, you're not even worth a dog. I stepped forward and cast a cold glance down at him. Chow Tai lay sprawled on the ground, trembling like a sifting sieve, all but scared out of his soul. I pulled out the long spear, turned, and went back to dividing up the boar meat. This time, in leading men to hunt the boar, what I wanted was to establish my authority and to make the villagers truly trust me. If I actually killed Chow Tai, trouble would come knocking at once. By then my prestige wouldn't be established. Instead, I'd first shoulder a reputation for savagery, a loss outweighing any gain. So frightening him to this degree was already enough. Old Sheen, you've really vented Xiaohe Village's grievance this time. That's right, Brother Dagon. That move of yours just now was so fierce. Brother Sheen, that kick you did was divine. When are you going to teach me? Seeing Chow Tai dealt with like a dead dog, the villagers all crowded around at once, their praise unending. I didn't put on airs either, laughing and going along with it, and took the chance to start dividing the meat. Gung Air, Black Dog, Big Mountain, you three took the lead and earned merit. Each of you gets 2 pig legs, plus 5 caddies of pork. Everyone else, 5 caddies of pork per person, 2 caddies of offal. Line up properly, and come collect one at a time. There were 7 wild boar in the field altogether. That boar king alone had at least 400 or 500 caddies of meat. Add in all that offal, and even bringing it all home, I couldn't process it in time. Better to just divide it out. At this point, I didn't feel the least bit of reluctance, because I knew clearly in my heart, right now was the best time to buy people's loyalty. What? 5 caddies of pork each, plus 2 caddies of offal. The village men, hearing this, all erupted, so excited their eyes went red. Never mind the offal. 5 caddies of pork alone was already staggering. In good years past, a family would only cut half a caddy of meat for the new year, just to taste a little something rich. And this was a famine year. 5 caddies of pork handed out in one go. Who would dare even dream of it? Even village head Chow's household probably wouldn't bear to eat like this. Actually, the 20-odd people present would only divide up around 100-some caddies of meat altogether. A single boar was about enough. More crucially, I divided the meat evenly and fairly, mixing fat and lean, and even let everyone pick the offal they liked to eat. Divided this way, everyone was satisfied, and no one so much as found fault. As for Gung Er and the other 2, they'd each gotten 2 extra fat pig legs, bound with hemp rope and slung over their necks, making people's mouths water at the sight. But watching, none of the villagers grew envious. After all, those 3 had followed me from early on. That's the reward for being first to join. Still, everyone's hearts had come alive too. Following me now wasn't too late either. Maybe in the future, benefits like this would come around to them as well. After the meat was divided, most of the villagers went home overjoyed. But I kept Gung Er and the other 2 behind. With this many boar, I couldn't process them all on my own. I planned to have these 3 honest men help slaughter the pigs together, and once we were done, treat them to a hearty pig slaughtering feast. After settling the 3 of them to keep watch on the spot, I first took Lin Ruro home, planning to drive the ox cart back to haul the boar. Those several boar could surely sell for dozens or even over 100 taels of silver. The more I thought about it, the happier I got, and my steps grew a little lighter. But just as I reached the little slope at the western end of the village, from a distance I saw that the leaf tucked beneath my own courtyard gate had fallen off, and my heart sank abruptly. Something had happened. I'd been guarding against this move all along. Lately I'd been far too conspicuous in Xiao village, with no small amount of silver, grain, and meat at home, so it was inevitable someone would harbor evil intent. Especially after the affair with Hitsitsue, I'd grown all the more careful in every regard. Whenever no one was home, before going out I would pinch a leaf into the courtyard gate and the house door. If a leaf fell, it meant someone had been inside. Rower, wait here. My hunting bow and long spear had both been left in the field. All I had on me now was a small hatchet. I gripped it tight, first had Lin Ruro hide behind a tree, and quietly crept over myself. The courtyard gate had barely been pushed gently open when a dazzling flash of blade came chopping down overhead in an instant. I raised the hatchet to block, then with a backhand pinned the man's elbow and kicked toward the hollow of his knee. The man cried out in pain and was sent flying outright. But before I could catch my breath, another blade came slashing viciously from the side. With no time to turn back, I could only dash forward with a hard dodge, charging straight into the courtyard. The next second, behind me came a bang. The courtyard gate was slammed shut. A thug wielding a chopper blocked the doorway, his face full of menace, staring me down. 4 burly men also came charging out of the house at once. The one leading them was none other than One-Eyed Dragon. He was the fiercest thug at the county's gambling den. In his early years, he'd been a mountain bandit, and his one eye had gone blind back then. This man was cruel and ruthless, most fond of dirty tricks, and was also the gambling boss's most trusted confidant. Well now, Qin, you've been doing pretty well for yourself lately. Even bought an ox cart. What? Struck it rich, and forgotten your few good brothers. One-Eyed Dragon gave a sinister laugh and waved his hand, and the men immediately surrounded me in the middle. And where's that little wife of yours? Really is a pretty, tender thing. The Spring Blossom House is sure exactly such a top girl. You promised before that if you couldn't pay off your debt, you'd hand her over to settle it. Forgetting your money debt is fine, but this matter you can't forget. What scheme One-Eyed Dragon was running, I knew perfectly well. This bunch hadn't just come to collect a debt. They'd come for both the woman and the money. Once they'd robbed the place clean, they'd most likely set a fire too, burning this place down to nothing. And the way One-Eyed Dragon looked now, so certain of victory, he clearly thought that with the men he'd brought, he'd sealed off my every escape. But he had no idea at all. It wasn't they who'd surrounded me. It was I who'd surrounded all 6 of them. Having entered this courtyard, not one of them was going to make it out alive. One-Eyed Dragon was still gloating, but I had already swept my eyes rapidly across the surroundings. In a mere 3 seconds, the most vicious line of attack had taken shape in my mind. The next second, I abruptly rushed out, and in the blink of an eye had cut my way to right in front of One-Eyed Dragon. One-Eyed Dragon never imagined that this Qin, normally a gambling wretch, could suddenly turn so ferocious. Seeing the hatchet chopped down, he instinctively raised his arm to block. Swish! A flash of cold light. One-eyed dragon's right hand was severed clean off on the spot, blood spraying out at once. He staggered back screaming, and with a flip of my wrist, the hatchet flicked upward on the follow-through. Crack! That one blow shattered his jaw outright. The nearest thug beside him had just frozen, his fist only half raised, when I split his throat open with one swing of the hatchet. The remaining two, seizing that sliver of an opening, hurriedly drew the crude blades from their backs. I rushed in close, first hacking off the left one's forearm, blood spattering all over me. Just then the one on the right swung his blade down at me. I rolled forward, charging into the house, reached up and grabbed the house door to shield myself, then vaulted straight out through the window. The small hatchet in my hand was swift and vicious, and in a few strokes I'd cut down everyone left. Crack! Squelch! Thud! The screams soon stopped. In no more than a few seconds, the courtyard fell utterly silent. I straightened up and wiped the hatchet clean on a corpse. Looking closely, the blade's edge had already curled a bit. No wonder it hadn't felt right in my grip earlier. The ironware of this era was still just too poor. I opened the courtyard gate again and beckoned to Lin Roro hiding behind the tree. Several men, all dead in a single exchange. Lin Roro had already seen me kill Huang San and seen me poison He Tsuitsue to death. But those, after all, had only been a hooligan and a village woman, utterly different from these thugs raised by the gambling den. This skill, this ruthless edge, was this really still the same husband who got dead drunk and couldn't even find his own front door in the middle of the night? She gave her little head a slight shake. So much had happened lately that she'd never had the chance to think it over carefully. From killing people to hunting, she'd only felt as though her husband had suddenly become enlightened. It wasn't until this very moment that she truly understood just how terrifying this husband of hers was. Husband, could it be that you're actually a retired assassin from the martial world? Were you raised from childhood by an assassin organization and later grew weary of all the killing? So you hid away in this little mountain village and lived incognito. This girl had clearly read no small number of those wild, fanciful storybooks. I wiped the blood off my face and deliberately put on an air of profound mystery, draping the used cloth over her head. Don't ask. Lin Roro lifted the cloth, smelled that pungent, bloody stench, and with round, wide eyes, stared at my back. Ever since she'd married in, she'd only known that her husband's parents had died early, and that he'd normally either be drinking or off at the gambling den. Who could have guessed that on the surface he was a puddle of mud, yet at his core he was this ruthless, this capable in a fight? Wasn't this exactly the kind of cold-faced assassin from the storybooks, who'd seen through worldly vanities and retired to a mountain village? She became convinced it had to be that her husband, seeing how pitiful she was, couldn't bear to keep up the act any longer, and so had revealed his true skills. Otherwise, she truly couldn't fathom how her honest, wooden husband could change into a different person overnight. How was I to know so many thoughts had already spun through her head? Having dealt with the several corpses, I dumped them out behind the courtyard, tidied up the yard a bit, and only then drove the ox cart out the gate. When Gung Er and the others came over, they saw the bloodstains in the courtyard and didn't think much of it. Lately I'd been either slaughtering pigs or butchering deer. How could the courtyard possibly be clean? The four of us worked until nearly midnight before we'd completely finished processing the several boar. As they left, I packed each of them a small flask of deer blood wine and had wanted to divide up some coarse grain as well, but the three of them absolutely refused to take it. While slaughtering the pigs, I asked, as if in passing, whether there were any young men in the village who were bold, tight-lipped, and solid in their dealings. The three of them assumed I wanted to find people to help fell trees, and immediately named a few. I said nothing aloud, but committed all these names to memory. Once all the pork was loaded onto the ox cart, I went back into the house and fished out a strange contraption. The thing was like a bow, yet not like a bow, longer than one of Lin Roro's arms, and fitted with an odd handle she'd never seen before. I'd made it offhand after buying the ox cart, and she'd originally thought it was something to be mounted on the cart, so she hadn't asked further. But now that it was the middle of the night, and I'd still taken it out to fiddle with, she finally couldn't hold back. Husband, what is this? I went back into the house and took out the deer sinew string I'd twisted and dried long ago, deftly fitted it on, and carefully calibrated it against the lamplight. This is called a crossbow. It's fiercer than a bow. What I'd made was a foot stirrup crossbow, standing nearly hip-high when upright, built from solid materials, with a truly frightening draw force. Loose a bolt from it, and it wouldn't be strange for one shot to punch through 3 men. On these recent trips into the county town, I'd deliberately paid attention, and no one used crossbows at all, which meant this thing most likely hadn't yet appeared in the Great Show. If the army could be equipped with such a killing weapon, dealing with the barbarians would surely be far easier. But I hadn't made the crossbow to present it to the court. I'd made it to kill tigers, kill bears, kill those fierce beasts that could take a life the instant they pounced. And if truly pressed, it would do just as well for killing men. Not only that, so that Lin Roro would have some means to save her own life too. I'd made a separate small hand crossbow, though I'd never found the time to teach her how to use it. I went back to the room and grabbed the quiver, then turned and headed straight out. Before leaving, I only tossed out one line. I've got to go out for a while tonight. Get to sleep early. Lin Roro was already afraid being home alone, and hearing that I meant to go out in the dead of night, she panicked at once. Husband, it's so late. Where are you going? She bit her lip, her voice trembling. Is it that Rower hasn't served you well somewhere? If it's that you fancy those girls at the Spring Blossom house. Rower could learn too. She clung tightly to my arm, pressing her whole self into my embrace, her gaze so soft and pitiful it nearly made me lose my composure. Where's your mind wandering off to? I set the crossbow on the ox cart and turned back, saying in a low voice, Tonight the wind is high and the night is dark. Perfect for taking action. If the gambling den's people aren't wiped out, they'll surely come knocking again in the future. Don't be afraid. Before dawn, I'll definitely be back. Oh, Lin Roro bit her lip, and only then reluctantly let go, seeing me onto the cart. Watching me crack the whip and depart, my figure soon vanishing into the night, that retreating silhouette cold and proud, radiating a ruthless edge. Lin Roro's eyes actually lit up. This aura, this bearing, and he still says he's not an assassin? Her husband was just too dashing. But her joy didn't last long before her heart suddenly clenched up again. The gambling den was busiest at night, with a whole pack of thugs kept there. One-eyed dragon, who'd come by day, had been merely one of them. Her husband going alone, with a single crossbow, to kill his way into the gambling den. Wasn't that throwing his life away? This was bad. All her fault for being foolish just now. How could she have let her husband run such a risk? The more Lin Roro thought about it, the more she regretted it. She hurried out beyond the courtyard to look down the slope, but the night road was empty and desolate. The ox cart and the man had long since disappeared. An hour later, outside the Yunfa gambling house in Onkong County, on the rooftop of a civilian house, I lay prone in the darkness, my quiver at hand, coldly watching the goings-on inside the gambling den. In the span of just one stick of incense, the gambling den had taken in 200 or 300 taels of silver. If this haul came off, the money would certainly be no small sum. But inside and out, the gambling den was guarded by a full 20-odd thugs, defenses drawn up tight. That old scoundrel Ba Zhang really was both rich and afraid of death. Tonight's outing was both for self-preservation and to plunder this bunch of black-hearted goods along the way. It was only because Boss Zhang had yet to show his face that I'd held off from acting. After waiting another half a stick of incense, that familiar fat figure finally arrived. The gambling den's other thug boss, Old Yen, immediately sidled up and murmured a few words into Boss Zhang's ear. Useless. You can't even handle that gambling wretch Qin Chi. What the hell am I keeping you lot around for? Boss Zhang flew into a rage at once, cursing furiously on the spot. But he had no idea at all that, in the darkness, I had already raised the powerful crossbow and taken dead aim at his neck. Twang! The crossbow string cracked, and the bolt shot out with explosive force. A streak of cold light tore through the night, and with a thunk, it pierced clean through Boss Zhang's throat. Boss Zhang clutched his madly spurting neck and stumbled backward, his eyeballs bulging as if about to split open. In the last glimpse before death, all he saw was a ghostly figure flashing past on the rooftop across the way. Hidden bolts. Old Yin was a trained fighter too, and saw at a glance that Boss Zhang was done for. He immediately dove under a gambling table and roared out. But the very next instant came a muffled thock. A crossbow bolt punched straight through the tabletop and drove hard into his shoulder. Ack! SSS. Damn it. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? Old Yin never dreamed these hidden bolts could be this vicious, sinking an inch deep into his shoulder even through the table plank. That one hit utterly scattered the courage in his heart. He hurriedly pulled out the dagger from his person, cut off the bolt shaft, rolled to the side, and made to flee out the window. Boss Zhang was already dead. What was he risking his life for? But he'd no sooner tumbled into the side courtyard than the roof tiles overhead suddenly rustled, The hairs on his back stood straight up, and he froze on the spot. It was the kind of terror one feels only when brushing against death. An overwhelming will to survive forced him to whip his head around and slash his blade upward. But under the moonlight, a dazzling flash of blade was faster than he was. With a single stroke, his arm went flying. The next second, a chill at his neck, and hot blood came gushing out. Old Yin knew he was finished. In the last glimpse before he collapsed, he finally saw clearly that masked man. The figure turned about with unhurried grace, 3 crude blades slung across his back. Those were gambling den thugs' blades. So it really was the gambling den's own people. By this point, the gambling den was already in an uproar, gamblers screaming as they fled outside. And there were a few reckless ones who, incredibly, still had their minds on the silver on the tables, wanting to grab a fistful amid the chaos, only to be yanked back hard by the thugs. The scene had dissolved into utter pandemonium. No one noticed that yet another person had vaulted in through the window. Whoosh! My face frosty as ice, twin blades in hand. I passed through the crowd like a ghostly shadow. Every thug who brushed past me dropped to the ground almost instantly. My movements were swift and ruthless, clean and decisive, seemingly light and airy, yet in truth every stroke was lethal. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 thugs had fallen. Black Wolf, the third thug boss, who was dragging Boss Zhang's corpse toward the rear courtyard, finally sensed something was wrong and bellowed in his hoarse voice. "That masked man, seize him for me." The remaining thugs reacted at once, all scanning the crowd for the target. But I lunged forward in a single stride, grabbed a scrawny gambler sprawled across a gambling table, still desperately scooping up money, and shoved him straight in front of me as a shield. Black Wolf gave a cold laugh, flung the already dead Boss Zhang backward, and at the same time slipped on an iron knuckle duster, roaring sternly. "All of you, at him together. Take him alive. 10 taels of silver reward." I said coldly. Who said I'm using him as a hostage? By now the ordinary folk in the gambling hall had all but fled. Those who remained were all die-hard, old gambling wretches who couldn't bear to leave their money, their eyes bloodshot with the fever. Dying would be no injustice to them. Seeing the thugs on my flank lunge in, I abruptly shoved that gambler forward, then flipped over the gambling table on the other side, and like an arrow loosed from the string, charged straight at Black Wolf to kill. The only ones who could still threaten me now were the gambling hall's 3 great thugs, One-Eyed Dragon, Old Yin, and Black Wolf. The first 2 were already dead. As long as I killed Black Wolf too, the rest weren't worth mentioning. Seeing me come at him with blade drawn, swift and savage, Black Wolf's heart clenched tight at once. Without a second thought, he yanked 2 of his underlings in front of himself as shields, seized the chance to circle around, and threw a punch at me. I hacked down the thugs blocking my path with 2 strokes. Seeing Black Wolf's fist come thundering in from the side, I threw myself abruptly backward, narrowly dodging it. Then, with a follow-up kick, I aimed straight for Black Wolf's groin. Black Wolf shrank back in a fluster. But in that very instant, I'd already closed in on him. Squelch! The blade drove straight into Black Wolf's chest. Guh-ack! Black Wolf's eyes went wide, unable to believe it at all. Too fast. He'd just raised his right hand, still meaning to counterattack, when several more muffled bursts exploded across his chest. Squelch, squelch, squelch. I stabbed 7 or 8 times in a row, every stroke sinking into flesh, running him through until his chest was cold clean through. The searing pain surged up like a tide, instantly draining every ounce of strength from Black Wolf's body. He went limp and pitched forward, half his head knocking against my shoulder. Who the hell are you? Someone you people can't afford to cross." With a jerk of my shoulder, I flung him to the ground, then whirled abruptly around and coldly fixed my gaze on the remaining pack of thugs. Oh, I don't know who screamed first. The next moment, all the thugs shuddered along with him, a chill shooting up from the soles of their feet straight to the crowns of their heads. After several muffled thwacks, the firelight inside the gambling den flickered out bit by bit. Before long, the whole den had gone completely dark. Suddenly, on the silent street, a small flunky who'd been playing dead abruptly slammed the gambling hall's doors open and ran for his life toward the direction of the county yamen. Right there in that gaping doorway, out of a mass of deep, sunken shadow, I stepped slowly forth, raised the great crossbow in my hands, and took steady aim. Flump! The bolt tore through the air. 30-some meters away, that fleeing flunky gave a wretched scream. A bolt lodged in his back and pitched to the ground on the spot, rolling twice before going still. Not long after, a great fire swallowed the entire gambling den whole. The flames leapt to the heavens, dyeing half the sky above Oncon County red. Early the next morning, in the small grove outside the city, an ox cart lazily creaked into motion, and once inside the city walls followed the main road straight toward the morning market. Before the gambling hall's doors, a dozen or so yamen runners already stood, busy tallying and hauling out the charred corpses within. The one guarding the entrance, keeping the gawking commoners at bay, was none other than Lin Feng. Seeing me swagger openly past this place, Lin Feng lifted his hand, which counted as a greeting to this brother-in-law of his. I nodded back with a smile, raised my hand to point at the ox cart packed full of pork, then pointed toward the market. Lin Feng immediately stuck up his thumb at me. The matter of his sister and brother-in-law returning to her family home a few days back, he'd heard about it long ago. Especially the way his own father, always so proud and lofty, had suddenly done a complete about-face in his attitude toward this brother-in-law, and even second brother Lin Hao was full of praise. Now, seeing this cartload of wild boar meat, Lin Feng felt all the more grateful and impressed in his heart. If he hadn't still been on duty, he'd have stepped up to greet me and offer proper thanks long ago. That boar meat. I first sold off a portion cheaply at the morning market, then made the rounds of the county's taverns and several wealthy households, spending the better half of a day at it before finally unloading it all. Over 1,000 caddies of boar meat, plus the bones, pig's blood, and offal, sold for 97 taels and 4 mace of silver altogether. On the way back, I picked up some grain and flour and sundry goods along the way, stuffing the ox cart full to bursting, and only then hurried back toward the village. No one knew that strapped beneath the ox cart was a bundle the size of a watermelon, containing copper coins, broken silver, small gold ingots, and even a stack of banknotes. The road back to the village always seemed especially short. In no time, the house came into view. From far off, I saw a frail figure standing in the courtyard. Lin Roro was staring blankly down the slope, utterly still, keeping watch there like a stone. Not until that ox cart finally appeared at the end of the road did her body suddenly tremble, as if she'd come alive all at once, and she opened her mouth and burst into sobs. The next moment, she toppled straight to the ground. My face changed in alarm, and I leapt off the cart and rushed over. Only then did I realize that the silly girl had actually waited in the courtyard the entire night. She'd been on tenterhooks the whole time, and only when she saw me return safely did that held breath finally release, and she'd fainted dead away on the spot. I hurried to carry her back inside, then hauled the goods off the cart. By the time I returned to the bedside, Lin Roro was slowly coming to. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw me sitting at the bedside, my face all smiles, a fistful of paper clutched in my hand. "Rower, take a look. What's this?" Lin Roro's face was frighteningly pale. Without even a glance, she raised her hand and knocked the banknotes from my grasp. The next second, she flung herself sobbing into my arms. "Boo-hoo-hoo, Rower only wants her husband. Rower doesn't want banknotes. Having no money is fine too. As long as husband is here, no matter how bitter or hard it gets, Rower can endure it. Husband is Rower's heaven. Husband is Rower's very life. You nearly scared Rower to death. From now on you're never allowed to leave Rower alone again. Not allowed. Absolutely not allowed." Boo-hoo-hoo. I was stunned for a moment, and looked down at the banknotes drifting to the floor, the corners of my mouth slowly curving up. I really hadn't expected this girl to hold herself so lightly and me so dear. Heaven this. My life, that. Hearing it softened my heart. When I spoke again, my voice had gentled a few degrees. "Didn't I come back safe and sound?" "Oh, right, Rower. Is the pawn ticket for our land deed still around?" "It's here. Rower's kept it well all along." "Husband, why do you ask about that? Could it be you mean to redeem the land back?" Lin Roro, her eyes rimmed red, lifted her head, still sniffling. Back then, in order to go to the gambling den, my predecessor had not only pawned Lin Roro's dowry but pledged away the family's farmland too. If Lin Roro hadn't blocked him with all her might, even this very homestead they now lived on couldn't have been kept. As for the pawn tickets for her dowry, my predecessor had long since torn them to shreds right in the street. Back then, he'd never once thought of turning back, let alone redeeming anything. Lin Roro had begged many times, insisting on getting the land deed pawn ticket back. Perhaps my predecessor was still fixated on winning back his losses, which was why he hadn't destroyed this along with the rest. That, at least, was one of the few things he'd done right. Lin Roro dragged her heavy body to the rear courtyard, dug a clay jar out of the earth, and fished out several wrinkled, grimy sheets of paper. I took them and unfolded them for a look. 3 moo and 3 fun of thin farmland. Pawned for 3 taels, 3 mace altogether. Hengxiang Pawn Shop. A pawn ticket, sure enough. A shop that could run this kind of business was most likely no gentle soul either. I put the pawn ticket away, my tone light. In a few days I'll redeem the land. From now on our family can live good days too. Never mind these few moo. The whole of Xiaohe village will be mine sooner or later. Lin Ruoro froze on the spot. The whole of Xiaohe village? Husband, you're not muddled from the fever, are you? That would cost how much silver? She stared at me wide-eyed, her face full of shock, feeling that either I'd gone mad or she'd misheard. I only smiled and said no more, first coaxing her off to sleep. Once she'd gone, I returned to the courtyard and counted through all the money in hand. Banknotes, 860 taels. Broken silver, over 527 taels. And 5 or 6,000 copper coins besides. This money was already enough for me to make a big move. The first step, firing a kiln to make bricks. I lifted my head and looked toward the largest empty plot in the village, my gaze sinking. That place would soon become my very first enterprise. Having put things in order and washed up briefly, I too climbed into bed and slept. This time I slept straight through to the afternoon. When I woke again, Lin Roro was already busy cooking in the courtyard. Seeing me rise, she hurried over with a bowl of warm meat congee, then brought hot water and carefully waited on me as I washed up. But as she busied about, she was plainly weighed down with something on her mind. Husband, Rower thought it over all last night. Things really can't go on like this. Rower wants to beg one more thing of you. I took the hot cloth and wiped my face. Speak. Lin Roro bit her lip, as if having made up her mind about something momentous. Rower wants to take a concubine for husband. My hand paused, and I nearly thought I'd misheard. Take a concubine? Lin Roro lowered her head, her voice trembling. We've consummated the marriage so many times now, yet Rower's belly has never stirred. It's Rower who is useless. If I still can't conceive a child within a year, husband will be dragged off to conscription. Husband is the heaven of this household. If you were gone, Rower simply couldn't go on living. Since it's Rower who can't measure up, then I beg husband to marry another, to bear a child as soon as possible, to preserve the family line and to preserve yourself. The more she said, the more flustered she grew, her eyes rimming red. This wasn't magnanimity. It was fear. She was a person the military draft had frightened to her core, and she'd witnessed with her own eyes the wretched state her brother Lin Hao was in when he came back from the battlefield. That look of being worse off than dead had long since become a nightmare in her heart. And over these days spent together, she'd already come to regard me as the one she leaned on. She was convinced this man could accomplish great things. And precisely for that reason, all the more she couldn't stand by and watch me get dragged onto the battlefield and destroyed alive. Seeing my expression turn wrong, Rower immediately knelt down. Husband, don't be angry. Rower actually has a candidate in mind already. She's a close friend from my girlhood boudoir, beautiful, gifted, and better able to hold up a household than I. Only she is worthy of being husband's virtuous helpmeet. As long as husband nods his consent, Rower is willing to yield the position of principal wife. Even to be a concubine, even a servant, Rower would gladly wait upon husband. It's all for husband to decide. I laughed at that and reached out to help her up. Silly Rower, that close friend of yours has probably long since married and borne children. I understand your intentions. As for whom to take as concubine, I'll see to it myself. But Rower wouldn't let go of it. She won't have. Her spirit is set very high. Ordinary men simply can't hold her down. Except for a man like husband, she'd look down on anyone. I'll write a letter right now and ask after how she's doing. Seeing how stubborn she was, I couldn't be bothered to stop her and let her go fetch brush and ink while I stretched myself and walked out into the courtyard. The moment I stepped out the door, I saw 4 young men standing in the yard. The several of them had clearly waited a long while, and the instant I emerged, they immediately stood up straight in nervousness, not knowing where to put their hands. What are you here for? I looked at them, feeling they were somewhat familiar. They were exactly a few of the men who'd hunted the boar together yesterday. One of them steeled himself and spoke up. Brother Chin, we want to learn hunting from you. Me too. Me too. My pa said a man needs a skill to lean on, or else he won't survive down the road. As the 4 of them spoke, they brought out the things hidden behind their backs. There were wild greens, grain, a few copper coins, and even the boar meat they'd been given yesterday. It was clear their families hadn't been willing to eat a single bite of these things, saving them all as gifts of respect. I nodded and called Lin Roro over, having her accept them first. The matter of accepting gifts couldn't be handled carelessly. Once the rules broke down, trouble came easily down the line. Give me your names, all of you. Wang Hu, Li Si, Wang Er the pockmarked, Zhou Nong. The three of them, Wang Hu, Li Si, Zhou Nong. I'd heard Gung Er, Black Dog, and Big Mountain mention them, all willing to endure hardship and honest in temperament. But that Wang Er the pockmarked looked off at a glance. He had a sharp, monkeyish face, a flat nose and sunken eyes, and when others spoke, those thieving eyes of his kept darting about. He only knew to chime in along, never offering a single genuine word himself. And looking at the gift sack he'd brought, a few wild greens laid over the top with nothing but weeds underneath, it was plainly an attempt to fob me off. This sort of person was no good goods. I had my measure of him inwardly, but didn't expose it on my face. This craft of hunting isn't something you can learn in a day or two, and I've got no time to teach you hand over hand. But I've got a few light bows here, and a few sets of simple traps, enough for taking pheasants and rabbits. Forget about the master-disciple business. I don't bother with such empty formalities. You can use the gear, but not for free. From here on, of whatever game you catch, you give me 3 parts and 10 as rent. If you can really hold out till spring comes, then these bows I'll take not a single coin for, and hand them over to you outright. Have you got the nerve to take that deal? Hearing this, the 4 of them lit up. Really? That's wonderful. Many thanks, Brother Chin. After finishing the hunting bow last time, I'd made a few bow blanks in my spare moments, originally set aside to train my own people later. Now, just by binding on hemp rope for a string, they could be taken hunting straight away. Bows weren't anything rare, giving them out did no harm. But the crossbow in my hands was another matter. That thing required no bitter training to deal out heavy killing power in one shot. It was my trump card kept at the bottom of the chest for now, and could never be handed over lightly. I had the several of them weight, fitted the strings with my own hands, tossed the worst one to Wang Er the pockmarked, and handed each of them a few arrows that had no heads, merely whittled to a point, before sending them off. I'd even deliberately instructed them to practice their hand today and only go up the mountain tomorrow. Who'd have thought Wang Er the pockmarked would get contrary the moment he stepped out the gate, egging them on the whole way, and turned right around to lead the other 3 straight into the deep mountains. Inside the house, Lin Roro was taking the things out of the 3 sacks one by one, carefully separating and sorting them. Suddenly, a round object the size of a fist rolled out of a sack, its skin brown and marked with a pattern, its shape most strange, she'd never seen the like. Recalling the affair with the poisonous mushrooms last time, Lin Roro was instantly thrown into a panic and hurried out. Husband, come look, what's this? It won't be poisonous, will it? This is a bitter yam? No, it's taro. Hearing that, I set down what I was doing at once, took it, and gave it a close look, and my eyes lit right up. Now this was a good thing. Taro was filling, staved off hunger, and yielded well besides, far better than millet, foxtail millet, or wheat. Just cultivating a few mu would be enough to keep the whole village fed. The one Lin Roro had brought was too big-headed. It should be a mother taro, edible, but not suited for keeping as seed. I hurriedly urged her, Rower, quick, look again, see if there are any smaller ones. Seeing me so pleased, Lin Roro didn't dare dawdle either, and hurried back to rummage through the sack. In a moment, she really did dig out several little taros a bit larger than quail eggs. Quick, put these small ones away in the clay jar. When spring comes next year, we'll plant them in our back courtyard. As for this big one, we'll steam it and eat it tonight. Once it's steamed, mash it up, sprinkle on a little salt. I guarantee it'll be tastier than anything you've eaten before. Really, Lin Roro stared at that ugly little thing, unable for the life of her to imagine how it could be that delicious. Really, as I said it, a mischievous grin suddenly spread across my face. Though, still not as tasty as you. I'd just set the taro down when I reached out with a tug and pulled Lin Roro straight into my arms. Seeing that look on my face, how could she not know what I was thinking? Her cheeks flushed at once, and she gave me a light, coquettish thump. Husband, you're truly wicked. Broad daylight. And how can you say such shameless things? You're my wife? What's wrong with me saying a few such things? I gave a laugh and swept her up by the waist, turning and carrying her into the house. This morning, out of tenderness for her keeping vigil all night, I'd let her rest well. Now that she'd slept her fill, how could I hold back any longer? The rest, once again, we'll set aside and not speak of. The sun was nearly setting. Lin Roro emerged from the house with flushed cheeks, head bowed as she tidied her disheveled hair, her fingertips still trembling, and slowly went to prepare the food. Following the method I'd taught her, she peeled the skin and cut it into chunks, steamed it, and pounded it soft with a wooden pestle, sprinkled on a little salt, stirred in a bit of lard, and finally dished out 2 small bowls. Smiling, I handed her the spoon. Lin Ruro carefully scooped up a spoonful, and as if terribly afraid, closed her eyes and put it into her mouth. The instant it touched her tongue, soft, sticky, and dense, the lard melted, and her whole mouth filled with fragrance. After the salty savor came a faint sweet aftertaste. She froze on the spot. She'd never eaten anything so delicious, and was shocked speechless for a good while. Seeing how she liked it, I simply poured all of my own bowl into hers too, and turned to serve myself some plain rice congee. Lin Ruro hurriedly declined, but I wouldn't allow it at all, and insisted on leaving all of it for her. This one meal left her eyes rimmed red. In times like these, a single hot, hearty meal was enough for a person to remember a lifetime. Once the 2 of us had finished the meat and the rice congee, I rose and stretched, meaning to make a round through the village and take the chance to buy up the villagers' farmland pawn tickets cheaply, building myself up a bit of a foundation first. But no sooner had I stepped out the door than I saw several people propping each other up, stumbling and lurching this way. Looking closely, they were exactly Wang Hu, Li Si, and the others I'd seen during the day. "Brother Qin, something's happened. Quick, save us. Someone's going to die." The several of them, as if seeing a savior, dragged the blood-soaked man in their midst and came scrambling up the slope. How'd it come to this? My face darkened, my voice going cold too. I swept my eyes over them. All 4 were battered and bloodied. The one in the middle was the worst off. His face clawed to a bloody pulp, his belly torn open in a great gash, plainly with but a single breath left. No need to ask, they'd gone into the mountains and provoked something fierce. Those bows were poor to begin with, and they had no experience. Good enough for a pheasant or hare, but run up against a savage beast, and it was throwing your life away. A bear. We ran into a black bear. That beast was frighteningly huge. When it stood up, it was tall as a house. Our arrows shot at it, and did nothing at all. The men blurted it out over one another in their terror, weeping with runny noses and streaming tears. But weeping was no use. That bear's hide was thick and its flesh tough, and the arrows I'd given them didn't even have heads. Shooting them at it was like scratching an itch. I told you long ago, don't rush into the mountains. Just who was it that took the lead? Wang Er the Pockmarked. Hearing that name, my temper flared up all at once. I lowered my head for a close look, and only then discovered that the man on the ground about to breathe his last was actually none other than Wang Er the Pockmarked. Just now, with the sky dark and the men unfamiliar, I hadn't recognized him for the moment. Now that I saw clearly, I felt oddly relieved instead. Enough. This one can't be saved. Carry him back and bury him. You 3 aren't badly hurt, all flesh wounds. I'll give you some silver. Go to the neighboring Day village, find a country doctor, and get some medicinal herbs to apply. Ever dare to be this rash again, and you won't keep your lives. I pulled out half a tael of silver and tossed it over. The 3 young fellows had never seen so much money. Having brought this trouble on themselves, and now with me not only not calling them to account, but even handing over silver to save their lives, they were moved beyond measure at once, swearing again and again to repay me in the future. As for Wang Er the Pockmarked, he was much like my predecessor, an idle, loafing bachelor with no one much to mourn him even in death. But Brother Qin, what do we do about that black bear? We ran into it the moment we entered the woods. It's too close to the village. If it comes out foraging again before winter, the village will be in danger. Wang Hu grew more anxious as he spoke. My brows knit together too. I'd clearly found traces of a tiger in the mountains before. By rights, this whole area should be a tiger's territory. So how could a black bear suddenly turn up? Could it be it had forced its way over here to get through the winter? That bear I'll handle. You go back and tend your wounds first, and none of you set foot in the mountains these next few days. That said, I remembered something else. Oh, right. In the sacks you brought, there was a kind of brown fruit. Who was it that brought that? Zhou Nong immediately stepped forward. Brother Qin, it was Wang Er the Pockmarked. That wretch. Even coming to take up an apprenticeship, he had to play his little tricks, picking up a few bitter yams to fob you off with. That stuff's bitter and astringent, scratches your throat going down. Unless you truly can't scrape together a meal, who'd want to touch it? I laughed to hear it. This was no bitter yam at all, it was plainly taro. These people hadn't been out of the village much, so it was only natural they didn't know it. Taro likes moisture, and this region had never had much of it to begin with. All right, it's nothing now, all of you head back. I pressed with a few more questions, getting clear on where the taro grew. and only then let the several of them leave. I'd already made up my mind. Tomorrow I'd go into the mountains to find the black bear and dig up a good deal more taro while I was at it. Once I'd redeemed the county land, I'd plant those few move full come spring. After a night's sleep, my spirits were full. The moment day broke, I shouldered the hunting bow, strapped on the foot crossbow, and went into the mountains carrying the spear and axe. I followed the path Wang Hu and the others had pointed out the night before, heading straight in. The spot where they'd found the black bear was near the headwaters of the little river, in a different direction from where I'd gone before, overlapping only slightly with that tiger's territory. After 10 minutes of walking, I soon spotted several somewhat dried-out lumps of bear dung. I poked at them with a stick, but made out nothing fresh. By the looks of it, after wounding those men last night, the bear hadn't found much to eat and had most likely simply moved on. I tracked it a few li by dung, scent, and claw marks, essentially confirming that the beast had already left the village's bounds, and only then did my heart truly settle. I slung the bow and crossbow onto my back, took up the hatchet to clear the way, and headed toward the mountain stream. I hadn't gone far when a mass of blood-brown something suddenly lay across my path ahead. My heart clenched. I immediately swung the hunting bow off my back, held my breath, and crept over. It turned out to be a dead horse, and one still fitted with reins, at that. The horse had been torn open, disemboweled, most of its innards already gnawed away, the wound beginning to breed maggots. Clearly it had been dead more than a day. My expression changed, and I rose at once to survey the surroundings carefully. Before long, I discovered a corpse in a small gully a few dozen meters off. That man's dress and appearance were completely unlike a Great Zhou person's. A barbarian? My heart leapt straight to my throat. Last time I'd heard Lin Hao say that the barbarians had already breached the border, their military edge pressing to the frontier of Qingzhou, and that a portion of their scouts had even slipped into Qingzhou's territory. Could I really be so unlucky as to have run into a barbarian scout? I hurried down at a quick pace, and the closer I got, the clearer I could see. A felt cap, a hide jacket, calf-leather riding boots, a lock of silver-ornamented hair braided at the forehead, and 2 thick braids hanging down over the chest. If this wasn't a barbarian, what else could it be? My mind quickly turned up my predecessor's memories. On that steppe to the north of Great Zhou, bitterly cold year-round, stood a nation called Jinliao. Jinliao's lands were vast, but between it and Great Zhou lay mostly the Cangyun Mountains. The range was sheer and perilous, blocking a great swath of border. So if Jinliao wanted to enter Great Zhou, it had to swing east and cut into eastern Yizhou from the far end of the Cangyun Mountains. Yizhou sat on the other side of the Cangyun Mountains and was ordinarily safe enough. Yet what had now fallen was precisely that small patch of eastern Yizhou. Lose that stretch, and Qingzhou stood directly exposed before Jinliao's eyes. That was how Jinliao had managed, before winter truly arrived, to push the front line all the way to the still fairly prosperous Qingzhou. With a disaster year upon them, Qingzhou's damage wasn't the worst, and so it naturally became a fat piece of meat in Jinliao's eyes. They were certain to rush into Qingzhou before the heavy snows sealed the land and pull off a vicious raid. Thinking to this point, a chill ran down my spine. I wasn't ready yet, but the scent of war and death had already thrust itself before me. I crouched to examine the barbarian's corpse. There was only a shallow claw wound on his back, not fatal. What had truly killed him was falling off his horse, tumbling down the slope, and finally striking his head on a rock. That claw wound was the same as the marks on the horse, plainly both left by a large feline predator. The trail circled around and pointed once more to that tiger. This Jinliao scout, in order to hide his tracks, had deliberately burrowed into the mountain forest, only to die not by human hands but in a tiger's maw instead. Truly a stifling way to go. But the scene held only one man and one horse, while the hoofprints on the ground were more than a single pair. Where had the other person gone? I stood and, following the intermittent hoofprints, cautiously tracked forward. Before long I saw several thin trickles of water ahead. My heart tightened. This place, wasn't it the very source of that nameless river of Xiao village? I immediately ducked behind a large blue stone and craned my head to peer toward the headwaters. Ahead was a stretch of stream bank. Several streams merged here, and only after flowing on downward did they become that nameless river. Ancient trees blotted out the sky all around the bank. The terrain was steep and jumbled, riddled with hollow trees, rock caves, and water caves everywhere, perfectly suited for hiding a person. That string of hoofprints stretched all the way over and finally stopped at a patch of mudflat to the side. I shifted my angle, and sure enough spotted an extremely well-concealed cave mouth. Tied outside was a gray, dapple-flecked steed, its reins and leather saddle exactly like those of the earlier horse. There was another barbarian alive, and 9 times out of 10, hiding in that cave. The distance was too great. I didn't rashly approach. First, I took out the foot crossbow, loaded a bolt, lay flat behind the stone, and fixed my eyes hard on the cave mouth. It was now early morning. I was betting the barbarian would come out on his own. I forced down my temper and waited a good half hour by sheer will. Not until the edge of the sky brightened did a short, low figure finally waver out of that darkness at the cave mouth. The barbarian first swept a few wary glances around. Only after confirming there was no movement did he stride quickly to the stream's edge and fill a leather water skin with clear water. Then he fished out a few pieces of dried meat and stuffed them into his mouth. Having eaten, he turned and ducked back into the cave. When he emerged again, he was actually carrying a corpse over his shoulder. 3 barbarians. My pupils contracted sharply. Watching that living barbarian carry his comrade's corpse straight toward the stream, I grasped it in an instant. Wrong. This cur meant to throw the corpse into the water. Once the corpse contaminated the headwaters, plague would flow downstream. Xiaohe village in the middle reaches, Day village further down, both would suffer. I dared hesitate no longer, raised the crossbow, and took direct aim. SHHK? Thwack! I squeezed the trigger, and the bolt shot out violently. Barbarians were skilled at mounted archery to begin with, and especially sensitive to the ear-splitting sound of arrows. Add to that how far I was hidden, and it actually gave the fellow a sliver of reaction time. He had no way at all to judge where the arrow came from, and could only jerk into a crouch, sheltering behind his comrade's corpse. The next instant came a muffled thump. The iron bolt drove hard into the corpse's belly, the head grazing past the barbarian's forehead as it deflected out, missing him by a hair. The barbarian cursed a few words, dropped his comrade's corpse, and spun to dash toward his own horse. This place was hemmed in on 3 sides. One side the entrance I was guarding, one side the steep-sloped stream bank, and he plainly meant to mount up and force his way out. I fixed my eye on a large tree and bounded up it in a few steps. By now the sound of hooves was already closing in. The barbarian clamped his horse's belly hard with his legs, his whole body pressed to its back, half of him hidden to the far side, an obvious guard against my shooting. But what he hadn't reckoned on was that I was faster than him, and had long since climbed the tree. Now that I'd run into him, there was of course no chance I'd let him go. Capturing a barbarian alive and delivering him to the yamen was no small sum in reward money. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I gave a strange cry, seized a vine on the tree, and swung straight down. Hearing that strange cry from the woods, the barbarian instinctively looked up, only to see a black shadow crashing down out of the sky. Bam! I planted a foot into his shoulder, the force ferocious, not only kicking the man straight off the horse, but knocking the horse itself into a stagger that sent it pitching into the stream. The barbarian flipped over and scrambled up. Without even bothering to counterattack, he first blew a whistle. He understood in his heart that if he lost the horse, he was truly finished. I landed, water splashing everywhere, gave the spear a shake, and swept 2 staff blows across in quick succession. Those who could serve as scouts were no good-for-nothings after all. At death's door, the barbarian's reactions were lightning quick. He drew his curved saber and leapt back sharply, dodging one blow and barely blocking the next, then wheeled and lunged again for that gray horse. This cur, all it knows is to run. Seeing he had some skill, my temper rose too, and I flung the hatchet from my waist with a raise of my arm. Hearing the wind at the back of his head, the barbarian scout instantly dropped into a crouch. But I hadn't meant to cleave him dead outright at all. The axe had been thrown reverse to begin with. His dropping into a crouch played right into my hands. There came a crisp bam. The axe's back slammed hard against his skull, and the man dropped unconscious on the spot. I watched, at a loss for words, walked over, dragged this fool out of the water, bound his hands and feet, tossed him onto the bank, and turned to go fetch the gray horse. The gray horse seemed to recognize a master. The moment it saw me approach, it immediately threw up its head and gave a long neigh. I wasn't about to indulge it. I reached out, grabbed the reins, and yanked down hard. Caught off guard, the gray horse was hauled straight to its knees on the spot. When it lifted its head again, it met my cold, ferocious gaze. The gray horse snorted heavily and turned meek at once. That's more like it. From now on, if you behave, I'll find you a few plump, sturdy little mares. If you don't behave, I'll turn you into a little mare. The gray horse stared at that gleaming axe in my hand, seeming to understand all at once, its gaze gone thoroughly obedient. I gave a laugh, tossed the unconscious barbarian onto the horse's back, and led the gray horse downstream along the bank. Along the way, I dug up a good deal of taro, packing it into bundle after bundle. The gray horse was so exhausted it foamed at the mouth, yet didn't dare even snort. There was no help for it. I tied that axe to its belly. I led the gray horse down the mountain, and halfway along the barbarian on its back came to, writhing frantically like a maggot. I couldn't be bothered to say a word. I just raised my fist and knocked him out again. Following the river down the whole way, I happened to pass the riverside fields as I returned to the village. Just then, Chow Kong was working the land with several hired hands. What's Brother Chin hauling there? Whoa, looks like a barbarian. What? Brother Chin captured a barbarian alive. I said all along he had real ability. Heard capturing a barbarian scout alive is a great merit. The county yamen even gives silver rewards. Now that's striking it rich for real. Who wouldn't turn green with envy? The hired hands looked up and immediately fell to muttering among themselves in low voices, their faces full of envy. Hearing this, Chow Kong at once opened his mouth to curse them. Are you working or not? I'm paying good money to hire you, so you can wag your tongues? But when he turned his head, he saw me too. A short gray horse, a barbarian bound to its back, plain as day. Chow Kong froze on the spot, his eyes going round. Just a few days ago the county had posted a bounty. Discover a barbarian's tracks, 3 taels reward. Capture a barbarian alive, 20 taels apiece. Turn in horses or military supplies as well, or extract important intelligence, and it could go higher still. The man and horse before them were worth 50 taels at the very least. And such a huge windfall had actually been scooped up by me. Chow Kang's heart seethed with anger and hatred. The affair of hunting the boar in the mountains last time had already made him, the village head, lose all face. And now the villagers were leaning toward my side one after another, which galled him all the more. The prestige the Chow family had built up over 3 generations in Xiao village was, in the span of just a few days, nearly being battered down by me. Not to mention, this bastard had even egged on his own younger brother into bedding his wife. Thinking of this, Chow Kong ground his teeth nearly to shards and turned his head to glare fiercely at Chow Tai. Afraid this brother would stir up more trouble, he'd kept the man at his side under watch every single day these past days. Even with such a huge green hat clapped on his head, he still gritted his teeth and laid the whole account at my door. In his view, Chow Tai was young and had been led astray by me. As for Mistress Chow, she'd come out of a house of flowers to begin with, shameless and without decency. Thinking it over this way, his hatred for me grew heavier still. The pent-up rage in his chest swelled until it nearly burst, and Chow Kong could hold back no longer. He abruptly rolled up his sleeves, strode across the field ridge, and rushed up to block the path before my horse. Chin Dagon, you jinx, stand right there. I'd just reined in the horse when I saw Chow Kong charge up, glaring, and open his mouth to curse. And I knew this man wanted to splash all his filth onto me again. Cold-faced, I planted my hands on my hips, and was actually so provoked I laughed. How have I become the disaster star again? Chow Kong pointed at me and cursed at the top of his lungs, spittle flying. In earlier years you jinxed your parents to death, and now you've brought calamity down on the whole village. Thin soil, scant grain, the whole village fallen to ruin, everyone barely able to go on living. You lured the wild boars down the mountain and got so many hurt, then goaded the young men into hunting in the hills and got Wang Er the pockmarked killed. Most venomous of all, you seduced my own brother into harboring twisted designs on his sister-in-law, throwing my Chow household into utter turmoil, and it's all your fault. And you still dare say you're no jinx. Chow Kong grew more worked up the more he spoke, his voice rising louder with each phrase. For the sake of the whole village's safety, today, in the name of village head, I'm expelling you from Xiao village. From this moment, you're no longer a person of Xiao village. Pack your things at once and get lost. Hearing him out, I only found it absurd and burst out laughing. This too can be pinned on me. Won't let me be a villager. Could it be you mean to hand over the village head's post to me? Chow Kong was first stunned, then went so livid his face turned white. You really are eyeing my village head seat. Shameless. I'll go to the county yamen and report you this instant. After Chow Tai spilled that whole ugly business yesterday, Chow Kong had become convinced I was working mischief behind the scenes, deliberately ruining the Chow family's name to force him from his post. So he'd only given Chow Tai a scolding, blaming him for being too stupid to see through my scheme. Then he'd shut Mistress Chow in a room and worked her over harshly, and these past days was preparing to write out a letter of divorce and drive this woman who kept no wifely virtue out of the household. Now, hearing my words, he felt all the more that his guess was right, and inwardly congratulated himself instead. Fortunate he'd seen through it early. Otherwise, if this jinx had really succeeded in sowing discord, the Chow brothers would have turned on each other, and it might well have ended in a shattered family and lost lives. Are you sick? Out of my way. Seeing Chow Kong carrying on ever more madly, I lost all patience, raised my hand, and gave him a shove. Chow Kang's foot slipped, he staggered, and once again pitched headlong into the mud. He was so furious his face flushed red and his neck bulged. He crawled up and roared hoarsely. I am the village head. Chindagon, don't push things too far. Have you forgotten your family used to be so poor you couldn't lift the pot lid? And it was I who took pity and granted you a mouthful to eat. Gave you a bit of work to do? You ingrate, you white-eyed wolf. I drew a breath, turned, and reached to my waist. The hatchet dropped into my palm. In that instant, Chow Kang's legs went weak. A wave of icy killing intent surged at him, frightening him numb all over, his scalp prickling, until his whole being held but a single thought: run. He blanked for half a moment, and the next instant turned and bolted with a wretched scream, scrambling on all fours, not daring so much as to look back, all the while shouting frantically, "Murder! Murder!" I understood full well that these two Chow brothers would never let the matter rest hereafter. And since I myself had to make the trip to the county town every few days, this trouble was likely one I couldn't dodge. When I wasn't home, I'd have to have Gung Air and the others keep a closer watch, and never let those two curs find an opening. The two Chow brothers, I'd deal with them sooner or later. For the moment, Chow Kong still sat in the village head's seat of Xiao Village. Although the post wasn't formally under the court's charge and carried no rank, in the end it was the county yaman's nod that had appointed him. Without a proper pretext, I really couldn't move against him lightly. As for Chow Tai, that was far less troublesome. The moment he dared pull another stupid stunt that threatened me, I'd surely see to it he died a very ugly death. Thinking of this, I gave a cold laugh, led the horse, and headed home. Sure enough, once I'd gone off into the distance, Chow Tai hurriedly crawled up, helped his brother to his feet, and stared with a face full of venom in the direction I'd left. Brother, this brat pushes people too far. To dare trample the Chow family's face like this. If this grudge goes unavenged, I can't swallow it. Chow Kong said through gritted teeth. You've been beaten to this state. How could you avenge it? Right now, all we can do is find a pretext and use the government's hand to do him in. But Chow Tai gave a sinister grin. Not necessarily. This brat's caught a barbarian. He's sure to be rushing off to the county town to claim the reward shortly. I can't beat him, but can I touch his woman? The moment he leaves, I'll go deal with Lin Roro. After I've humiliated her, I'll strip her bare and tie her to a post, and finally set his ramshackle thatched hut ablaze. By then, all witnesses and evidence will be gone. I've got wounds on me besides, and with a few hired hands to vouch for me, he'd never dream it was us. Hearing this, Chow Kang's eyes lit up at once. Good, very good. He wants to ruin our family. Then we'll ruin his family first. When I got home, Lin Roro was in the courtyard boiling wild greens, and beside her was an old woman past 50 helping out. Auntie Chio. I tied up the horse at the gate and greeted her with a smile. Auntie Chio was also a Xiaohe villager, her home not far off. In the days when my predecessor was a wastrel, it had been she who quietly looked after Lin Roro all along, now and then sending over some wild greens and mushrooms to fill her belly. If not for her, Lin Roro would have starved to death a month or two ago. Auntie Chio's household held only the old couple. Originally, they'd had a son and a daughter. The son had been dragged off as a conscript years ago, his life or death unknown to this day. The daughter, after marrying into Dea village, had died in a difficult childbirth. I understood in my heart that the reason Auntie Chio protected Lin Roro this way was most likely because she'd come to regard her as her own daughter. In this Xiaohe village, she counted among the rare good souls. Husband. Seeing me back, Lin Roro broke into a smile at once and hurried over to meet me. If you've something to say, say it. Seeing her look of wanting to speak, yet holding back, I urged her with a smile. Lin Roro said in a low voice, a few days ago Uncle Zhang broke his leg falling in the mountains, and Auntie Chio's been at home caring for him these past days, with hardly any time to go out foraging. The grain at their home has run to the bottom too. Rower was thinking, since we're not short of food or clothing now, could we take some things over to Uncle and Auntie as a way of repaying their kindness? Rowers thought it through. Not rice or flour, just the wild greens Wang Hu and Li Si brought. And if that's still not enough, Rower can eat a bit less than usual. That's fine too. Lin Ruoro's eyes darted about, plainly a little guilty. In the past, she'd never have dared broach such a thing. That she dared open her mouth now showed she'd truly begun to trust me. My heart eased, and I felt a bit glad too. Silly girl, this is yours to decide. You're really letting me decide. Thank you, husband. Thank you, husband. Surprised and overjoyed, Lin Ruoro hurriedly bowed, then turned and ran to Annie Chio's side. Annie Chio had just caught the news and was about to come over to give thanks, when her eye fell on the barbarian bound to the gray horse at the doorway, and she was so startled she let out a shriek. There's a barbarian. Seeing Auntie Chio backing away again and again, I hurried to explain, saying this was a barbarian I'd captured alive, whom I meant to deliver to the county town for the reward. The man had already fainted dead away and wouldn't harm anyone. Only then did Annie Chio let out a breath, but her gaze fell again on that horse. This horse, you mean to keep it? No, that won't do. That won't do at all. Privately harboring a military horse, that's a losing your head offense. I gave a smile. Who says this is a military horse? This is plainly a wild horse I picked up in the mountains. Auntie Chio still wasn't at ease. She gritted her teeth and offered a scheme outright. Gee boy, you take off the reins and saddle and hide them at Annie's house. That way, even if the government comes knocking, they won't be able to search these things out at your place and can't easily pin a crime on you. Listen to Auntie, you can't go wrong. Annie Chio was a sharp one. She knew she'd stumbled onto so great a matter, and having received my kindness besides, she couldn't get by without showing where she stood. Once she hid the reins and saddle, she'd be bound to the same boat as me. At least for now, I wouldn't suspect she harbored other designs. Though Lin Ruoro kept saying I'd already changed, Auntie Chio still didn't dare fully believe it. She feared this silly girl might soften her heart for a moment and be deceived by me again, which was why she'd kept this card in reserve. If I ever bared my ferocious side again, she could still take the reins and saddle to the yamen to report to the authorities and save Lin Ruoro. This move let her advance to help others and retreat to preserve her own life. With a little thought, I saw straight through Auntie Chio's calculation. But I knew that she was doing this for Lin Ruoro's sake too, so I didn't take it to heart and simply agreed. So what if the government really did find out? At worst, I'd take Lin Ruoro and flee on horseback. That I'd taken the risk of keeping this horse. I'd thought it through long ago too. Should the barbarians really break through the defensive line and come slaughtering their way over, there'd be no escaping on an ox cart at all. With a horse, there'd be a way out alive. I handed the reins and saddle to Auntie Chio, then led the horse to the rear courtyard and tied it up securely. After that, I tossed the unconscious barbarian onto the ox cart and drove straight for the county town. This barbarian was no easy lamp to keep lit either. Halfway along he'd clearly come to, yet kept playing dead, doggedly trying to find a chance to ambush me. In the end I snapped one of his legs on the spot, and only then did he turn thoroughly meek. The moment I reached the county gate, the guards on duty recognized that barbarian and immediately surrounded me, escorting me all the way into the yamen. Fortunately, the county yamen had posted the notice long ago, and Lin Feng served in the yamen, so I didn't suffer too much hardship. Brother-in-law, this skill of yours is too formidable. You can even haul back a barbarian. Lin Feng led me the whole way to the door of the yamen's dungeon, his face full of admiration. In a bit, once Master Jianshi verifies his identity and signs the documents, I'll take you to Master Zhubu to collect the reward. A full 20 taels of silver. I only make 3 mace a month. This one haul of yours is worth 5 years of my work. I smiled and returned the flattery offhand. Brother-in-law, that's treating me like an outsider. You've already become a yamen runner. How could your hand skills be lacking? If I really came to blows with you, I'd probably not last 3 or 5 moves under your hand. It's just that you're on duty today and can't get away. If you really cut loose, never mind 1 barbarian, even 3 or 5, you'd take them down all the same. The moment these lines were out, Lin Feng broke into blossoms of delight, laughing as he patted my shoulder. No, brother-in-law, you're too good with words, heh. Seeing him like this, I nearly laughed out loud. I'd only been idle and bored, teasing Lin Feng offhand. I hadn't expected that with one casual cast of the hook, he'd really bite, honest to a fault. Just then, the heavy prison door was pushed open with a creak. Out stepped a burly, full-bearded man, his steps steady, his aura overwhelming. The man was extremely tall, his frame thick and solid, his whole body knotted muscle wrapped over hard sinew, and when his tiger eyes swept over, the pressure was immense. I looked at him, An interest stirred in my heart at once. This kind of man was born stock for going onto the battlefield to fight for his life. Dianshi Zhang, the barbarian's been brought. This here is the Xiaohe villager who captured the barbarian, Qin Shi. Lin Feng hurried forward to introduce me. Though I'd been training all this while, the time had been too short, and my frame hadn't fully filled out yet. Add to that how my predecessor had been a drunkard and gambler to begin with, having made no few laughingstocks of himself in town before, so Dianshi Zhang had at least some impression of me. Thus Dianshi Zhang gave me but a single glance, and suspicion crept into his eyes. "You're called Qin Shi?" The moment he spoke, his voice was like a stone bearing down, and even Lin Feng unconsciously shrank his neck. "That's right." I stood without moving, replying neither humbly nor arrogantly. Dianshi Zhang wasted no more words. He merely stepped forward, extended a hand broad as a palm fan, and hauled that barbarian over with one grip. In his hand, that barbarian was truly like a chick. Even struggling seemed laughable. Dianshi Zhang pinched the man's face and looked it over left and right, muttering, "It's a barbarian, no mistake." The words had barely fallen when he abruptly wheeled around and pressed straight up before me. "Do you know what kind of crime consorting with the enemy is in our great Zhou?" The air chilled at once. My gaze sank sharply, and that cold within me surged up along with it. "Your meaning is that I have no ability to capture a barbarian at all. So you suspect I'm not performing a merit, but a spy scouting the way for the barbarians." At these words, Lin Feng felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him from head to foot. "Oh dear, my brother-in-law. Is this something you can just spout off? You have no idea. Dianshi Zhang used to be an infantry instructor in the imperial city. Later, because his temper was too blunt, he offended the powerful, and only then was stripped of office and sent back to his hometown. With his ability, in all the villages 10 li around there's no one who could take a single move from him. If you really infuriate him, one slap, and he could cripple you." Lin Feng was so anxious his head was drenched in sweat, his mind racing, thinking only of how to save his brother-in-law's life. But Dianshi Zhang, far from getting angry, actually opened his eyes wide. This aura of his would ordinarily have long since frightened a country fellow into weak knees. Even the yamen runners who regularly followed him turned into quails at the sight of him. Yet this drunkard and gambler before him showed not the slightest fear. "Whether you've got ability, we'll know once we test it. Someone, call Squad Leader Li. If you can't even beat Squad Leader Li, then forget about dealing with barbarians. Those 20 taels of silver, I won't give you a single coin of them." Dianshi Zhang waved his hand, had someone bring over stools, and actually meant to hold a contest of arms right there at the dungeon door. "Do you really think I came for those 20 taels of silver?" I gave him a cold glance, the corner of my mouth full of scorn. If not for the fact that I wanted to capture a barbarian to bring back for interrogation, to extract some military intelligence, to help deal with the Junliao people, and end this war sooner so fewer refugees would suffer. A paltry 20 taels of silver. Was it even worthy of making me act to prove myself? Sheer dreaming. A flicker of astonishment crossed Dianshi Zhang's eyes again. 20 taels of silver was no small sum. Even to him it counted as a fair bit of money, let alone to a gambler commoner. If this wasn't bragging, what was it? After the brief astonishment, the contempt in Dianshi Zhang's heart grew heavier. Before long, a tall, thin squad leader walked in, a punishment staff in hand, and offhandedly tossed one to me as well. Dianshi Zhang had taught Squad Leader Li a few moves, and privately had a good idea of things. One-on-one, Squad Leader Li would have no problem taking down an ordinary Junliao soldier. That earlier speech had merely been to frighten me on purpose. But now, seeing me grow more arrogant the more I spoke, he felt all the more displeased, and directly beckoned Squad Leader Li over, murmuring an instruction. "In a bit, don't hold back. Fight with all your strength, just don't beat him to death." Squad Leader Li nodded heavily, hefted his staff, and advanced, raising the staff head into an attacking stance. I gave a cold snort, pressed the staff down with my front hand, raised my rear hand, the staff head slanting to point at the ground, and stepped up to meet him too. Seeing this opening stance of mine, Dianshi Zhang narrowed his eyes, and his heart suddenly sank. Could it be this brat really had ability? The two circled the ring half around, when Squad Leader Li abruptly whipped his staff, slashing diagonally at my head. My reaction was lightning quick. I raised my staff to block, then, hugging the staff, swept it around straight for his hands. Though Squad Leader Li had learned a few moves from Dianshi Zhang, he knew only the surface of it. Struck by this sweep, he was so startled he let go with his front hand. Having taken the loss, he still wouldn't yield. his rear hand thrust forward fiercely, the wooden staff jabbing straight at my face. But with the front hand loosed, the rear hand had lost its aim. I couldn't even be bothered to dodge. I flicked the wooden staff in my hand upward. There came a crack. The staff head whipped hard against his chin, knocking the man out cold on the spot. Squad leader Lee toppled stiff as rotted timber, and every Yamen runner present shrank back in fright, grimacing one and all. Just from that single blow, they all felt the pain. Beautiful. Dianshi Zhang shot to his feet, looking at me, his eyes full of pleasant surprise. Downing an opponent in one move, both fast and vicious. This was absolutely someone with real ability. It was I who misjudged. I never expected that in this backwater place there'd actually be an expert like you. As it happens, my squad room is still short a runner. Would you be willing to come? Dianshi Zhang had already moved to recruit me. Compared to that pack of good-for-nothings under him, I was far, far stronger. Lin Feng hadn't yet recovered from the shock of that earlier blow, and the instant he heard Dianshi Zhang wanting to take someone on, he rushed excitedly to my side. Brother-in-law, hurry and agree. Back in the day, my father safeguarded the pregnancy of the county magistrate's household, got them a big fat son, and threw in 50 taels of silver besides, just to stuff me into the squad room. This chance is too rare. Whatever you do, don't be a fool. To become a Yamen runner was to eat the imperial grain. Whether in the village or the county, it set one a cut above others. What normal person would refuse such good fortune? Not to mention Dianshi Zhang was a palace instructor by origin, whom even the county magistrate had to defer to somewhat. If I really worked under him, my standing would surely be a good deal higher than Lin Feng's. Many thanks for Dianshi Zhang's regard, but I've no such intention. I offhandedly dropped the punishment staff and returned a cupped hand salute. A mere Yamen runner, and he thought to keep me. Even if he set the Dianshi's own post before me, I might not take it. A true man should have grand ambition. How could he be trapped by such petty gain? Dianshi Zhang's face sank at once. He'd opened his mouth to recruit me personally, and I actually dared refuse. Master Dianshi, calm your anger. This brat must be muddled for the moment. Let me talk him round. Lin Feng was thoroughly frantic. Though a runner earned only 3 mace of silver a month, the grain the Yamen doled out at festivals and New Year's was the genuine article. How could one push away such a post? Have you gone mad? You can refuse even this. Lin Feng turned and pinched my arm hard, so anxious his whole head was sweating. Even if you won't think of yourself, you have to think of my sister. To become a runner, move into the county town to live. Isn't that better than being cooped up in the village? I knew Lin Feng meant well for me and Lin Roro, so I didn't take issue, only replying flatly, brother-in-law, each man to his own ambition. Lin Feng wanted to press further, but a squad leader beside them hurried over to Dianshi Zhang. Master Dianshi, have you forgotten? The county magistrate has a nephew. Just a couple of days ago, he mentioned arranging him into your squad room. The man arrives tomorrow. Surely you can't leave the county magistrate with no face to save. That squad leader claimed to be whispering, yet deliberately kept his voice pitched neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Lin Feng and me to hear, plainly telling us to be sensible. Lin Feng's face fell like a deflated leather ball, and he fell silent at once. Damned wretch. Where does he get so many nephews? Dianshi Zhang planted his hands on his hips and cursed aloud, plainly seething inwardly too. But the other party was the county magistrate after all, and in the end he still gave a hard nod. Since you've no mind to be a runner, then let this matter drop. I'll sign your documents. You go find the Zhubu to collect the reward money. Seeing this Dianshi was a straightforward man, I smiled, but inwardly noted him down, only waiting until my own power was great to take him in under my command. Out of the dungeon, Lin Feng sighed and lamented the whole way, mourning on my behalf that such a fine chance had gone to waste for nothing. Even after I'd collected the reward money, he still stood there waving me off, his face all chagrin. I, however, didn't take this trifle to heart, and drove the ox cart toward home. The moment I reached the door, I saw Gung Air standing on the slope, his expression anxious. Aya, Brother Qin, you're finally back. The instant Gung Air spoke, 2 more men came rushing out of the courtyard, exactly Black Dog and Big Mountain, who felled timber with him. The 3 had faces full of grime, and Black Dog, whose frame was weak to begin with, now had a swollen patch on his face and blood at the corner of his mouth. My heart lurched, and I leapt off the ox cart at once. What's happened? Brother Qin, go in and see for yourself. I strode quickly into the courtyard. There I saw Annie Chiu, hair disheveled, clutching a trembling Lin Roro for dear life. In the corner, Chow Tai was bound tight with hemp rope, thrown on the ground like a dead dog. I understood in an instant, and the fire in my chest exploded at once. So the Chow family meant to have no end of it. Did they truly take me for easy prey? Gung Er said through gritted teeth. The three of us delivered felled timber here today, and from far off we heard someone beating and cursing in your courtyard. We charged over to look, and it was actually this beast Chow Tai, trying to carry Miss Rower off by force. If not for Auntie Chiu protecting her with her life, Miss Rower really would have been snatched away by him today. The moment Lin Roro saw me, as if she suddenly had something to lean on, she flung herself into my arms and wept aloud. How are you? Are you hurt? Lin Roro, eyes rimmed red, lifted her right hand. Her fair, tender wrist was ringed with an angry red where it had been gripped. I'm fine, thanks to Auntie Chiu shielding me. Husband, go quickly and see to Auntie Chiu. That beast struck her several times with a stick. Rower was truly frightened out of her wits. I turned my head, and sure enough saw on the ground that stub of mulberry wood staff left over from making the crossbow, and the fire in my chest shot up all at once. Auntie Chiu. Auntie Chiu hurriedly waved her hand. I'm all right. It's just the girl who got a fright. But her face was frighteningly pale, and there was no telling whether she'd been hurt inside. I immediately took out 2 taels of silver and had the 3 of them, Gung Er and the others, escort Auntie Chiu first to the neighboring Dea village to find a country doctor for a look. Then I bent down and picked up the mulberry wood staff, turned, and walked over before Chow Tai. Chow Tai had already been pummeled black and blue by Gung Er and the others, was bound up good and tight, and had a rag stuffed in his mouth besides. The moment he saw me approach, his face went white, and he burrowed frantically along the ground like a maggot trying to worm away. MMPH, 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 MMPH. He couldn't get a word out, but that terror-stricken, about to weep look of his said it all. I turned back and gave Lin Roro a smile. Rower, go inside first. This kind of scene, don't watch it. The instant these words dropped, Chow Tai broke down completely. A shrill, ghastly cry squeezed out of his throat, and he struggled desperately toward the door, a large wet patch spreading across his crotch. I gave a cold snort, stepped up and pinned him under my foot, hefted the mulberry wood staff, and set to laying into him. The first blow down, and his whole body convulsed wildly on the ground. I didn't stop at all. I swung the second blow, which slammed with a bam against his leg bone. The crisp crack of snapping bone mingled with his wretched scream, bursting through the courtyard. A wretched cry shot straight to the heavens, jolting even the rag loose from his mouth. I looked at him, my voice cold as a blade. Daring to touch my woman, what are you even worth? Chow Tai wept and begged for mercy. Big brother, spare my life. I truly know my wrong. But what answered him was only a still more vicious blow, again and again. I fixed my gaze on his face, my killing intent growing ever heavier. So you wanted to snatch my rower, did you? Today I'll see to it you never have the means for it again. The wretched screams rang out for who knows how long, until at last they cut off entirely. Half an hour later, beneath the great tree at the mouth of Xiaohe village, a corpse suddenly appeared. Its ghastly state was too horrifying. Never mind children. Even a grown man who caught one glance of it would likely have half a month of nightmares. This was precisely the effect I wanted, to let everyone see clearly what fate awaited those who dared lay a hand on my people. Once the news spread, Chow Kong rushed to the village mouth with several hired hands. But no sooner had he reached beneath the tree and seen the corpse's condition clearly than his whole world went black on the spot, and he toppled stiff to the ground. The hired hands were frightened out of their wits, some hurrying to pour water, some pinching the philtrum, all in a chaotic scramble. After a good while, Chow Kong finally caught his breath. He raised his head and gazed at that corpse beneath the tree, his eyes nearly dripping blood. Qin Shi, this account, I, Chow Kong, will not let rest with you. When I got home, I tidied up briefly, pushed open the door and went in, and saw Lin Ro sitting at the bedside, her face full of worry. She'd only taken a fright, and had already recovered by now. Husband, isn't Rower too useless? Always bringing you trouble. You treat Rower so well, yet all Rower does is drag you down. Seeing her head lowered, her face full of self-reproach, I smiled and reached out to tousle her head. You're my woman. Whoever dares touch you is slapping my face. That I stand up for you is only right and proper. The fault isn't yours. They courted death themselves. You needn't take everything upon yourself. I want everyone to know, those who dare touch Qin Shi's woman have only one end, and that is death. These few words fell into Lin Roro's ears, as if all at once propping up the heaven within her heart. Her nose stung, her eyes went hot, and she slowly rose to her feet and gently threw herself into my arms. Husband, do you think our child, one day, will be as formidable as you? Once it's born, won't we know then? I let out a great laugh and swept her up by the waist. Our child is sure to be good-looking like you and able to fight like me. Someday he'll make a great general who stands tall between heaven and earth. Ah, husband, don't. What if they come back in a bit? It's still broad daylight. Lin Roro's face flushed crimson all at once. Her mouth pushed me away, but her body had long since gone soft in my arms. What? Don't you want our child to be a great general one day? I do. I do. Before she'd finished speaking, I lowered my head and stopped up her mouth. Against my forcefulness, Lin Roro could never resist. Soon the atmosphere in the room fell into utter disarray. After a spell of tender entanglement, Lin Roro, face red, gently pulled the quilt up. Husband, do you think the village chief will report to the authorities and come back to take revenge on us? Report to the authorities? What's he got to report with? No witnesses, no evidence. Whereas on our side, everything's in order. If he really dares make a fuss to the government, he'll only drag himself into it, landing a charge of conniving at his younger brother's violence, and won't even be able to keep his village chief's post. I gave a cold snort. Besides, with my current means, if this matter really blew up to the county yamen, what would the village chief have to contend with me? Killing Chow Tai was never a moment's impulse. Next, I meant to buy up a great swath of farmland, then step by step push Chow Kong out and take the village chief's seat myself. A menace like Chow Tai, if he weren't eliminated early, he'd only go on terrorizing the villagers and stirring up trouble everywhere, throwing all my plans into chaos. The two of us cuddled in bed a while before Lin Roro finally got up to make the midday meal. It was meat congee again, simple but filling. After eating and resting a moment, I went outside the courtyard to train my body as usual. I'd just gotten halfway through the second round when I saw 3 unlucky wretches coming up the slope again. None other than Wang Hu, Li Si, and Zhou Nong. All 3 had bows slung on their backs and quite a few fresh wounds on their bodies. Zhou Nong especially walked with a limp, having clearly twisted his foot while fleeing for his life. I told them long ago that they weren't to go up the mountain again, yet these 3 still hadn't listened. Went chasing the bear again. Hands on my hips, I asked coldly. The 3 knew they were in the wrong and could only mumble a response. Wang Ermatzi was dead, and they'd set their hearts wholly on avenging their brother, which was why they disregarded my dissuasion and gone into the mountains again. In the end, they hadn't found the bear. Instead, they'd run smack into a tiger, and a wounded tiger at that. There was no telling whether their luck should count as good or bad. That tiger had 4 or 5 knife cuts on its body, like it had just fought a fierce battle with someone. We tracked it the whole way and have already found the tiger's den. Brother Chin, if you make a move, you can definitely take it down. The 3 spoke with utter conviction, plainly full of confidence in me. A wounded tiger. My heart stirred, and I immediately thought of the 2 barbarians who died earlier. In all likelihood, it was they who'd fought the tiger and cut it up. A tiger was a treasure through and through, worth far more than the deer I'd hunted before. Even though I wasn't short of money now, hearing this news, I still couldn't help feeling tempted. If my guess was right, the tiger must have left its cave to gnaw on that dead horse, and on the way back and forth had run into Wang Hu and the 3 of them, only to be trailed all the way, its very lair exposed. Fine, I'll go take a look in a bit. But you 3, leave the bows first and come get them tomorrow. Today you'll all go make stone arrows for me, nice and obedient. Anyone who can't make 20 of them can forget about collecting a bow tomorrow. Understood, Brother Chin. The 3 wilted at once, every one of them crestfallen. I knew, too, that they valued brotherhood and wanted to stand up for their fallen brother. Thinking of this, I still raised a hand and patted each of the 3 on the shoulder. Wanting to avenge your brother is fine, but first hone your skills properly. In your current state, charging recklessly into the mountains is no different from delivering meat to the wild beasts. I gave them a scolding, sent the 3 off, and smoothly got out of them the location of the tiger's den, then set off at once. Once I knew where the tiger's den was, I could basically be certain that the bear from last time had gone half-mad with hunger before the onset of winter, unable to find food anywhere, which was why it had come running over this way. As long as I dealt with this tiger, this stretch of mountain should be at peace for a while. In less than half an hour, I'd made my way to the vicinity of the tiger's den. Outside the cave mouth was a deep drag mark leading all the way in, clearly where the tiger had dragged that dead horse back. Tigers generally don't store food. Once they've bitten their prey dead, They eat their fill on the spot and mostly can't be bothered with the rest. What's more, this tiger was wounded, and that dead horse was at least 2 or 3 li of mountain path from the cave. That it had doggedly dragged it back. Something was clearly off. Suspicion rose in me. I walked to the cave mouth and cocked my ear to listen closely. The next moment, I heard several very faint cub cries. Could it be that it had risked everything to drag the horse carcass back for the sake of its cubs? I immediately took out the torch I'd prepared beforehand, lit it with a fire starter, and cautiously probed into the cave. That tiger had been wounded to begin with, and had dragged a dead horse such a distance besides. Its strength must be nearly spent. Even if it still meant to pounce on someone, it likely had little energy left. Still, I didn't dare be careless. I first loaded my crossbow bolt, ready to act at any moment. 7 or 8 meters in, the rank stench grew ever heavier, and a downward sunken tiger's den slowly came into view. Within the lair lay a mother tiger, her entire body snow-white, and she was nearly done for. The white fur on her body was almost all dyed red with blood. She'd long since noticed the stranger approaching, yet could only strain with all her might to lift her head and give a weak, ferocious low growl. Seeing that she could scarcely even rise, my nerve grew considerably bolder, and I strode forward for a close look. The dead horse was tossed to one side, and 2 half-grown tiger cubs were fighting over tearing at the meat, eating while crying out toward the mother tiger, as if calling her to eat with them. Those 2 cubs were only 3 or 4 months old, about the size of dogs, still a little wobbly on their feet, and even gnawing meat was hard work for them. One white, one yellow. As the 2 little things fell into my eyes, a bold idea sprang up in my heart at once. If I raised these 2 cubs to adulthood and kept them by my side, that would be ready-made ferocious beast helpers. Someday when I really took the battlefield, others would ride horses, I would ride a white tiger. One roar from the white tiger, and the enemy's war horses would go weak in the legs from fright. Whether for prestige or for practical use, it would be worth it. Roar. Seeing me fix my sights on her cubs, the mother tiger suddenly roared again. Then, as if wrung of her last breath of life, she actually forced herself struggling to her feet. I whipped around, raising my crossbow bolt to aim at her. But that mother tiger had already held out to her limit. Scarcely an instant after she'd risen, she toppled heavily again. As it turned out, all her desperate effort was only to guard her cubs. Seeing she posed no more threat, I finally lowered the crossbow and crouched down before her. Today you killed 2 barbarian scouts. That counts as guarding the border for Great Joe, so I won't kill you. But you're wounded too gravely. You won't live. Once you die, these 2 little cubs will starve to death in the mountains. Since that's how it is, better hand them to me. I'll raise them to adulthood and won't let them suffer. When they've grown, I'll even take them to kill barbarians and avenge you. If you're willing, give a cry. I'd only said this offhand, to set my own mind at ease, never truly expecting a tiger could actually understand. Who'd have thought the mother tiger, as if she'd grasped it all, strained to open her mouth and gave a low growl, then laboriously lifted a paw, her eyes fixed dead on that dead horse. I understood in a flash. She was begging rations for her children, wanting me to take the horse carcass along too. But at this thought, my head ached as well. These 2 little things showed nothing now, but once grown, they'd be meat-eating ancestors with terrifying appetites. They could truly eat me into ruin. Originally, I'd meant to bury the mother tiger right here. After all, carrying off someone's children and then dragging the corpse away to sell for money was somewhat hard to justify. But to actually raise these 2 cubs, there was no getting by without money. I fell silent a moment, then could only steel myself and speak up. Then let me discuss one more thing with you. Raising these 2 children of yours costs too much, and my means are thin. I simply can't bear it. Thinking it over and over, I can only take your body away to trade for money and fill this hole. But I'll keep the tiger hide. When they've grown up, it can serve as a keepsake for them. If you agree, give another cry. The mother tiger gave a low, low roar, her voice full of unwillingness, yet still she resigned herself to fate. For the sake of her children, she could only accept. Only then did I let out a breath, reaching out to gently pat her head. You're a fine tiger. Go in peace. I'll see you off on your last journey. With that, I gently stroked the mother tiger's head, keeping her company through her final moments. After a dozen minutes or so, the mother tiger at last drew her final breath. Only then did I rise and leave the cave to make a makeshift cart. This mother tiger weighed 400 or 500 catties at the least, and on top of that I had to take away a good deal of horse meat to feed the 2 cubs. Working alone, it took me over an hour to finally put together a sturdy cart. Fortunately, the 2 little cubs, with their mother watching over them and horse meat to gnaw on, were reasonably well behaved, staying quiet and still without running off wildly. To avoid drawing attention, I tore off a few large leaves along the way and covered the things on the cart tight. By the time I dragged it back to the village, the sky had gone fully dark. Lin Roro had long since finished making dinner and had been keeping watch at the courtyard gate the whole time. The moment she saw me return, she came running down the slope like a little butterfly, wanting to come help. The corners of my mouth curled up, and I deliberately said nothing. Lin Roro reached out and lifted the leaves, and the next second, 2 round tiger heads suddenly poked out. She was frightened white on the spot, her feet tangling, and she plopped straight down onto the ground. Dragging the cart, I stood in place, laughing so hard I couldn't stop. Lin Roro was both angry and vexed, yet couldn't help wanting to laugh too. Her husband now really dared bring anything home. First a wild boar, then a deer, then a warhorse. And now, of all things, he'd hauled back tigers too. "Husband, you're too wicked," she scolded with a coquettish pout, patting the dirt off herself, her heart still fearful, yet her gaze couldn't help falling once more on those 2 little tigers. The 2 little things, jostled the whole way back, weren't the least bit shy of strangers. They opened their bright, glittering big eyes and stared right back at Lin Roro. "Husband, you can't really mean to raise tigers at home. And 2 of them." The courtyard was small to begin with. Even the ox cart could only be parked outside. Now there was a horse hidden in the house too, and 2 more little tigers added. Her head ached just thinking about it. "We'll keep them in the house for now. If they dare wreck the place, you give them a good thrashing." "Beat them? Beat tigers?" Lin Roro clapped a hand over her mouth all at once, her eyes full of shock. Such a thing she wouldn't have dared even imagine. "Right." I nodded, and offhand grabbed one of the little tigers by the scruff of its neck. That little tiger immediately bared its teeth and grimaced, fierce as could be. I indulged it not at all, and delivered a slap of my hand. The little tiger's eyes cleared noticeably, but its mouth was still growling. I sent another slap across it. With this one, it turned thoroughly meek. Its mouth shut, its tail tucked in, looking aggrieved as a whipping boy. Lin Roro watched with an aching heart and hurried to snatch it away into her arms, then offhandedly picked up the other one and turned to run into the courtyard. "What, not afraid now?" "Not afraid." "Fluffy, with those silly tiger faces, how adorable." Lin Roro turned back and stuck her tongue out at me, then ducked into the house holding the 2 little tigers. The 2 of us threw together a little makeshift pen inside, and finally got the 2 little things settled. Only then did I return to the courtyard and start dealing with the mother tiger's carcass. The house had all along lacked a thick, large hide for the bed. Now that was solved. Tiger hide paired with deer hide. There'd be no getting cold this winter no matter how hard it tried. By the time I'd finished processing the mother tiger, it was already the small hours of the night. I dug out all the scattered bits of silver and copper coins in the house and stuffed them all under the bed. Early tomorrow morning, I'd go door to door through the village collecting land deeds and pawn tickets. Then I'd make another trip to the county town, sell the tiger, and convert it into land deeds, preparing to turn my fortunes around and become a small landlord. Last night had worn me out badly, and I slept straight through until the sun was high. Lin Roro, though, rose early, sorting vegetables in the courtyard and feeding the chickens, the ox, and the horse. Passing the door of the house, she cast a glance at me sleeping soundly on the bed, and her face flushed red at once. Lately her husband had more and more tricks, always able to produce things that caught one off guard, embarrassing enough to fluster the heart, yet unable to keep it from racing faster. It left her, the moment she had any idle time, with her head full of those images. The more she thought, the more tangled, the more she thought, the harder to stop. By the time I woke, Lin Roro's spot had long been taken over by the 2 tiger cubs. They'd pillowed their little heads on my arm, sleeping soundly. I lifted my arm and flipped the 2 little things clean over onto their backs, yet still they didn't wake. Probably because I carried the mother tiger's scent on me, these 2 cubs, nestled against me, could sleep so soundly. To make them obedient and close to me in the future, naturally, I had to raise them from small. I woke the 2 little things, fed them a good deal of the horse meat left over from yesterday, and by the way mulled over names. One white, one yellow. The white was a female, quiet in temperament, so I'd call her Aoshwe, proud snow. The yellow was a male, lively as could be, so I'd call him Junlin, reign supreme. After eating the brunch, I purposely whittled a stick, kept specially for disciplining these 2 cubs, and after handing it to Lin Roro, went out myself to collect pawn tickets. Great Joe had stood as a state for over 300 years, and the farmland of each household in the village had either fallen to disaster or been swallowed up by others, long since mostly sold off. Nearly a third of Xiaohe village's land was now in Chao Kang's hands. Of the remaining greater part, most too was mortgaged at the pawnshops. Following my memory, I sought them out house by house, still going by the rate of 1 tael of silver per mu of land, and quickly collected a dozen or so pawn tickets. It was just that most of these fields were both thin and far off, out of the way from Xiaohe, fit only to make a show. In times like these, without water wheels for irrigation and without knowledge of fine cultivation, such land really wasn't worth much. As I walked, I calculated in my mind the route for digging channels and building water wheels. When I reached the riverside, my eyes suddenly fixed on a large stretch of abandoned farmland. The weeds there stood a good half-length taller than elsewhere. One glance told you the soil was richly fertile. This was the best land in all of Xiaohe village, a full 5.5 mu. Its owner was a stubbornly obstinate old widower in the village. Chao Kang had personally come forward several times, but had never managed to get his hands on this plot, and to this day still hankered after it. Once that old widower died, Chao Kang, as village chief, would have a pretext to take the land back. But as luck would have it, that old fellow was uncommonly tough of life. Over 80 and still spry and hale, refusing by any means to breathe his last. I recalled carefully, my predecessor had had little dealing with this odd old man. I only knew he lived on an earthen mound far to the north of Xiaohe village, his courtyard planted full of chrysanthemums, sitting all day in the yard drinking tea and basking in the sun, as if he could go on living without even eating. There'd always been rumors in the village that someone from the county came every few days to see this old man, bringing grain besides. Anyone could tell his background was no small thing, which was exactly why Chao Kang had never dared touch him. I followed the little path to his gate. The chrysanthemums in the courtyard had long since withered. Only a few winter-sweet plants in the backyard bloomed in full glory. The old man was the same as ever, lying in a rocking chair, humming a tune under his breath. I had just raised a hand to knock when the old man's leisurely voice suddenly came from within the courtyard. 24 years ago, this old one observed the heavens by night and saw the metal star fall over Qingzhou. Are you, this year, 24 years of age? My motion halted. Only then did I notice the gate was merely half shut, so I reached out and gently pushed it open. As for my age, my predecessor had long since lost track of it, and I couldn't say whether it was accurate. But going by memory, it should be off by little. Old sir, what do you mean by these words? I pushed the gate and entered the courtyard. At a glance, I saw the old man dressed in a plain robe, his expression tranquil, truly carrying a touch of the air of a lofty master, and my tone unconsciously took on a note of respect. Are you Qin Shi, the one who led the villagers to rid them of the wild boar? The old man didn't answer, but went on questioning me instead. I nodded. The thing you seek, this old one has already prepared for you. This old one hasn't long to live. After I die, I ask only that you find me a place with good feng shui to bury me. The old man raised a hand and pointed at the small stool by the gate. On the stool sat a box of red sandalwood, holding within it land deeds and field deeds, along with a golden brocade pouch. The doubts in my heart grew heavier. I was just about to untie the silk band on the pouch when the old man gave a light cough. That is something that can save your life. Unless driven to the utmost extremity, you must never open it. My heart gave a jolt. This old man, could he truly have some real ability? I'd long known that in this world there were always eccentrics who could read the heavens and divine fortune and calamity. The most famous were figures like Yuan Tiangang. And on the tombstone, what name should I carve for you, old sir? As I spoke, I gave the pouch a squeeze, feeling something inside like a small sword-shaped piece of metal, no light weight, clearly no ordinary thing, and hurried to put it away safely. Just right, chrysanthemum and plum, retired scholar. The hour grows late. This old one should take his midday nap. Go on back. The old man waved his hand, rose, and went into the house. Though my belly was full of questions, I still bowed deeply toward his retreating back, then withdrew. This old man was truly peculiar, suddenly gifting me so many things, then tossing out a heap of mysterious, cryptic words, as if deliberately burying some secret. But I couldn't be bothered to think too much on it. Having the things in hand was enough. If one day this old man really died, I'd simply bury him properly as agreed. After putting away the land deeds, I visited a few more households and collected 8 more pawn tickets, then went home, hitched up the ox cart, and headed straight for the county town. On the way, I counted the pawn tickets in hand, 26 in all. Adding those given by the chrysanthemum and plum retired scholar, I could scrape together nearly 100 mu of farmland. If I could really redeem them all back, I'd count as a proper landlord. In truth, going back 3 generations, which household in Xiaohe village hadn't held 8 or 9 or 10 odd mu of land? But generation after generation had pawned it away, and what could still be redeemed now was only this much. More of the land was now clutched in the hands of the Hengxiang pawnshop in the county town. Those with pawn tickets could still redeem them back at the original price, plus a storage fee. As for the land pawned so long ago that even the tickets were gone, getting it back would be harder still. Mulling over these things, I'd already arrived at the door of the Hengxiang pawnshop. In all of Ankang County, there was only this one pawnshop. I'd come here no few times before, and the clerk behind the counter had long recognized me. The moment he saw me enter, he piled on a smile and came up to greet me. "Oh, Master Chen's here. What are we pawning today? A live pawn or a dead pawn?" The pawnshop's counter was built very high, and standing before it, I could barely show the top of my head. That the counter was built so high wasn't without reason. Put plainly, it was meant to lord over people, plainly telling those who came to pawn, "Once you've entered here, you'd best watch our faces. Take a look first. Is this a pawn ticket from your Hengxiang pawnshop?" I first drew out a small pawn ticket and handed it over, wanting to test the waters. The smile on the clerk's face froze at once, and his tone chilled a few degrees. "Brother Chen, so you're looking to redeem a pawn. The ticket is indeed our shop's, no mistake. But this thing's been sitting a good while. To redeem it back, it's no longer the old price." Ordinary pawnshop tickets had a term, and past the date, they couldn't be redeemed. But land was different. No ordinary trinket. To rake in more silver, many pawnshops, when drawing up tickets for land, deliberately wrote in no term and kept the interest low, especially to lure people into pawning their land deeds. But when it truly came to being poor enough to trade land deeds for money, how many could ever turn things around and redeem the land back? No matter, reckon it for me. This ticket is for 1 mu 7 fun of land, pawned that year for 1 tael 7 mace of silver. To redeem it back now, how much? The clerk immediately flicked up his abacus, rattling off a calculation, then piled on the smile again. 3 taels, 6 mace, 8 fun of silver in all. Brother Chen, redeeming it now? Only 2 years and change, and it's already doubled. Interest compounds on interest, you know. I squeezed the money pouch at my waist, and my heart sank at once. By this reckoning, to redeem back all these near 100 mu of land, I'd have to sink in at least several hundred taels of silver. These people, black-hearted enough indeed. But on second thought, no grudging the silver, no snaring the land. This money had come from the gambling den anyway. Spending it didn't pain me. Slap. I brought the thick stack of pawn tickets down hard on the counter. "Fine, I'll redeem all this land. Reckon it up for me. How much silver in total?" That clerk's face darkened at once. Redeeming land was something the proprietor had expressly forbidden. 1 or 2 mu was one thing. But if this much land were really redeemed away, the proprietor would flay him alive. Yet his face still wore a smile. "Brother Chen, wait a moment, let me check for you." The clerk took the pawn tickets, but the next second he suddenly changed his face. With several rips, he raised his hand and tore the tickets to shreds. "What? You dare tear my pawn tickets? Is this how your Hengxiang pawnshop does business?" I was stunned on the spot. I hadn't expected this clerk would dare destroy the tickets right out in the open. And with the counter so high, I couldn't even reach to stop him in time. Seeing I was about to flare up, that clerk immediately backed off, waving his hands and shouting loudly. "What pawn tickets? I saw no such thing. Don't talk nonsense. Someone's making trouble. Come quick, throw him out." The words had barely fallen when 4 or 5 burly men wielding sticks charged out from the small side door, surrounding me in an instant. I stepped back half a pace, raised my head to look at that clerk atop the counter with his treacherous grin, and my voice went cold. "I'll give you people one last chance. Handle the redemption, and we'll part in peace." The clerk gave a sneer, his eyes on me like he was looking at an idiot. "You, a base commoner, dare run wild in the Hengxiang pawnshop? Do you know who our backer is? Say it, and it'd scare you to death. Know nothing, and still dare come make trouble. Beat him for me." The words were barely out when several stick. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly cried out, "I'm not willing. My family heirloom jade pendant was sold off by them, when the 6-month term clearly hadn't even come. I can't swallow this wrong either. The dowry my mother left me, they cheated it all away." "Me too." At these words, everyone crowded up. In all of Ankang County, there was only this one pawnshop, And this clerk clearly wasn't cheating people for the first time. There was no telling how many he'd wronged. Good. In broad daylight. Today we'll claim justice for ourselves. Grab your sticks. Follow me. Smash Hingxiang. Take back our things. I sprang up onto the counter and kicked open the wooden railing. That clerk panicked on the spot and turned to run. But I'd already charged in, seized him by the collar, forced out of him where the land deeds were, then snapped his neck with a single twist. Those few thugs didn't know me. Only this clerk recognized me. As long as he was dead, no one would know who'd led the charge. I'd already gotten into the counter area, and outside the common folk were still roaring. A few bold ones had already pounced on the fallen thugs, laying into them viciously. They looked unlikely to survive either. I knew that making a ruckus out front alone was useless. I had to get them to charge fully in. I immediately grabbed a handful of scattered silver from the counter and flung it outward. The gleaming white silver and copper coins scattered across the ground, and the crowd's eyes went red in an instant. Unable to hold back any longer, they squeezed into the pawn shop like madmen. I wanted nothing else. I swiftly dug out all of Xiaohe village's land deeds, stuffed them all into my robe, and turned to run for the back courtyard. Only then did the proprietor hear the commotion in the front court and come rushing over in a fluster, passing right by my shoulder. But no sooner had he charged into the front court than he was trampled to death by the crowd in its frenzied looting. After scaling the courtyard wall, I mussed up my hair, smeared a few handfuls of mud on my face, returned to the ox cart to hide the land deeds away, then quietly circled back outside the pawn shop to watch how things went. Before long, the Yamen runners arrived. Squad leader Li, whom I'd met before, and another squad leader Dong came too, but by this time the people had long since scattered, leaving only the Hengxiang pawn shop, looted clean and in utter shambles. The officers grabbed a few passers-by for questioning, but these people had all grabbed some silver just now, so who'd be willing to speak? Every one of them shook their heads and played dumb. The people carried out of the pawn shop had all lost their breath too, not a single one left alive. Seeing this state of affairs, the two squad leaders could only stare helplessly, first sealing the pawn shop and leaving the investigation for later. Seeing they couldn't turn up anything, only then did I feel completely at ease and drove the ox cart to the county's apothecary. The tiger hide I meant to keep for my own use, but things like tiger bone and tiger sinew were worth quite a lot. One look, and the apothecary owner's eyes went red. Pity that a small county town apothecary couldn't take in so much. He only bought a single tiger claw at a high price, telling me to sell the rest at the nearest city, Xing'an. But Xing'an was a full 50 or 60 li from Ankang County, and on the border of Qingzhou besides. These days that region was busy preparing for war against the Zhenliao. Not only were there many mountain bandits on the road, but if I ran into a small band of Zhenliao scouts too, I'd be in serious trouble. There was no other way. I could only find an escort agency. I first went to the apothecary and asked the owner for a letter of recommendation, then inquired about the location of the county's escort agency before heading out. Ankang County did indeed have a Shunfeng escort agency. The establishment wasn't large, but it was an old, established name with a consistently steady reputation. The escort teams often ran the Xing'an route, knew it well, and had squared things with the mountain bandits along the way, so trouble was rare. Following the main road to the north of the county, I saw from afar a large compound. Several carts and horses were parked at the gate. The sounds of martial practice came unceasing from within, and atop the wall was planted the great banner of the Shunfeng Escort Agency, an imposing sight. The odd job man at the gate, seeing someone arrive, immediately brightened and hurried over to greet me. "This master, come to consign an escort?" I nodded. "A silver escort, a goods escort, or a person escort?" "A goods escort. But besides the goods, there's also a matter I'd like to trouble the head escort to help with." "Easily said. Let me have a look at the goods first. If it's something valuable." The odd job man leaned in for a look, and his voice suddenly shot up. "Whoa, this is a tiger." His eyes went round. "A whole tiger? That was no small piece of business." I said flatly, "It's a tiger. Hard to move it in the county, so I can only take it to Xing'an City to try my luck. I've matters here I can't get away from, so I can only entrust the head escort to handle it on my behalf." "This tiger, did you hunt it, master?" I nodded again. This sort of thing could only be owned up to. Saying I'd picked it up would only be more trouble. The odd job man sucked in a cold breath and immediately cupped his hands. My respects, my respects. So you're a tiger-slaying hero." Running north and south with the escort teams year-round, he counted as well-traveled and worldly. Yet this youth before him carried an extraordinary bearing and could hunt a tiger alone besides. It stunned him all the same, and he couldn't help giving a thumbs up. "This master, please come in quickly. I'll go invite the proprietor and the head escort at once." These days, with the barbarians running amok on the Qingzhou border, business heading north was growing ever more dismal, while there was more work heading south. For the Shunfeng Escort Agency to land a commission in Ankang County was already no easy thing. Not to mention this was a whole tiger. A job worth several thousand taels of silver. Who'd dare treat it lightly? The moment I entered the escort agency, I saw a dozen or so escorts, neatly outfitted, drilling in the courtyard. Standing at the very front was a woman. She was tall and slender, her figure sharp and clean, a set of black fitted martial garb clinging to her body, tracing outlines both willowy and full of strength. The long spear in her hand flew and wheeled, sweeping and thrusting all with a vicious edge. Her raven hair was bound up high, whipping loose with her movements. Her eyes were bright and keen, fine brows like swords. The wheaten skin tanned by year-round travel added a touch more wildness and heroic spirit to her whole person. This was a woman who, at a single glance, drew one's gaze and wouldn't let it go. The escort runner led the ox cart inward. I gave a light leap, landing off the cart, my gaze falling on that woman, my eyes carrying a few notes of appreciation. Her strikes were fast and vicious, her gaze cold, her momentum ample, yet her figure was light as a snake. The more beautiful, the more dangerous. Seeing me staring fixedly at her, the woman's face sank. She deliberately raised her spear and thrust it forward, straight at my face. Whoosh! The spear blade halted with a whisper of wind before the tip of my nose, a hair's breadth short of drawing blood. But I only smiled faintly. Forget dodging. I didn't so much as flinch an eyelid. Bold enough. The woman gave a cold snort. Her side glance sweeping over, she caught sight of the ox cart nearby and immediately realized I was most likely a client come to consign an escort, her expression turning a bit unnatural at once. She promptly withdrew her spear, feigning that nothing had happened, and called out to the escort runner. "Lure, what's this about?" "Eldest miss, this master's come to consign an escort to Shingen City. I was just about to go invite the head escort and the proprietor." "Consign what?" "A big tiger." Lure, sensing the mood was off, hurried to add a line. "This master here is a young tiger-slaying hero. You truly can't tell to look at him." "Tiger-slaying hero?" The woman's face was full of disbelief. She strode forward, planted her long spear into the ground, and at a glance spotted the tiger's carcass in the cart. "You hunted this? With what? Where did you hunt it?" She fired off her questions in one breath, her brows knitting up. At once I could tell she didn't believe it at all. "I only came to consign an escort, not to give an account of my whole background. These matters, there's no need for you to know." I couldn't be bothered to tangle with her, and with that, I followed Lure toward the main hall. "Halt! Who says there's no need? What if this thing's of dubious origin? Do you want the Shunfeng Escort Agency to haul stolen goods for you?" Sure enough, a hard case. I folded my arms, my face darkening. Lure hurried up to plead with her, explaining a few things in a low voice, but she wouldn't let it rest. "This is a full-grown tiger. Even an escort team would have to detour around one it met. One man, how could he possibly take it down?" "Xianer, no insolence." At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out from the main hall. His build was robust, his features upright, his steps steady, his bearing weighty yet unrevealed. His two arms were slightly bent from years of martial practice. At a glance, an old escort who'd run north and south for many years. Behind him followed a lean, tall man in a square cap and gray robe, with a goatee and graying temples. Though the man was thin, that pair of eyes was keen as an eagle's. Head escort, proprietor. The moment Lure saw these two emerge, it was like seeing his saviors. He hurried over and rattled off the whole matter. That woman's concern wasn't unreasonable either. But escort agencies, running north and south, dealt with both black and white paths to begin with. Unless it was an especially troublesome matter, they generally wouldn't turn down business on such grounds. "Greetings, honored guest. I am Zhao Mingyi, head escort of the Shunfeng Escort Agency, and this is our proprietor, Inzheng. May I ask how the honored guest is addressed?" I nodded, gave my name, and by the way explained the matter of consigning the tiger for sale. Hearing it was to sell a tiger, both Zhao Mingyi and Inzheng brightened. The two set to work at once. "This is no hard matter. Our agency is well acquainted with several large medicine merchants in the city. Hand the tiger to us to sell, and we can even push the price up a bit for you. But for this business, we'll have to collect a separate fee. How does the honored guest feel?" "As it should be." I nodded with a smile. "Then that's fine. First, let the proprietor appraise a price, and we'll discuss the details afterward. These words had barely finished when Zhao Xian couldn't help crowding up. Father, quick of eye and hand, Zhao Mingyi raised an arm and blocked her. My daughter was rash just now. If there was any offense, I beg the honored guest's pardon. Zhao Mingyi knew this daughter of his all too well. The moment she saw I had some ability, her next line was sure to be a request to spar. This girl had been obsessed with martial arts since childhood. Her talent was high, and she trained hard besides. At barely 17 or 18, her skills were already quite formidable. That whip of hers especially. She wielded it viciously and true. She had no other hobbies ordinarily, only loving to seek out others for a bout. Nearly every escort in the whole agency had taken a beating from her. In all of Ankang County, only 2 people could firmly hold an edge over her. One was Zhao Mingyi. The other was Dianshi Zhang Linghua. But these 2 were older than her, with deeper experience. Zhao Xian wouldn't say it aloud, but in her heart, she'd never conceded. Escort agencies take commissions without asking origins. Zhao Mingyi didn't care in the least whether that tiger had been hunted by my own hand. But he could never let his daughter make a mess at this juncture, dragging a client into a fight. Zhao Xian was so anxious she stamped her feet, like an ant on a hot pan. Watching it all, the corner of my mouth curled, and I deliberately shot her a sidelong glance. In that look was nothing but provocation. Then I turned and headed toward Yin Zhang's side. Zhao Xian was set off in an instant. Daring to provoke her to her face, this was intolerable. Fuming, she gritted her teeth and reached to her waist. A brown cowhide soft whip fell into her hand in an instant. Seizing the gap, while Zhao Mingyi had just turned to catch up, she raised her hand and lashed out with the whip, striking viciously at me. I'd long known this girl couldn't bear provocation, and had been guarding against it in my heart all along. A wind-splitting sound suddenly cracked by my ear. Zhao Mingyi cried out in alarm on the spot as well. In the very instant that whip lashed in, I'd already drawn out the small axe at my side. With a flick of the wrist, as if passing an object behind my back, I flung it backward without so much as turning my head. The spinning axe handle wound around the soft whip in one stroke, and with a snap dispersed its force, hurling it clean out 3 or 5 meters. This move was too vicious. Never mind Zhao Xian. Even the seasoned Zhao Mingyi was struck dumb, standing rooted in place, unable to recover his wits for a long while. An expert. Absolutely an expert. The same lines surfaced in the minds of father and daughter at once, and at the same moment both stirred with the thought of testing their skill against mine. Only Zhao Mingyi knew propriety, and however much he thought it, he showed nothing. Zhao Xian was another matter. Father, do you still remember the matter of holding a martial contest for my marriage that you promised me? Qingzhou had a statute. Women must be wed through an official matchmaker before the age of 14, or else be penalized with added taxes every year. Zhao Xian was already 18 now, and these past years had thrown away nearly 100 taels of silver for nothing. It wasn't that Zhao Mingyi grudged his daughter marrying out. It was that of the men he'd picked, Zhao Xian hadn't taken a fancy to a single one. And Zhao Mingyi feared his wife besides, so whenever the daughter disagreed, the wife would stubbornly block the match. Watching the silver flow out year after year, Zhao Mingyi's heart bled. With no other recourse, he'd hit upon this scheme of a martial contest for marriage. Who'd have thought Zhao Xian would agree in one breath? Zhao Mingyi had been rather pleased at first, thinking that whoever could beat his daughter was most likely no son of an ordinary household, and marrying her off to him wouldn't count as a loss. But he'd never imagined that in all of Ankang County, not a single young man could be found who could best Zhao Xian. And now he was even being backed into a corner by his daughter using this very matter against him. Zhao Mingyi hurriedly lowered his voice to dissuade her. Xianer, you'd best think this through clearly. This man does have ability, but one look at his getup and he's plainly a country farmer. If you really marry him, you'll be in for hardship down the road. I'm not afraid. Father won't let me go hungry anyway, as long as he can beat me. So what if he's a countryman? With ability like his, in a chaotic age it's not impossible to carve out a future. Maybe he'll even become a grand general someday. The more Zhao Xian spoke, the more worked up she got, her eyes fairly shining. Zhao Mingyi was so cornered he couldn't get out a single word. Yin Zhang had heard all this clearly, and holding back a laugh, turned and asked, "Honored guest, are you already wed?" "Already married, with only one wife at home," I answered calmly. "Hear that? You can only be a concubine," Zhao Mingyi said, growing more anxious still. He was, after all, the head of an escort agency, a figure of some standing in Ankang County. The agency walked both the black and white paths, and even the county magistrate often came as a guest. If not for the magistrate's son being too useless, unable to shoulder a load or lift a hand, he'd have long since wanted to betroth Xian'er to him. For his, Zhao Mingyi's, daughter to truly marry a rustic village lout, where would that leave his face? Nonsense, utter nonsense. What's wrong with being a concubine? There's no imperial throne to inherit at home. What difference does wife or concubine make? Besides, whether the wife can even bear a son isn't certain yet. Zhao Xian spoke with perfect self-assurance. This string of remarks fairly made me laugh. This girl wasn't just nimble of body. Her tongue was sharp too, and the notions in her head were bold and clear-eyed besides. Rather interesting. You. Zhao Mingyi was so furious his face went green, all but spitting a mouthful of blood. Humph, I'll go fetch our ancestral treasure bow right now. Only someone who can draw the treasure bow is qualified to spar with me. Hey, you there, don't you dare disappoint me. Zhao Xian planted a hand on her hip, blinking her big, lively eyes at me. Disappoint. I shook my head, and then one line nearly made Zhao Mingyi explode. Why must I necessarily marry you? At these words, Zhao Xian too was struck dumb. Am I not pretty? I swept my eyes over her, up and down. Her figure was exquisite, her features delicate, her temperament lively. Even without powder and rouge, she was strikingly beautiful. Pretty. But pretty can't be eaten as a meal. You have to be useful. A man's ambitions lie in the four corners of the world. Speaking of beauty alone, the top courtesans in the capital's flower houses were plenty. To truly keep someone at one's side, mere good looks were far from enough. Of course I'm useful. This lady is versed in both letters and arms. Below I can catch turtles in the 5 seas. Above I can pluck the moon from the 9th heaven. If you marry me, the whole escort agency counts as my dowry. As Zhao Xian said this, she even reached over and patted her own father's shoulder. Zhao Mingyi's nose was nearly bent out of shape with rage. This girl wasn't even married off yet, and was already scheming to sell off her own father first. I pondered a moment, then suddenly waved a hand. Go on then. Wonderful. Zhao Xian cheered and turned to dash off. She hadn't spoken wrongly, though she truly was useful. Down the road, once I got busy, I'd inevitably be stretched thin. If Zhao Xian held down the fort at home, the likes of Huang III wouldn't dare come make trouble at my door again. And with the escort agency running north and south, its connections were broad. If I ever really went into big business later, these relationships could all come in handy. By this time, the look Zhao Mingyi gave me had already changed. A moment ago, I'd been a guest come to call. In the blink of an eye, I'd become a rotten brat with designs on his daughter. Put any father in his place, and his expression wouldn't be pretty either. Luckily, by now Yin Zheng had finished inspecting the goods and stepped forward to smooth things over. Honored guest, your tiger's body is missing its hide and one claw. May I ask where they've gone? The hide I kept to pad my bed with. One claw I sold to the county apothecary. Tiger hide, used to pad a bed? Yin Zheng could only give a wry smile at hearing it. Extravagant beyond measure. So that's how it is. Ahem. But the rest, the valuable tiger bone, tiger heart, tiger sinew and such, are all still here. Relying on our agency's connections, hauling these things to Xing'an City to sell, we can get at least 3,000 taels of silver. For escorting the goods plus selling on your behalf, we take a 10% commission. How does the honored guest feel? 10%. That price was indeed no small thing. 10% of 3,000 was a full 300 taels, nearly matching the agency's take for over half a year. Never mind me finding it steep. Even Zhao Mingyi couldn't help turning his head aside. By the rules, being able to charge 50 taels for such an escort was already a sky-high price. Yet Yin Zheng had opened his mouth and asked for 300. Honored guest, don't rush to call it too dear. First, if not for going through our connections, this tiger's body would sell for 2,000 taels at most. With us taking 1/10, you actually don't lose out. Second, if you can draw that treasure bow in a moment, we'll only charge you 100 taels. Only then did I understand. If I couldn't draw the bow, then this tiger's body really might be, as Zhao Xian said, of dubious origin, stolen goods. The extra 200 taels was, put plainly, risk money. No need. If I draw the treasure bow and then beat your young miss, you take the full 300 taels as before. The extra 200, count it as betrothal gift money. Betrothal gift money? 200 taels at that? The corner of Zhao Mingyi's mouth twitched. These days the great Zhou's population was withered. Where was there any decent betrothal money left? With a word from the official matchmaker, many households marrying off daughters practically gave them away for nothing. Yet I had money in hand, ability in my person, and made such generous offers besides. This lad, truly not bad. Thinking of this, Zhao Mingyi's estimation of me rose another notch. But to say he'd be willing to marry his daughter to me right now was still a long way off. The treasure bow's here. Zhao Xian came running excitedly out of the main hall. With all the commotion here for so long, the escorts and runners round about had long since gathered in a ring. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhao Xian slowly opened the sandalwood bow case, and a long bow, black from end to end, was revealed. This bow is called Seeking Shadow, a treasure passed down from my Zhao ancestors. Made from top-grade wild ox horn, it has a full 3-dan pull. As Zhao Mingyi introduced it, he deliberately laid the words on heavy, plainly meaning to warn me off. 1 dan was 60 pounds, 3 dan was 180. Anyone who could draw such a bow could easily secure a good post in the imperial palace. A 3-dan horn bow? A treasure indeed. Before Zhao Mingyi had even finished speaking, I'd already reached out and taken up Seeking Shadow, hooked 3 fingers on the string, and slowly brought force to bear. Creak! The bowstring quivered and instantly went taut. In but the blink of an eye, I'd already drawn Seeking Shadow to 2/3. The onlooking escorts, Zhao Mingyi, Zhao Xian, every one of them held their breath without thinking, eyes fixed hard on that string stretching ever tighter. Bows come in 2 kinds. One is the shooting bow, the other the strength bow. The shooting bow is just the everyday bow, like the one I'd made myself, only about 1 dan. Seeking Shadow was different. This was a strength bow, made specially for training arm power. Its killing force was strong, not even inferior to a crossbow, but a 3-dan pull was too ferocious to sustain for long, let alone draw repeatedly, so it couldn't be used in ordinary practice at all. I'd crossed over here only half a month ago, and though I'd been training desperately all along, this body was after all inferior to my former lives. Forcing the draw, I could in fact only pull to 2 dan. A strength bow's all about a single breath. He couldn't even draw it in the first pull, so there's no hope in what follows. You can't even pull 2 dan, and you're fit to talk about him? I don't want to marry the eldest miss anyway, huh? Several escorts muttered among themselves. On the other side, Zhao Mingyi visibly let out a breath of relief, while Zhao Xian's face was full of shock. She'd thought me quite formidable, never imagining I actually couldn't draw it. Little brother, don't take it to heart. This bow, even I could only barely draw it around the age of 20, huh? With these old bones now, I can't pull it either, huh? Seeing his daughter come up short and me fumble, Zhao Mingyi truly couldn't hold it in, laughing with particular relish. But my expression was calm as I slowly loosed the bowstring. Just now I'd used the crudest method of forced drawing, propping it up on nothing but arm, shoulder and back, and waist and belly, all to test my current foundation. But a stiff bow like this, to truly draw it, has never relied on brute strength alone. You were just a hair short. Try once more, won't you? The more Zhao Xian watched her father laughing so smugly, the less she could accept it in her heart. She stepped at once to my side, gripped my arm hard, her brows knitted tight, her tone carrying even a note of pleading. A stiff bow like this drains too much strength. Better to let the honored guest rest a while first. Yin Zheng chimed in to help as well. Zhao Mingyi glared at once. One was his daughter, the other his own man. How had they both taken the outsider's side? No need. I dropped only 2 words. The next instant, I bent at the waist and sank my breath, both hands wrenching upward, my whole body's momentum erupting with a roar, like a wave crashing against the shore, pressing tight on every heart present. Then came a single creak. I raised my arm to point at the sky, and the entire Seeking Shadow was instantly drawn to a full moon. The smile on Zhao Mingyi, who'd been laughing just a moment ago, froze dead on his face. In that instant, my gaze was fierce, my aura overwhelming, and it strangely made him seem to glimpse the arrogant self of his youth who'd held no one in his eyes. In his younger years, he too had been this high-spirited, had likewise dared draw a bow to full, dared contend with heaven itself. But later, a single arrow through the knee had shattered his general's dream outright. If, back at the martial examination that year, he hadn't been so arrogant, so careless of his foe, perhaps the Zhao Mingyi of today would long ago have been guarding a frontier of his own. A fine bow indeed. I slowly lowered Seeking Shadow, let out a long breath, then lifted my eyes to Zhao Mingyi, still standing there in a daze. Master Zhao, what do you intend to do next? Zhao Mingyi's body gave a shudder, as though a lifetime had passed. Before he could get the words out, Zhao Xian had already cut in ahead of him, laughing. On the day of the heavy snow, We'll set up a martial contest for marriage platform in Shingen City. You absolutely must come then. She closed the treasure case, tucked it under her arm, and like a general returning from victory, tossed her high black ponytail and strode toward the main hall with head high and chest out. In Zheng, laughing too, clapped my shoulder and led me off to sign the escort contract. This shipment was of great value, so the agency put out 12 escorts outright, 3 carts of men and horses, with Zhao Mingyi personally leading the team and In Zheng handling the price negotiations. Zhao Xian had wanted to go along, but was forcibly kept behind in the county to mind the house. After all, 12 escorts plus the first and second heads meant the Shunfeng escort agency was turning out nearly its entire force this time. I first paid 50 taels as a deposit, left my address, and then departed. When the escort team returned, someone would naturally deliver the silver to my residence. Out of the escort agency, Zhao Xian still wouldn't go back right away, insisting on seeing me off part of the way. As it happened, halfway along we ran right into Lin Feng, his face full of worry. The case of the pawn shop being looted had already alarmed the county yamen, and every runner had been sent out to hunt for clues. Big brother-in-law, busy are you? Seated on the ox cart, I hailed him with a smile. Lin Feng climbed aboard the cart with a long face and opened his mouth to curse. No telling which bastard led it, but they actually looted the pawn shop clean. This mess has been blown wide open. Now nobody can cover it up. Seeing him sighing and groaning, I deliberately played dumb. There's such a thing? I see runners all over the streets. The one behind the pawn shop must be no small figure. Lin Feng sighed. Who else? The magistrate's nephew. The man's already gone off and wept for a full hour to the magistrate. Unless this case is investigated clear to the bottom, there's simply no getting past it. The magistrate has a lot of nephews. Just 5 or 6, I suppose. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a rush of respect. 5 or 6 nephews. This Ankang County was near enough to becoming his family's own. That being so, the land deeds in my hands couldn't be shown for the time being. At the very least, I'd have to wait until spring, until this case had thoroughly settled, before bringing them out. Otherwise, once exposed early, the trouble would all land squarely on me. So how's the investigation going? Lin Feng shook his head outright. Not a thing's been turned up. I reckon half the county town had a hand in it. And the one who led it was slicker still. The things in the pawn shop weren't much disturbed, so there's no thread to follow down. Worst of all, to this moment, not even the account books have been found, so there's simply no way to get a grip on the case. What I'd taken were the land deeds, nothing but a stack of paper, which, lost, destroyed, or burned, could never be pinned down, so naturally the hardest to trace. Hearing this, I was completely at ease. Of course they couldn't find the account books. To be safe, that thing had long since been taken away by me. At this very moment, it was pressed right under Lin Feng's backside. Then you've truly had it rough, big brother-in-law. Come sit at my place another day. I'll get you some mountain delicacies and seafood to build you back up properly. Speaking of which, is there any of that deer blood wine left from last time? I hadn't quite savored the flavor of it yet. Haha. Lin Feng laughed a little sheepishly. What deer blood wine was for, every man knew in his heart. He'd been married only a few years, right in the prime of his vigor, so naturally he was still mindful of that potency. There is. Come fetch it at my place next time, big brother-in-law. Plenty for you. The two of us exchanged a few more pleasantries before parting. Back home, I first carefully put away the land deeds, then called over Gung the second and the others, ready to do a great thing. Raising a brick kiln. I'd long since had my eye on the spot, a level patch of wasteland outside the village. First I'd fix the rough shape of the brick kiln, then have Gung the second and the rest break ground with hose. With no ready-made earthen bricks at hand for now, we could only dig a large pit into the ground first and form the kiln floor. The material for firing bricks was mainly the clay from the bed of that nameless river by the village, mixed with a bit of coarse salt and plant ash. Once dug out, the clay had to be sun-dried first, then sieved, then have water added and be pressed into brick blanks, and finally fired for several days straight. All told, it would take at least half a month. Before winter truly bore down, I could fire 2 kiln loads at most. To build a whole brick house directly was simply out of reach. My plan was to fire 2 batches of brick first and prioritize laying a heated con. For the rest of the house, I'd first use timber to make a hollow wall layer, then plaster it over with yellow mud. Just get through this winter first and speak of the rest later. Early the next morning, I called over everyone in the village able to work. No distinction of man or woman. So long as they were willing to put in effort, 20 coppers a day, work starting on the spot. Meanwhile, Chow Kong noticed something amiss the moment the sky lightened. Not a single one of the hired hands who ought to have shown up for work had come. He flew into a rage at once, seized his steward, and demanded an accounting, and only then learned that the people had all been taken away by me. Fine, very fine. Dagon, you're plainly setting yourself against me. I'd like to see just how much you can handle, daring to take on so big an operation. Feeding this many day laborers. Let's see how many days you can hold out. Chow Kong, taking along the mere 2 house servants left to him, headed straight for the plot of land I'd staked out. The whole of Shaohe village's usable labor came to 50 or 60 people at the very most. At 20 coppers a day per person, this many together would cost over a tael of silver a day. That sum, even Chow Kong would wince to watch spent. So without a second thought, he concluded I was deliberately trying to spite him, meaning to pit family fortune against him. That lad had done nothing but kill a few wild boars and exchange them for a bit of money in the county, and yet he dared to challenge him, truly thinking himself somebody. He, Chow Kong, had fields and land and family estate. Money spent out would sooner or later be earned back. But what about Qin Shi? Could he lead the whole village to dig at the mountain for a living the rest of his life? By the time Chow Kong arrived at the spot, he saw a large pit had already been dug over there. On the other side, people kept hauling up muck from the river. Chow Kong was first taken aback, then laughed outright. This lad, he actually meant to fire earthen bricks. Earthen bricks were worthless to begin with, only a coin or two apiece. The rich looked down on them. The poor couldn't afford them. They were simply a useless ornament. Then looking at the scale of this brick kiln, it could fire 5,000 at most in one go, 20,000 a month at the fullest reckoning. Even sold out entirely, that came to no more than 20 or 30 taels of silver. Yet he'd hired the whole village, reckoned the accounts, and it just broke even. Never mind turning a profit, he might well have to pay out of his own pocket. Let alone that these earthen bricks simply wouldn't sell in Shaohe village, and were doubtful even in Ankang County. To really move them, he'd have to haul them to Shingen City to try his luck. Reckoning it to this point, Chow Kong grew all the more contemptuous, cursing Qin Shi in his heart as a prize fool. Master, you'll just watch and do nothing? The servant asked in a low voice. If he wants to flail about, let him flail. My fields are near ruined by the boars anyway, so I've no use for many hands at present. Chow Kong stroked his short beard, his smile heavy with meaning. He was certain Qin Shi couldn't hold out long. Once the money was burned through, these villagers would sooner or later come crawling back to beg him. A few days later, the brick kiln was built, and the first batch of sieved earth brick blanks was sent into the kiln. The men who'd earlier laid the kiln went up the mountain again to fell trees. The good timber saved for building my house, the poor timber taken straight to fire the kiln. Chow Kong came every day, bringing his servants, hauling a reclining chair and tea, watching from afar, sitting a whole day at a stretch. He was idle anyway. Watching my money pour out like flowing water, he felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. What are those few doing? Chow Kong pointed at Gung the second and the others hard at work and asked, Master, they're picking out good timber. Said it's to build Qin Dagon a house. These past days Qin Dagon's courtyard has been torn down and expanded several times over. Raising sheds, setting up frames, terribly busy. Raising sheds. Chow Kang's face changed, and he sprang up from the reclining chair. Come, let's go take a look. In front of the brick kiln, I was busy directing the work, and seeing Chow Kong suddenly take his men and leave, I paid it no mind, carrying on with my own affairs. Before long, Chow Kong had made his way to the door of my home. The moment he stepped up the slope, his eyes brightened. The once rutted and pitted dirt road was now entirely paved with crushed stone. Beside the big tree at the courtyard gate, a crude but neat little flower bed had been ringed off. The fence of the back courtyard had all been replaced anew, and a door had been opened in the side of the yard, with the ox cart parked within. The shed the servant had just mentioned was one built specially for the ox cart. On the other side of the shed was a large chicken coop, where a dozen odd chicks grown to the size of pigeons pecked head down, scrambling for feed. And what's that shed behind for? Chow Kong stared at the back of the house, his eyes darting about, and immediately crept over in a crouch. His hand had barely brushed against it when a rustling sound came from within. This shed was built especially sturdy, sealed all around with wooden boards, and the space was larger than an ordinary house. Standing outside, one could see nothing at all within, which fairly set Chow Kang's heart aflame with frustration. Master, climb a tree and look. Chow Kong glanced up. As it happened, there was a big tree not far off. Without even bothering to order his servant about, he sprinted straight over. Today he simply had to see with his own eyes just what shameful thing was hidden in this shed. With his servant's help, Chao Kong expended enormous effort just to climb halfway up. He stuck out his head to look, and within the shed a gray-white figure was swaying. A horse. Chao Kong was so frightened, he gave a shudder on the spot. That day when I'd come back with the barbarian in tow, he'd seen it all clear as day. This horse, wasn't it that barbarian's warhorse? Oh, mother of mine! His heart lurched in panic, his foot slipped, and with a smack he tumbled from the tree, rolling far off with a wretched scream. Lin Ruru, in the courtyard just about to feed the fodder, heard the commotion and immediately called out sharply. "Who's there? Who's outside?" At this, Chao Kong slapped his thigh. "Quick! Help me up, let's run." His two servants were badly frightened too, and hurriedly hauled him up. The three of them fled in disarray toward the woods on the back hill. As he ran, Chao Kong grimaced with pain. "Fine work, Qin Dagon. I've finally caught you red-handed. You actually dare privately harbor a warhorse. That's a capital crime that takes your head. Tomorrow I'll go to the county yamen and report you. On the day you're beheaded, I, Chao Kong, will surely stand at the very front, watching your head hit the ground." Ha ha ha. At this moment, I still didn't know disaster was fast approaching. Watching bundle after bundle of firewood carried into the brick kiln, my heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. Just as I was about to catch my breath and drink some tea, a group of people came to the village entrance. It was the Shunfeng escort agency. Zhao Xian rode a tall horse. Yin Zheng sat in a sedan, the escort banners fluttering in the wind, an imposing sight indeed. I immediately threw on my jacket and hurried toward the village entrance, soon meeting the party. "Over here, husband." Zhao Xian, mounted on her horse, spotted me from afar, and her face flushed at once. So excited she blurted the word right out. These past days her father had been away, and minding the agency alone, she'd long since been bored to death. Ever since seeing my ability that day, my resolute, heroic face, and my figure drawing the bow to loose an arrow, had kept spinning round in her mind. A few days without seeing me had, if anything, only made the longing in her heart heavier. Now, at the sight of me, that maiden's lovesickness could no longer be held down. This girl, Yin Zheng, hearing it all clearly from within the sedan, felt his head swell and raised a hand to cover his forehead. "Miss Zhao, don't go calling out that name so freely. If my wife were to hear it, I truly couldn't explain myself." I gave two dry laughs and hurriedly waved a hand, muttering inwardly that this girl was far too direct, addressing me, so the moment she opened her mouth. "What about your wife? Take me to meet her. I'll tell her myself." Zhao Xian rode her horse closer, a touch of bashfulness on her face, yet her tone not the least bit coy, gazing at me with a smile. "Honored guest, the matter you consigned to the Shunfeng escort agency has been settled." Seeing Zhao Xian's words growing more and more outrageous, Yin Zheng hurried to have the sedan stopped and stepped forward briskly, cupping his hands. At the lift of his hand, an escort immediately came over bearing a case. "Your whole tiger sold for 3,200 taels in all. Deducting the agreed commission of 320 taels and the 50-tael deposit, the remaining 2,930 taels are all here. Please, honored guest, inspect it." My heart leapt with joy. This Shunfeng escort agency truly dealt honestly. Not only had they made no trickery, they'd sold it at a high price. I took the case. Inside was a stack of banknotes along with some loose silver. "What? So happy at the earnings you've forgotten the courtesies of hosting. Earned several hundred taels extra for nothing, and you won't even invite us in for a cup of tea." Zhao Xian swung down from her horse, gazing at me with a bright smile, her eyes full of interest. "Today, young mistress of yours, this lady simply must meet her. That's only proper." My impression of Zhao Xian had always been good. Besides, one had willingly offered to let me take a concubine, and one was willing to be a concubine. A curious coincidence, and there was no harm in an early meeting. I led the several of them into the village, and before long we reached the door of my home. Though the courtyard wasn't yet finished, a crushed stone path had been laid before the door, and with trees shading it all around, it had instead taken on a touch of quiet elegance. "Rower, brew some tea, guests have come." Pushing open the courtyard gate, I called inside. Lin Ruru, tidying up in the yard, turned to look, first stunned, then, seeing the large party beyond the gate, was at a loss what to do with her hands and feet. These past days I'd hired people to work, and she'd been the one arranging their food and drink, and the courtyard had been under constant repair, so naturally it was a bit of a mess inside. What's more, this was the first time I'd brought proper guests home, and as the mistress of the house, she panicked all at once. She hurriedly hauled out 2 benches from the shed, then ran back inside to steep tea, and only after finishing did she stand obediently at my side. The moment Zhao Xian and Yin Zheng came through the door, Lin Ruru, too nervous, actually bent first to give a bow. This alone set Zhao Xian laughing outright. These two are the eldest miss and the proprietor of the Shunfeng Escort Agency of Ankang County. I consigned the tiger to them to sell, and today they've come to deliver the money, so I invited them in for a cup of tea by the way. I explained, forcing back my laughter. Lin Ruru was nervous to begin with, and hearing the arrivals were actually from the Shunfeng Escort Agency, panicked all the more. Being a native of Ankang County, she'd long since heard the name of the Shunfeng Escort Agency. Zhao Xian especially was a famed heroine among women. Though they'd never met, she'd always admired her in her heart. Greetings to Miss Zhao, and to the proprietor. This time she finally came to her senses, hurriedly folding both hands atop her knees and giving a proper, correct bow. Elder sister, don't be so formal. I was just wondering what sort of person could keep Brother Qin's thoughts on her all this while. One look today, and sure enough, so gentle and soft, so lovable. Never mind Brother Qin. Even I like her at the sight. Zhao Xian stepped forward, took Lin Ruru's hand outright, and pulled her aside with a smile. Hearing that I'd been thinking of her all this while, Lin Ruru's face flushed at once. Before she could recover her wits, she was pulled away by Zhao Xian, and, thrown into a fluster, could only cast me a look pleading for rescue. Proprietor Yin, have some tea. But I acted as if I hadn't seen, turning with a mischievous grin to invite Yin Zheng to sit and drink tea. Brother Qin means to rebuild his house, but winter comes in a few more days. I fear you may not make it in time. Yin Zheng surveyed the courtyard. The old thatched hut hadn't yet been torn down, but beside it the frame of the new house had already been raised, foundation and beams all in place, only lacking the walls to be laid and the house sealed. It should be finished before the first snow. Winter in these mountains is too cold. If it's not done, people really would freeze to death. I said with a laugh, half in earnest, half in jest. It wouldn't come to that. Our agency has spare rooms. If Brother Qin doesn't mind, you could move in for this year first. If nothing else, charcoal fire would certainly be plentiful. We'd never let your esteemed wife suffer the cold. Yin Zheng was plainly high on me. Ever since Zhao Xian had brought up the martial contest for marriage, he'd been at her side relentlessly lending support. That won't be necessary. I've got a good thing here, called a heated Kong, warmer even than burning charcoal. I deliberately left it hanging. Oh, Yin Zheng's interest was piqued at once, and he was just about to press further when he suddenly heard Lin Ruru's cry of surprise from the back courtyard. Really? Husband really agreed. The two of us turned to look and saw Zhao Xian holding Lin Ruru's hand, the two heads close together whispering secrets. In just this short while, the two had already grown as intimate as if they'd known each other for ages. Seeing me and Yin Zheng look over, Zhao Xian immediately grabbed Lin Ruru and headed straight for the back courtyard. Boudoir whispers. How could those be let into the ears of two grown men? As it turned out, going to the back courtyard, Zhao Xian again spotted the tethered gray horse. Her spirits shot up at once, and she coaxed and cajoled Lin Ruru. Lin Ruru, crying out and begging for mercy all the while, was very nearly forced by her into learning to ride. The two of us in the front court talked a while longer before Yin Zheng finally dragged the reluctant Zhao Xian away. So you've heard everything? As I gathered up the tea bowls, I looked with a smile at Lin Ruru, walking on wobbly legs. I truly never imagined the one husband chose would be Miss Zhao. She's clearly 2 years older than me, yet she has to call me elder sister. I'm dying of embarrassment. Lin Ruru, blushing, leaned softly into my embrace. It was plain to see she'd gotten along splendidly with Zhao Xian. All the way back to the room, she hadn't stopped chattering, endlessly calculating what to prepare for Zhao Xian. The wedding quilt she'd sew by hand, the wedding shoes she'd make by hand. Even the pocket money I gave her ordinarily, she was loath to spend carelessly, and now actually meant to use it all to buy jewelry and rouge for Zhao Xian. The more sensible she was, the more my heart softened. She was genuinely happy for Zhao Xian, and even wanted to hold the wedding in lively splendor. It was as if she wished to make up for the regret of her own entering the household back then, and to add a share of festive joy to this home. But she didn't know. I'd never once thought to treat her unfairly. In that moment, a notion suddenly surfaced in my heart. Zhao Xian I would wed, and Lin Ruru's grand wedding I would make up to her too. Rower, from now on your husband will only cherish you more. My voice was low. Husband, what do you say? She'd just lifted her head when her lips were stopped by mine. Lin Ruru panicked at once and could only respond in a fluster, her whole self thrown into disorder. Husband, what are you doing? By the time she noticed those hands growing less and less honest, her body went softer still, without even the strength to struggle. Husband, they haven't gone far yet, don't. At the thought that someone might come into the courtyard at any moment, she was both frightened and shy, yet this very thrill bored straight into her bones. This wicked husband, it was like this every time, never giving her a chance to prepare, coming whenever he pleased. And she simply couldn't resist. That feeling of fluster and tingling numbness made her sink ever deeper, wishing she could be held by me forever and go nowhere at all. Husband, tonight Rower wants more. All right, I agreed readily enough with my mouth, but watching that soft, delicate, pleading figure in my arms, the fire in my chest instead burned all the fiercer. How could I hold back now? Over half an hour later, I pulled over the quilt and covered that fire-stirring body up snug and tight. Lin Ru hurriedly poked her head out from the quilt, her little face crimson, her eyes carrying a touch of grievance. Husband, Rower regrets it. Tonight let's just sleep properly, all right? No. I rolled over and refused flatly. Then I'll call Miss Shinner over, and you go to her. Just let Rower off. Boo-hoo, dream on. I gave a snort and sat right down at the bedside, making as if to lift the quilt. The next second, Lin Ruru's pleas for mercy rang out in the room. I was wrong. Husband, I really was wrong. Rower will serve you well from now on, and never dare cry weary or complain of hardship again. Seeing her turn obedient, only then did I throw on my outer robe in satisfaction. Lin Ruru immediately poked half her little face out from the quilt, a pair of watery eyes fixed unblinkingly on my sturdy back. She fretted inwardly. These past days husband had been laboring outside the village, yet not only was he not worn out, if anything he was growing more and more ferocious. Going on like this, she'd truly be worked to pieces by him. At this thought, she hurriedly covered her burning face, secretly making up her mind. This won't do. I must get Miss Shinner into the household soon. Miss Shinner knows martial arts. Her body is far tougher than mine. Once husband has gone to deal with her first, then comes at me with what strength remains. That would be just right. I'd barely stepped out the door and stretched when I saw several yamen runners coming up along the path. The one leading them was none other than my big brother-in-law, Lin Feng. I was taken aback. The town case had been wrapped up so soon? Had big brother-in-law come to drink with me? Brother. I'd just gone up to greet him when I saw Lin Feng's face darken, and he abruptly raised a hand. Seize him. My heart jumped, but I forcibly suppressed the urge to resist and asked with a frown, "What's this about? On what grounds do you arrest me?" Lin Feng said coldly, "Someone has accused you of privately keeping a warhorse, a capital crime that takes your head. Even if I am your brother-in-law, I cannot shield you. Brother-in-law, I advise you not to resist. Go to the yamen honestly with me. You have merit for capturing the barbarian. If you're willing to confess clearly, the magistrate might yet consider it a first offense and deal leniently." The words had barely fallen when several runners rushed up, clamped the wooden cane around my neck, and marched me toward the courtyard. Lin Feng barked in a heavy voice, "Search. Find me that warhorse." He led his men into the courtyard, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. On the wedding day, he'd been here. Back then, this little courtyard had been old and dilapidated. But looking again now, the yard had been tidied into a decent, proper shape, a world of difference from before. Lin Ruru, inside the house, heard the commotion outside and hurriedly dressed and ran out. But the moment she emerged, she saw me already canged, with Lin Feng still directing off to the side. Her vision went black, and she nearly fainted on the spot. Little sister, Lin Feng knitted his brows, sick at heart. But today's matter, he could only handle it by the rules. Lin Ruru's face was ghastly pale, her voice trembling. "Elder brother, what on earth is going on? Why are you arresting my husband?" Lin Feng said with a grim face. "He's committed a serious crime. Don't get involved. As for the magistrate's side, I'll plead for him." Lin Feng grabbed Lin Ruru, who was about to come to me, and lowered his voice. "Don't panic. Go fetch that thing to save me." What I meant was precisely the brocade pouch left behind by the chrysanthemum and plum retired scholar. Following my gaze toward the house, Lin Ruru understood at once, turned, went back inside, shut the door, and searched for the pouch. The gray horse had been in the back courtyard all along, and the moment a few runners went over, they soon let it out. The story I'd prepared beforehand, Not a word of it did I speak now. Since someone had informed on me, there was certainly a witness. My set of words the magistrate simply would not believe. The only ones who could inform on me now were Annie Chiu and Chao Kong. Annie Chiu held physical evidence, and Chao Kong himself was a witness. But Auntie Chiu doted on Lin Ruru and would never harm me. So the one remaining could only be Chao Kong. Had it been the old me, I'd have long since beaten these few runners senseless and fled that very night with Lin Ruru and the silver. But now was different. I'd come to know Zhao Xian, gotten in with the Shunfeng escort agency, and gained a firm footing in Xiao village too. These things I was loath to throw away. So for the moment, I could only take a gamble that the pouch truly could save my life. Failing that, I'd just have to spend money to avert disaster. The moment I was taken away, Lin Ruru fell into complete disorder. She gathered up all the money she could dig out of the house and hurried off to Ankang County as well. Then, having big brother Lin Feng grease a few palms and going to find Zhao Xian for help, perhaps she might yet get me out. An hour later, the main hall of the county yamen. Who is the accused? Qin, of Xiaohe village. What crime is charged? Privately keeping a war horse. By law he should be beheaded. The magistrate and the registrar traded question and answer. On the dais, that county official with his round belly protruding gave the woodblock a leisurely rap and eyed me sidelong. How brazen. This official has heard that you took a barbarian alive, for which you should have been credited with merit, yet never imagined you would dare embezzle a war horse. Bold beyond all bounds. Your crime deserves 10,000 deaths. You should rightly be executed. Where is the witness? My lord, this humble one is here. Chao Kong, clutching his backside, came limping up into the hall and knelt down with a face full of fawning. Where is the physical evidence? Lead in the war horse. At a shout, the gray horse was soon led into the hall by the runners. Yes, that's the very horse. Chao Kong grew excited at once, rising to his feet and pointing at the gray horse with a shout. That day when this thief took the barbarian alive, I and a dozen odd hired hands all saw it with our own eyes. I dare swear on these two eyes, there's absolutely no mistake. Chao Kong indeed. Though I still couldn't work out how, with this gray horse hidden at home, the news had leaked out. In this moment, I'd already passed a death sentence on Chao Kong in my heart. Good, witness and evidence both complete. This official now pronounces judgment. Wait, my lord. Chao Kong suddenly sprang up. What else do you have? The magistrate knitted his brows, muttering inwardly. Wasn't it you who slipped this official 50 taels of silver and told me to do away with this man quickly? Now that judgment's truly about to be passed, why are you the anxious one instead? Chao Kong hurriedly spoke up. My lord, this man could subdue a barbarian, which proves his skills are formidable. This humble one has also heard that today the town pawnshop was robbed, and there too was a man of high martial skill, who killed the guards and the proprietor on the spot and made off with a great sum of wealth. This man was a wretched gambler a month ago, with a home of bare walls, yet now has suddenly come into money, repairing walls, hiring workers, spending silver with a free hand. Foolish as this humble one is, I dare not judge rashly, and only beg my lord to investigate clearly whether these two matters are connected. At this, the magistrate's eyes lit up at once. This lad had money. That was perfect indeed. The pawnshop case had gone with no one to take the fall, and the deficit of several thousand taels had gone with no one to make it good. If he could pin this lad down as the mastermind, then confiscate his estate by the way, wouldn't the whole thing be rounded off neatly? Hearing this, my face darkened too. Even this could be pinned on me. Though the deeds had indeed been done by me, this speech of Chao Kang's was plainly seizing the chance to frame me. If it were truly made to stick, then it wouldn't be a matter that spending a bit of money could settle. The magistrate slammed the woodblock down hard. Lin Feng, this man was brought in by the team you led. What Chao Kong, village head of Xiao village, says, is it true? Lin Feng's heart sank. Trembling, he stepped forward and cast me a glance full of bitterness. In reply to my lord, it is indeed so. But as far as I know, shut your mouth. Did this official tell you to prattle? The magistrate gave a cold snort. The criminal Qin, crime piled upon crime, by no means to be pardoned. This official pronounces, take him into custody at once, behead him tomorrow. Hold. At this very moment, a violent shout came from below the dais. A tall, sturdy figure strode forward, halted beneath the hall, and fixed the magistrate with a cold stare. Dianshi Zhang, what do you mean to do? Zhang Lingyue said in a heavy voice. Magistrate, let me give you one word of advice. This man you cannot kill. The magistrate blew out his beard and glared, forcibly pressing down his anger. My territory, my common folk, and a man this official cannot kill. Do tell, on what grounds? Zhang Lingyue, unhurried, drew out that gold brocade pouch and slapped it right down before the desk. Take a look first. What is this? The magistrate lowered his head to look, and the contempt on his face soon dissipated, his gaze changing along with it, growing more and more tense the longer he looked. Gold thread cloud silk. Could this be? Zhang Lingyue said coldly. That's right. This pouch uses sparrow cloud gold thread silk, an article reserved for the imperial house of Great Zhou. The Forbidden Palace's weaving works can't produce more than a few bolts in a year. Without being imperial kin or noble stock, one has no right to use it at all. Zhang Lingyue had been a Forbidden Palace instructor to begin with, and the moment these words were out, the magistrate broke into a cold sweat on the spot. Magistrate, if this man is killed, it'll be heads that roll. The magistrate shuddered all over and shot a look down at me below the dais, unable for the life of him to understand how a country fellow could get tangled up with imperial relatives. His heart in a flutter, he stretched trembling fingers toward the pouch, wanting to open it and look. But Zhang Lingyue pressed a finger over the mouth of the bag, not yielding an inch. Magistrate, the thing inside. If you look at it, not even 9 generations of your clan will be spared. Ah. Frightened, the magistrate hurriedly retracted his hand, his face gone white, both hands trembling before his chest. This background was too terrifying. Chao Kong, below the dais, though he couldn't follow it, seeing even the magistrate so frightened, felt his soul nearly leave him, and could only stay pressed hard to the floor, cold sweat covering his head, not daring even to breathe loud. That old wretch, could he truly be someone of the imperial house? I was a bit dazed at this point too, and turned my head to glance at Lin Ruru. Seeing Zhang Lingyue had come, Lin Ruru's heart finally settled. She'd run all the way from Xiao village, first going to the escort agency to find Zhao Xian, and Zhao Xian had at once taken her to see Zhang Lingyue. The moment Zhang Lingyue saw the pouch, his face changed on the spot, and only then had the later turn of events come about. Zhang, Dianshi Zhang. Look, this case, how should this official rule? The magistrate had long since lost all composure, and could only beg Zhang Lingyue for direction. He was but a small county official who hadn't even set eyes on the emperor. How would he dare touch such a thing? Zhang Lingyue put away the pouch, turned, and pointed at that gray horse. Magistrate, look at this horse. Is it not sturdy? Is it not sleek? This gray horse had been a barbarian's short-statured mount to begin with. Though its size couldn't match a Great Zhou war horse, its endurance was strong, able to run mountain roads and perilous ground alike. It had earlier hidden in the mountain woods eating good grass for a few days, then entered my courtyard, where I'd fed it with meticulous care, beans, grain, fodder, not one lacking. And now it was raised plump and robust, its coat glossy. It is indeed a fine horse. Only now did the magistrate catch the drift. Zhang Lingyue went on. This lad is a fine hand at raising horses. With war on the frontier now, what's most lacking is good horses. The horse-raising order the provincial governor issued a few days ago. You should have received it, no? The magistrate understood at once. Received it, received it. He immediately proclaimed loudly, "Where is Qin Chi of Xiaohe village? This commoner is here." My heart eased, knowing the chance had come, and I hurried to answer. This official orders you, from this day forth, to build a horse ranch in the region of Xiaohe village, dedicated to raising and pasturing horses, and you may not slacken. This official has over 300 fine horses in hand. From now on, 1 tael of silver will be allotted to you monthly per horse as fodder money. For every additional good horse you raise, a reward of 20 taels. Raise 1 fine steed, a reward of 50 taels. And should you raise a divine horse, a reward of a full 100 taels outright. Have me raise war horses? Isn't this putting me to use as a master of the imperial stables? This post takes real nerve to hand out. After all, the last one to raise horses very nearly turned heaven upside down. But laughing aside, this work truly was a fat post. The fodder subsidy alone came to over 300 taels a month. A windfall like this, not to grab it would be a waste. This commoner kowtows in thanks for the magistrate's grace. Seeing the matter settled, Zhang Lingyue immediately had the runners open my kang and stuff the pouch back into my hand. Dianshi Zhang, is the thing inside really so formidable? At any rate, I don't dare look. Look and I fear my head would roll. Dianshi Zhang smiled and pulled me aside. He plainly knew the inside story, yet refused to say more. After Lin Ruru and I were taken away, only Chao Kong was left kneeling in the hall, trembling all over. The moment the magistrate laid eyes on him, his anger could no longer be pressed down. Brazen scoundrel, daring to falsely accuse a talented fellow of your own village, and nearly dragging this official down with it. As the village head of Xiao Village, not recommending talent would be one thing, but you actually envy the worthy and hate the able, truly detestable. Someone, drag Chao Kong out, 100 strokes of the rod, and strip him of his post as village head. It shall be assumed by Qin. Chao Kong was dumbstruck on the spot. He'd spent a full 50 taels of silver, and in the end not only failed to do me in, but got 100 heavy strokes in exchange, and lost the village head's post as well. This deal, a loss down to the very bones. My lord, I'm wronged. My lord, I'm wronged. Chao Kong immediately broke into wailing, kneeling on the floor and kowtowing madly, his forehead soon knocked bloody. But the magistrate wouldn't so much as look. He tossed down the command token, and the runners rushed up at once, dragged him into the courtyard, pinned him down, and beat him. The rod fell blow after blow. Chao Kong had injured his backside in the fall to begin with. How could he withstand such heavy punishment? In just a few strokes, he screamed and fainted dead away. By the time he was carried back, likely half his life was gone. Arriving at the horse pen behind the county yamen, over 300 so-called fine horses had long been waiting there. Because the war in Qingzhou was pressing, Great Zhou had been shifting all the nation's war horses toward the frontier. Those in good condition had long since been sent to the battlefield. The old, weak, sick, and lame that remained could only be parceled out to the various counties for the localities to raise first. Once they'd been fattened up, they'd be sent to the frontier as reinforcement. So these 300-odd war horses before me were nearly every one starved down to the bone, their coats dull, plainly long underfed.